Welcome to a place of warmth and relaxation, where the key to sweet dreams lies in letting go and embracing tranquility. Our bedtime stories will gently carry you to magical and peaceful places where worries fade away like a distant echo. Picture yourself nestled here by the cozy fireplace, the soft glow wrapping you in comfort. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with us. Let us embark on this soothing journey together. Story 1. As the first light of dawn broke over the village, gilding the landscape with a soft golden hue, the rhythmic sounds of nature began to weave themselves into the fabric of the morning. The wind whispered through the ancient trees, carrying with it the scent of freshly turned earth and the faint sweetness of blossoms. Birds greeted the day with a symphony of song, their melodies rising and falling like the gentle undulations of the hills surrounding the village. The air was crisp, tinged with a hint of dew that lingered on the blades of grass, while the sky, a canvas of delicate pastels, promised a day filled with new beginnings. Maya awoke with a sense of purpose, the Amulet of Wisdom resting against her chest, its weight a comforting reminder of the previous night's revelations. She lay still for a moment, listening to the world awaken around her. The warmth of the sun seeped through the window, casting playful patterns on the walls as it filtered through the lace curtains. Her heart swelled with a newfound determination, and she knew that today marked the beginning of her journey to uncover the stories that lay beyond her village. Her grandmother, already awake and humming a familiar tune, was tending to the small garden outside their home. The elder's hands moved with practiced ease, nurturing the earth with the same care she had shown her granddaughter the night before. The scent of herbs, thyme, and rosemary filled the air, mingling with the morning breeze. Maya watched her for a moment, marveling at the quiet strength and wisdom that defined her grandmother's every action. Her grandmother, with her silver hair pulled back into a neat bun and her eyes filled with a lifetime of stories, seemed to Maya a living embodiment of the village's history. "Good morning, child," her grandmother called, sensing Maya's presence. "The world awaits your curiosity." Maya smiled, joining her grandmother in the garden. Together, they worked in the soft soil, their hands moving in harmony as they planted seeds and tended to the vibrant tapestry of life around them. The garden was a sanctuary, a microcosm of the larger world that Maya was eager to explore. As they worked, her grandmother shared tales of the plants, their origins, and the healing properties they possessed, each story a thread in the rich tapestry of their shared heritage. After breakfast, Maya set off toward the heart of the village, the Amulet of Wisdom warm against her chest. The cobblestone paths were familiar, yet today they felt infused with new possibilities. She paused to greet her neighbors, exchanging smiles and stories, her heart swelling with pride at the strength of her community. Each face she encountered told a story of resilience and unity, a reminder of the collective spirit that bound them all together. Her steps led her to the village square, a bustling hub where merchants displayed their goods and children played beneath the watchful eyes of their parents. The air was filled with the mingling scents of fresh bread and herbs, and the vibrant colors of woven tapestries and pottery added to the lively atmosphere. Maya paused at a stall where an elderly man was selling intricately carved wooden figurines, each one a testament to the skill and patience of its maker. The man's hands, though weathered by time, moved with a delicate precision as he arranged his wares, his eyes twinkling with the joy of creation. "Ah, young Maya," the craftsman greeted her with a twinkle in his eye. "What brings you to my humble stall today?" Maya admired the figurines, each one telling its own story through the subtle details etched into the wood. "I'm seeking stories," she replied, her voice steady with purpose. "Stories of our people and the world beyond." The craftsman nodded, his expression thoughtful. "There is a tale I can share, one of a time when our village stood at the brink of change. It was during a drought, when the river that sustains us began to dry. The elders, guided by the wisdom of the amulet, sought to understand the reason for such imbalance." As the craftsman spoke, Maya could almost see the scene unfold before her eyes. The village, parched and anxious, gathering beneath the ancient trees as the elders deliberated under the watchful gaze of the spirits. She imagined the fervent prayers and the wise counsel that had ultimately led them to uncover the root of the problem, a forgotten spring deep within the forest, blocked by the debris of years. And so, with courage and unity, our people ventured into the heart of the forest, the craftsman continued, his voice resonating with the weight of history. They cleared the spring, and the water flowed once more, restoring life to our lands. Maya felt the story settle within her, another thread in the tapestry of her understanding. She thanked the craftsman, her mind alive with possibilities, and continued her journey through the village. Her path led her to the edge of the forest, where the trees stood as silent guardians, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The forest stood before her, a majestic presence with towering trunks and an undergrowth teeming with life, from the rustling of small creatures to the vibrant flutter of butterfly wings. As she stood at the threshold, Maya understood that the forest held many secrets, each tree a keeper of memories and wisdom. She took a deep breath, the scent of pine and earth filling her senses, and stepped forward. The path was dappled with light, the sun filtering through the canopy above, and the air was cool and invigorating. The forest floor was a mosaic of fallen leaves and delicate ferns, each step a gentle rustle that echoed the soft calls of distant woodland creatures. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a woodpecker, and the gentle babbling of a stream. Maya followed the sound, her footsteps light upon the soft earth, until she reached a small clearing. Here, the stream danced over stones, its waters clear and inviting. Sunlight glinted off the water's surface, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that seemed to dance in time with the gentle whispers of the breeze. Kneeling by the stream, Maya cupped her hands and drank deeply, the water cool and refreshing. As she gazed into the flowing waters, she felt a connection to the past, a sense of unity with the generations who had come before her, who had lived and learned in harmony with the land. The stream's gentle song seemed to carry with it the voices of those ancestors, their lessons and hopes flowing through time to reach her. In that moment, Maya understood that her journey was not just about seeking knowledge, but about fostering a deeper connection with the world around her. She realized that the stories of her people were etched into the very landscape, waiting to be uncovered and cherished. The land, with its ancient secrets and timeless beauty, was a living testament to the resilience and wisdom of those who had walked it before her. As she lingered by the stream, Maya recalled another tale her grandmother had shared, one of the ancient stones that lay scattered throughout the forest. Each stone, her grandmother had said, was placed by an ancestor seeking to mark their journey or commemorate a significant moment in their life. Maya decided to search for one of these stones, hoping it would impart another layer of understanding to her quest. The search led her deeper into the woods, where the light grew dimmer and the air carried the cool scent of moss. She passed trees that seemed to whisper secrets to one another, their branches swaying gently as if acknowledging her presence. Eventually, she came upon a stone half buried in the earth, its surface worn smooth by time. As she brushed the soil away, she noticed an inscription faintly visible on the stone's surface. The words were a blessing, a wish for prosperity and wisdom, left by a traveler from long ago. Touched by this connection across time, Maya sat beside the stone, closing her eyes and allowing the forest's whispers to fill her mind. She could hear the echoes of the past, the laughter and songs of her ancestors, mingling with the present's gentle rustle of leaves. Maya realized that her journey was not just her own, but a continuation of those who had walked before her. She felt a sense of belonging, a thread in the vast tapestry of her people's history, her heart swelling with gratitude for the legacy she was part of. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Maya made her way back to the village. The Amulet of Wisdom seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth, a reminder of the wisdom she carried within her. The path was aglow with the soft light of the setting sun, each step infused with a sense of purpose and hope. Returning home, Maya found her grandmother waiting, her eyes reflecting the colors of the setting sun. Together, they shared a meal, their conversation a tapestry of laughter and stories, weaving the past and present into a harmonious whole. The evening air was filled with the scent of spices and the warmth of the hearth, creating a sense of comfort and belonging. As the stars emerged, twinkling like distant memories in the night sky, Maya felt a profound sense of peace. She knew that her journey had only just begun and that each step would bring her closer to the heart of her people's legacy. The stories she had gathered were not just tales of the past, but living threads that would guide her as she wove her own narrative into the tapestry of her community. With the Amulet of Wisdom guiding her, Maya embraced the future with open arms, ready to weave her own stories and traditions into the enduring tapestry of her village's heritage. The path ahead was illuminated not only by the light of the amulet, but by the boundless potential of her spirit, a beacon of hope and resilience in a world rich with wonder and possibility. Her heart, filled with the echoes of the past and the promise of the future, beat in time with the rhythm of the land, a testament to the enduring power of stories and the unbreakable bonds of community. Story. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and a babbling brook, there lived a gentle-hearted boy named Finn. His home, a charming stone cottage with a thatched roof, sat at the edge of the village where the forest began. The cottage was a sanctuary of warmth and love, its garden brimming with vibrant wildflowers, and the air always fragrant with the scent of lavender. Finn's mother, a skilled herbalist, often hummed softly as she tended to her plants, her soothing presence a constant in Finn's life. Finn loved nothing more than exploring the woods and listening to the stories the wind whispered through the leaves. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn set out for another adventure. The dew-kissed grass glistened under his feet, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of pine and earth. With his trusty satchel slung over his shoulder, he wandered deeper into the forest, where the sunlight trickled through the canopy like golden rain. Each step he took was accompanied by the symphony of nature, the distant call of a lark, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the quiet murmur of a nearby stream. As he walked, Finn followed the sound of a gentle melody, a soft and lilting tune that seemed to beckon him further into the heart of the woods. Curiosity piqued. He soon found himself in a small clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its wide branches stretching out like welcoming arms. The tree was a guardian of secrets, its bark rough and gnarled, telling tales of centuries gone by. At the base of the tree, nestled amongst the roots, lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. Finn knelt down beside it, his fingers tracing the delicate patterns etched into the wood. The box felt cool and smooth, its carvings depicting scenes of constellations and mythical creatures. He lifted the lid with care, revealing a shimmering object that seemed to pulse with a gentle, warm light. It was a compass, but not like any Finn had ever seen. Its needle spun lazily, glinting in the dappled sunlight, and its face was adorned with tiny constellations that twinkled as if they held the night sky within. With a sense of wonder, Finn picked up the compass, feeling a strange yet comforting energy radiate from it. He realized that this was no ordinary compass. It was a magical one, capable of guiding him to places beyond his wildest dreams, or perhaps to the answers he sought within himself. A soft breeze stirred the leaves above, carrying with it a whisper of encouragement, as if that the forest itself approved of his newfound discovery. Eager to unravel its mysteries, Finn decided to follow the compass, which now pointed decisively to the north. He set off with a renewed sense of adventure, the forest around him alive with the chirps of birds and the rustle of leaves. Each step seemed to breathe life into the world around him, the air rich with the scent of blooming honeysuckle and the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. As the morning wore on, Finn's mind wandered to memories of his mother, her fingers deftly crafting herbal remedies by candlelight, her gentle laughter mingling with the crackle of the hearth. These memories warmed him, reminding him of the love that awaited his return, and of the stories she would share about her own youthful adventures in these woods. Along the way, Finn encountered a wise old hare named Thistle, who was known in the forest for her cleverness and her keen sense of direction. Thistle, with her soft, velvety ears and twinkling eyes, offered to accompany Finn on his journey. "Every path has its secrets," she said with a knowing smile, "and two heads are better than one when it comes to uncovering them." As they traveled together, Thistle shared tales of the forest's history and the creatures that called it home. Finn listened intently, feeling his heart grow with each story, his understanding of the world expanding in ways he hadn't expected. She spoke of the ancient trees that had witnessed countless seasons, of the hidden streams that nourished the land, and of the stars that guided lost travelers through the night. Their journey led them to a serene glade where the sunlight sparkled on a crystal-clear pond. The water was so clear that Finn could see the pebbles resting at the bottom, each one a unique hue of gray and brown. Here they met a gentle turtle named Moss, who was known for his wisdom and his remarkable ability to see the truth hidden beneath the surface. Moss, with his slow, deliberate movements and thoughtful gaze, offered his counsel to Finn. "The compass you bear," Moss said in his deep, calming voice, "it reflects the light within you. As you seek your way, remember that true guidance comes from the heart, and not all who wander are lost." His words resonated deeply with Finn, stirring a newfound sense of introspection and purpose. With Moss's words echoing in his mind, Finn continued his journey, feeling more connected to the world and to himself. The compass led him to a hidden valley, where a challenge awaited him, not one of strength or bravery, but of understanding. The valley was a place of quiet beauty, surrounded by towering cliffs and carpeted with a lush tapestry of wildflowers. In the valley, a great stone stood, covered in intricate engravings. It was said that only those who could decipher its meaning would unlock the secrets it held. Finn studied the stone, its surface cool to the touch, the symbols dancing before his eyes. The etchings seemed to shift and change, forming patterns that spoke of ancient wisdom and forgotten truths. Thistle and Moss watched silently, their presence a comforting reminder of the friends he had gained along the way. Finn closed his eyes, listening to the whispers of the forest and the gentle hum of the compass in his hand. He understood then that the answer lay not in the symbols themselves, but in the journey he had taken and the lessons he had learned. With a deep breath, Finn spoke the words of the heart, the truths he had come to understand. That kindness begets friendship, that wisdom often lies in the simplest of things, and that true strength comes from within. As his voice carried through the valley, the stone began to glow with a warm, golden light, revealing its secrets to him. The valley transformed, the engravings lifting into the air like shimmering threads, weaving a tapestry of knowledge and understanding around Finn. The air shimmered with magic, and Finn felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing he had uncovered not just the mysteries of the stone, but the depths of his own heart. As the light of the valley faded, Finn remembered a tale his mother had once told him about a legendary tree in the heart of the forest, said to bloom only when a soul found its truest self. With newfound resolve, Finn asked Thistle and Moss if they knew of such a tree. Thistle nodded, her eyes bright with the wisdom of ages. "The tree of dawn," she whispered, "where the world and heart meet." Guided by the compass, they ventured further into the forest, past ancient groves and over gentle streams, until they arrived at the foot of a hill crowned with a single, magnificent tree. Its branches stretched wide, clad in leaves that shimmered with the colors of the dawn. As Finn approached, the tree began to bloom, each flower a radiant reflection of his journey, a testament to the truth he had discovered within himself. Under the canopy of the Tree of Dawn, Finn felt the gentle embrace of the forest, its quiet strength and timeless wisdom enveloping him. In that moment, he understood that his journey was not just about discovery, but about becoming a part of the world around him, about grounding his heart in the love and unity of all things. With the challenge overcome and the journey complete, Finn and his companions made their way back to the village. The forest seemed to welcome them with open arms, the path home filled with the songs of birds and the gentle rustle of the wind. As they walked, Finn's thoughts turned to his mother, her gentle wisdom and love a guiding light in his life, much like the compass he had discovered. As they reached the edge of the woods, Finn turned to Thistle and Moss, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said softly, "for guiding me and teaching me the true magic of friendship and wisdom." Thistle twitched her ears happily, and Moss nodded with a serene smile. "Every journey leaves a mark," Moss replied, "but it's the bonds we forge that truly shape us." With that, Finn returned to his cottage, the magical compass safely tucked away in his satchel, a reminder of the extraordinary adventure he had embarked upon. That night, as he lay in bed, the gentle glow of the hearth casting a warm light across the room, Finn felt a deep sense of contentment and belonging. The sounds of the forest sang a lullaby outside his window, and the stars winked knowingly in the vast, velvety night sky. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, his heart full of the wisdom and wonder he had discovered in the world around him. The next morning, as the sun gently rose over the hills, Finn awoke with a sense of renewed purpose. He stepped outside into the crisp morning air, his eyes scanning the familiar landscape of the village. The vibrant colors of the wildflowers in his garden seemed more vivid than ever, their petals swaying gently in the breeze as if greeting him. Driven by a newfound clarity, Finn decided to visit the village square, where the townsfolk gathered to share news and stories. As he walked through the cobblestone streets, he noticed the faces of the villagers, each one a tapestry of life and experience. He saw the blacksmith hammering away at his forge, his face alight with the glow of the fire, the baker rolling out fresh dough, the aroma of bread mingling with the morning air, and the children playing with carefree laughter, weaving in and out of the crowd. Finn approached a group of elders sitting on a wooden bench beneath the shade of a great oak tree, their eyes filled with the wisdom of years. He shared with them the tale of his journey, of the compass and the tree of dawn, of thistle and moss, and the lessons he had learned. The elders listened intently, their expressions shifting from curiosity to admiration. One of the elders, a kindly woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with kindness, spoke softly. "You have discovered something many spend their lives searching for, young Finn," she said. "The true magic of the world lies not in the extraordinary, but in the connections we forge and the truths we uncover within ourselves." Her words resonated with Finn, echoing the insights he had gained during his adventure. He realized that his journey had changed him, deepened his understanding of the world and his place within it. He felt a sense of unity with the people around him, their shared stories and experiences weaving a rich tapestry of life. As the day unfolded, Finn found himself drawn to the village library, a place he had often visited with his mother. The scent of aged parchment and ink greeted him as he entered, the shelves lined with books that held the knowledge of generations. He perused the titles, his fingers brushing over the spines, until he found a tome that caught his eye, a book on the history of the forest and its ancient magic. Settling into a cozy nook by the window, Finn immersed himself in the pages, the words painting vivid images of the forest's past. He learned of the guardians of the woods, creatures like thistle and moss who had guided travelers and protected the secrets of the land. He read about the cycles of nature, the delicate balance of life that flourished beneath the canopy, and the legends of those who had walked the forest paths before him. As he read, Finn felt the threads of his own story intertwining with those of the past, a tapestry of understanding that connected him to the world in ways he had never imagined. He realized that his journey was but one chapter in a much larger tale, a story that spanned time and space, woven together by the hearts and dreams of countless souls. With this newfound perspective, Finn returned to his cottage, the setting sun casting a warm glow over the village. As he stepped through the door, he was greeted by the comforting aroma of his mother's herbal concoctions, the gentle hum of her voice, a soothing melody that filled the air. "Welcome home, my dear," his mother said with a smile, her eyes reflecting the love and pride she felt for her son. Finn embraced her, feeling the warmth of her presence envelop him. He shared with her the tale of his adventure, of the compass and the tree of dawn, of thistle and moss, and the truths he had discovered. As he spoke, he saw the light of understanding and joy in her eyes, a reflection of the bond they shared. That night, as they sat together by the hearth, Finn and his mother spoke of dreams and journeys, of the magic that existed in the world and within themselves. They laughed and reminisced, their voices mingling with the crackle of the fire, the room filled with the glow of love and belonging. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Finn felt a profound sense of gratitude for the journey he had undertaken and the wisdom he had gained. He knew that the world was vast and full of wonder, and that his adventure was but the beginning of many more to come. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, his heart full of the wisdom and wonder he had discovered in the world around him. The end. Story. In the quaint village nestled between whispering woods and shimmering streams, time seemed to hold its breath, allowing life to drift by in a serene, unchanging dance. The village thrived in its simplicity, where each morning was greeted by the harmonious symphony of chirping birds and the gentle rustle of leaves, whispering secrets of the night. The scent of dew-kissed grass mingled with the aroma of freshly baked bread from the village bakery, creating a comforting embrace for all who lived there. It was here that Leora, a gentle young woman with eyes the color of the summer sky, lived her days tending to her small garden and weaving tales of warmth for the villagers. Though Leora wore a perpetual smile, her heart held a quiet turmoil, a restlessness she could neither name nor ignore. She cherished the constancy of her surroundings, yet feared the unpredictable nature of change. Her soul craved the familiar rhythm of life in the village, but a tiny flame of curiosity flickered within her, igniting an unspoken yearning for something more. Each day, as she worked in her garden, the vibrant hues of the flowers seemed to echo her longing, their petals gently brushing against her fingers as if urging her to seek the unknown. The village was bordered by the enchanted forest, a mystical realm where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in a cascade of golden droplets, and the trees whispered ancient songs to those who dared to listen. It was a place of secrets and magic, where the veil between the known and the unknown was as thin as the morning mist. Village children often played at its edge, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves, while the elders spoke of its mysteries with reverence and awe. Leora often stood at the forest's edge, her heart a symphony of fear and longing. She would watch as the wind played with the leaves, her fingers itching to follow the paths that disappeared into the verdant depths. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in vibrant hues of amber and crimson, she found herself standing once more at that boundary. The air was cool, a gentle caress that seemed to beckon her forward, and the leaves whispered encouragement in the soft breeze. With a deep breath, Leora took her first tentative step into the enchanted forest. The moment her foot touched the forest floor, a shiver of anticipation ran through her. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches forming a protective arch above her. The birds continued their melodic welcome, their notes weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. Each step she took was both terrifying and exhilarating, as though she were stepping into a part of herself long forgotten. As she ventured deeper, Leora came upon a small clearing bathed in sunlight that poured down like liquid gold. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Beneath its majestic boughs sat Thaddeus, a wise old tortoise whose shell glistened with emerald hues that seemed to capture the light and reflect it back with a gentle glow. "Welcome, dear one," Thaddeus greeted in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder rolling across the hills. His eyes, wise and gentle, met hers with a knowing gaze. "I have been expecting you." Leora paused, her heart skipping a beat. "Expecting me? But how could you have known?" "The forest speaks of those who are in search of answers," Thaddeus replied, his smile warm and reassuring. "It is no mere coincidence that you have found yourself here." Feeling the warmth of the sun and the comfort of the earth, Leora settled beside Thaddeus. "I don't know what answers I seek," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "I feel stuck, afraid of what change might bring." Thaddeus nodded slowly, the movement deliberate and thoughtful. Change is a part of life, much like the seasons that transform this forest. It is natural to fear the unknown, but in embracing change, we find growth. Yet, there is more to your journey, Leora. As they spoke, the wind began to swirl gently around them, carrying a flurry of leaves that danced in the air before settling softly to the ground. From the folds of a chrysalis nestled in the branches above, a delicate butterfly emerged, its wings unfurling to reveal a kaleidoscope of colors that shimmered like stained glass in the sun. Leora watched in awe as the butterfly took its first tentative flight, a testament to the beauty of transformation. "It's beautiful," she breathed, captivated by the butterfly's grace and resilience. "Indeed," Thaddeus agreed, his gaze following the butterfly's path. "The butterfly does not fear transformation, for it understands that change is a part of becoming." Days turned into weeks as Leora returned to the forest, drawn by the wisdom of Thaddeus and the quiet companionship of the trees. Under the ancient oak, she found solace and understanding, learning to listen to the rhythm of nature and to see the beauty in each moment of transformation. The forest became her sanctuary, a place where she could reflect and grow, shedding the layers of fear and uncertainty that had once held her back. One day, as she walked deeper into the forest, Leora stumbled upon an old stone path, partially hidden beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. Intrigued, she decided to follow it, her curiosity piqued by the promise of discovery. The path led her to a tranquil pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the azure sky and the encircling trees. The air was filled with the gentle hum of dragonflies, their wings shimmering in the dappled sunlight. There, she met Alara, an elderly woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with mischief and wisdom. Alara was known as the Keeper of Stories, her presence in the forest as timeless as the tales she told. She sat by the water's edge, her fingers trailing through the cool, clear water. "Ah, Leora," Alara greeted with a smile. "I've heard whispers of your journey. Sit with me, and let us share stories." As they spoke, Alara shared tales of the forest's past, stories of those who had come before Leora, seeking answers and finding themselves in the process. Each tale was a thread, weaving a tapestry of understanding that connected Leora to the forest and its history. Through Alara's stories, Leora began to understand her own place in the grander scheme of things. A journey not just of personal growth, but of becoming part of a legacy of transformation and discovery. One particular tale lingered in Leora's mind, about a young man named Aiden who had once traversed the same path. He was a dreamer, much like Leora, who had sought the wisdom of the forest to find his purpose. Guided by the enigmatic whispers of the trees, Aiden had discovered a hidden grove where the trees bore fruit of unimaginable sweetness, a gift from the forest for those who dared to seek beyond their fears. Leora listened intently, feeling a kinship with Aiden's journey of courage and self-discovery. Inspired by Aiden's story, Leora decided to venture further into the forest, driven by a newfound courage and curiosity. Beyond the pond, the path forked into two, one leading deeper into the forest's heart, the other towards a gentle hill crowned with wildflowers. Trusting her instincts, Leora chose the path into the forest's heart, where the trees grew denser and the air richer with the scent of pine and earth. As she walked, Leora discovered a hidden waterfall cascading into a crystal-clear pool, the sound a soothing symphony of nature. She sat by the water's edge, letting the cool mist kiss her face. It was here she began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the way the water shaped the rocks, the way the forest nurtured life. In this moment of clarity, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, as if the forest itself was whispering secrets of the universe into her soul. Returning to the village, Leora shared her experiences with those who would listen, her tales of the enchanted forest weaving a new kind of magic into the hearts of her friends. They too began to explore the forest, guided by Leora's stories and the promise of discovery. Together they found hidden groves and secret paths, each journey a step towards understanding and acceptance. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Leora sat beneath the old oak, her heart full of gratitude. The forest, with its gentle magic, had become a place of renewal and discovery. "Thank you, Thaddeus," she said softly. "I think I'm beginning to understand." Thaddeus chuckled, a deep, comforting sound that echoed through the clearing. "Understanding is the first step, my dear. Remember, you are not alone. The forest and all its creatures are here to support you." As the seasons continued to turn, Leora found herself changing in ways she had never imagined. She became more confident, more willing to embrace the unknown. Her laughter was more frequent, her eyes alight with a newfound joy. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a gift that brought new experiences and opportunities for growth. Her friends in the village noticed the transformation in Leora, drawn by the tales she shared of the forest's magic and wisdom. One by one, they ventured into the enchanted forest, seeking their own answers and discovering the lessons it had to offer. They met Thaddeus, who gently guided them toward understanding and acceptance of change. In the heart of the forest, Leora found a community that extended beyond the village, one that celebrated the beauty of transformation and the strength found in vulnerability. She became a beacon of light and kindness, inspiring others to embrace their own journeys with courage and hope. As the years passed, the enchanted forest continued to weave its magic, whispering secrets to those who listened and offering solace to those who sought its wisdom. Leora often sat beneath the old oak, her heart filled with peace and gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. Through her experiences, Leora learned that true transformation comes from within. It is a process of unfolding, like the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, delicate yet resilient. It is a dance with the unknown, a journey of self-discovery that leads to the heart of who we are meant to be. The villagers, inspired by Leora's newfound understanding and the tales of her adventures, began to incorporate the lessons of the forest into their daily lives. They planted gardens that mirrored the forest's diversity, each plant a symbol of growth and change. They gathered in the evenings to share their own stories of transformation, building a tapestry of shared wisdom and experience. One day, as Leora sat by the waterfall, she noticed a group of young children playing nearby. Their laughter filled the air, a joyful melody that resonated with the rhythm of the forest. She watched as they discovered a small hidden alcove, their eyes wide with wonder at the treasures of nature they found. A family of brightly colored frogs, a delicate nest cradled in the crook of a tree, and the vibrant petals of wildflowers swaying in the gentle breeze. Seeing the children's delight, Leora felt a profound sense of fulfillment. She realized that the stories she had shared, the wisdom she had gathered, were not just for her own growth, but a legacy for the generations to come. The enchanted forest, with its mysteries and magic, was now an integral part of the village's identity, a place where dreams and reality intertwined. And so, dear listener, as you drift into dreams beneath the gentle glow of the moon, remember that change is a friend waiting to guide you to new horizons. Embrace it with an open heart, and let the magic of your own journey unfold, for the wisdom of the enchanted forest is not bound by time or space, but lives within each of us, waiting to be discovered. Story. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, there nestled a small, enchanted glen. It was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic wove together like the intricate lace of a spider's web. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, each petal a splash of vibrant color in the lush green landscape, and the gentle hum of life filled every corner, creating a symphony of whispers that spoke of secrets older than time itself. The forest was alive with sound, a chorus of birdsong interwoven with the soft rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of a hidden brook. The brook sang a melody of its own, a gentle gurgle that wound its way through the mossy undergrowth. Moss carpeted the ground in lush, vibrant greens, cool and inviting underfoot, while the air shimmered with the promise of magic, a subtle energy that made the very air seem to sparkle like dew-kissed spiderwebs at dawn. In this serene haven lived a community of creatures, each with its own role in maintaining the delicate balance of their world. There was Bramble, the wise old hedgehog whose quills were as silver as the moonlight. He knew the forest's every secret and was the keeper of stories passed down through generations. His tiny eyes sparkled with the soft wisdom of one who had seen many seasons turn, and his voice, though gentle, carried the weight of time. Bramble had a quiet, contemplative nature, often found wandering the forest paths with a thoughtful expression. He would pause to listen to the whispering pines or to study the intricate patterns of the forest floor, a map of life etched in fallen leaves and twigs. His love for the forest was profound, a deep-rooted connection that guided his every action. It was said that Bramble could hear the very heartbeat of the earth when he lay against the cool, damp ground, his quills brushing the soil like gentle fingers over a beloved page. There was also Willow, the gentle deer, whose graceful movements were like a dance upon the forest floor. Her coat shimmered with the colors of autumn leaves, even in the heart of spring, as if she carried the essence of all seasons within her. Willow's heart was as big as the sky, and she was known for her kindness and her ability to soothe even the most troubled of souls. Willow had an innate empathy that drew others to her. She possessed a quiet strength, a resilience that belied her gentle appearance. Often she could be found in the company of those in need, offering solace with her presence alone. Her eyes, deep and wise, reflected a soul intimately attuned to the rhythms of nature. She understood that every rustling leaf and every sigh of the wind was a message, and she listened with an open heart. The forest was also home to Nettle, a lively squirrel with a bushy tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, flicking and twitching like a living pennant. Nettle was quick and curious, always darting about with an energy that was infectious. Her laugh was like the tinkling of wind chimes caught in a playful breeze, and she had a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest, be they acorns or ancient wisdoms whispered by the trees. Nettle's curiosity was boundless, driving her to explore every nook and cranny of the forest. She had a talent for seeing the world with fresh eyes, finding joy in the smallest wonders. Her adventures often led her to unexpected places, where she would uncover forgotten stories and hidden truths. She was a collector of tales, each one a jewel in her vibrant life, and she cherished them like the rarest of acorns. The glen was a place of harmony, where each creature contributed to the balance of their world. The seasons themselves were woven into the very fabric of this magical place, each bringing its own enchantments. Spring was a time of renewal, when the forest awoke from its slumber, and the air was filled with the vibrant greens of new growth and the heady perfume of blossoms. Summer bathed the glen in warmth and light, the golden rays weaving through the leaves like threads of sunshine, painting everything in hues of warmth and vitality. Autumn, with its tapestry of fiery colors, was a time of reflection. The air turned crisp, carrying with it the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change. Winter, though stark and silent, wrapped the forest in a blanket of snow, a time for rest and dreams, where the forest slept under a canopy of stars. One day, as the gentle fingers of spring began to unfurl the world from winter's embrace, the creatures of the glen gathered for their annual council of seasons. It was a time to share stories, to reflect on the past, and to plan for the future. The council was held in a clearing where ancient oaks stood like sentinels, their branches weaving a protective dome overhead, their bark etched with the stories of countless years. Bramble, with his quills catching the light like a crown, began the gathering with a tale as old as the forest itself. His voice was a soft murmur, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. Long ago, he began, when the world was young and the stars still sang in the sky, the seasons were wild and untamed. They clashed and roared, each vying for supremacy, until the forest itself began to wither under their tumult. Willow listened intently, her eyes reflecting the dappled light that danced through the trees. She knew the importance of balance and harmony, how each season had its time and place, just as each creature did. It was this understanding that kept their world whole. But, continued Bramble, his voice gaining strength, the creatures of the forest were wise and knew that only by working together could they bring peace to their world. They approached the great oak, the oldest tree in the forest, and sought its guidance. The great oak, with roots that reached into the very heart of the earth, taught them the dance of the seasons, a rhythm of give and take, of ebb and flow. Nettle, ever curious, leaned forward, her eyes wide with wonder. "And how did they learn this dance, Bramble?" she asked, her voice as light as a feather. Bramble smiled, his quills rustling softly. "They watched and listened, dear Nettle. They learned from the whispers of the wind and the songs of the rain. They understood that each season brought its own gifts, and that true harmony came from embracing change, not resisting it." As the council continued, the creatures shared their own stories and experiences from the past year. Willow spoke of a young fawn she had guided through a storm, teaching it to trust in the shelter of the trees. In her gentle guidance, she had learned the power of patience and the profound impact of a simple act of kindness. Nettle recounted her adventure of finding a hidden grove filled with the first blossoms of spring. where she had danced under the moonlight with the fireflies. It was in that moment she realized the importance of joy and wonder, of finding beauty even in the smallest corners of the world. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Bramble raised his voice once more, a gentle reminder to all. Let us remember, dear friends, that we are the stewards of this forest. It is our responsibility to keep the balance, to cherish the old ways while embracing the new, for in this we find our true strength. The creatures nodded in agreement, their hearts filled with a quiet resolve. They knew that the lessons of the past would guide them into the future, just as the stars guided travelers through the night. Just as the council drew to a close, a rustling in the underbrush caught their attention. A newcomer entered the clearing, a young fox with eyes like liquid amber, full of curiosity and a hint of mischief. The fox introduced himself as Ember, a wanderer from distant lands seeking refuge and knowledge of this enchanted glen. Ember had traveled far, driven by a longing to find a place where stories were not just told, but lived. His journey had taken him through barren plains and bustling villages, but it was the whisper of magic in the wind that led him to the glen. With a respectful nod to Bramble, he spoke of his desire to learn from the creatures of the forest, to understand their dance of harmony. Bramble welcomed Ember with an open heart, recognizing in him a kindred spirit, a seeker of tales, a guardian of secrets. The fox's arrival was seen as a sign, a reminder that the forest's wisdom was not just for those who called it home, but for all who sought its truths. As the moon rose higher in the sky, casting its silvery glow over the gathering, Ember shared stories of his travels. He spoke of distant lands where magic was a forgotten song, and of his hope that by understanding the glen's harmony, he might bring a piece of it back with him. Willow, moved by Ember's sincerity, offered her friendship and guidance. She saw in him a reflection of the forest's own journey, a journey of discovery, of embracing the unknown, and of finding one's place in the ever-turning wheel of life. Nettle, with her boundless enthusiasm, extended an invitation to explore the glen together, to uncover its hidden wonders side by side. Her invitation was met with a grateful smile, and Ember accepted eagerly, ready to learn from the smallest leaf to the tallest tree. As night fell once more and the forest settled into its slumber, the glen was a place of dreams, a place where the whispers of the past mingled with the hopes of the future, creating a tapestry of life that would endure as long as the stars shone in the sky. And as the moon cast its silver light over the land, the creatures of the forest rested, knowing that they were part of a story as old as time itself, a story of wisdom, friendship, and the enduring power of harmony. In the days that followed, Ember became an integral part of the forest community. His presence breathed new life into the glen, as he shared tales from distant lands and learned the ways of the forest. Through his eyes, the creatures saw their home anew, rediscovering the magic that lay in everyday moments. Ember's journey was one of transformation, both for himself and for the forest he had come to love. The glen's magic seeped into his soul, weaving itself into the fabric of his being. He learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to dance with the rhythm of the seasons, and to cherish the beauty of a world in balance. As the seasons continued to turn, Ember felt a calling from within, a desire to explore even further, to understand the wider world beyond the glen. He knew that his time here was but a chapter in his life's story, and the forest had given him the wisdom and strength to face whatever lay ahead. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves fell like golden rain, Ember gathered his friends. "The world outside calls to me," he said, his eyes reflecting the amber hues of the season. "I must journey on, to share what I have learned and to seek new tales." Bramble nodded, his quills shimmering in the soft morning light. "You are a part of this forest now, Ember. Wherever you go, our stories will travel with you." Willow stepped forward, her gentle eyes holding a myriad of emotions. "Remember, Ember, kindness and balance are the keys to all paths," she said softly, her voice like a gentle breeze. Nettle, ever the adventurer, gave him a playful nudge. "And never stop exploring, Ember. The world is full of wonders waiting to be found." With heartfelt goodbyes, Ember departed, the forest's wisdom echoing in his heart. As he moved through the dappled light, he felt the glen's magic within him, a guiding star on his journey. And so as spring blossomed into summer, and summer faded into the golden hues of autumn, the creatures of the glen continued their dance of life. They embraced the changes that came with each passing season, knowing that their story was woven into the very fabric of the forest, a story of unity, of growth, and of the timeless magic that bound them all together. Ember's departure was not an end, but a continuation of the harmony that had always been, as the forest whispered its ancient secrets to the stars. As Ember wandered through the rustling undergrowth, he came across a clearing he hadn't seen before. Here the air was thick with the scent of pine, and the ground was soft and springy beneath his paws. In the center stood a peculiar standing stone, weathered and worn, yet emanating a quiet strength. It was etched with symbols that seemed to shift and dance in the dappled sunlight. Curious, Ember approached the stone, feeling a pull, a connection, as if the stone held memories of the land itself. As he reached out to touch its rugged surface, a vision unfurled before him. He saw the glen as it once had been, untamed and wild, filled with creatures of every kind. He saw the great oak in its prime, its branches stretching wide and full, and the dance of the seasons playing out in a vivid, swirling spectacle. The vision faded, and Ember stood in silence, a deep understanding blossoming within him. The stone had shown him the heart of the glen's magic, its history, its life, its relentless march through time. It was a reminder that the stories he carried were not just his own, but part of the greater tapestry of the world. With renewed purpose, Ember resumed his journey, pausing only to press a paw against the stone in farewell. As he left the clearing, he carried with him not just the stories of the glen, but the spirit of the forest itself, a beacon of harmony to guide him on paths yet unknown. Days turned into nights, as Ember traversed through lands both familiar and strange, his heart a vessel of the glen's wisdom. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of violet and orange, he stumbled upon a village nestled at the edge of a vast, rolling meadow. The village was vibrant with life, its streets bustling with people, and the warm glow of lanterns lighting the cobblestone paths. Ember, weary from his travels, approached cautiously, his eyes wide with the wonder of discovery. The villagers, noticing the fox's approach, paused in their activities. Their initial surprise was quickly replaced by curiosity as they gathered around, intrigued by the stranger in their midst. A woman with kind eyes and a voice like a soothing melody stepped forward. "Welcome, traveler," she said warmly. "What brings you to our village?" Ember bowed his head respectfully, his voice steady and sincere. "I come from a distant forest, a glen of enchantment and harmony. I seek to share the stories of my home and to learn from the world beyond." The villagers exchanged glances, their interest piqued. They invited Ember into their community, eager to hear the tales of a place where magic still danced with the rhythm of life. As Ember spoke, his words painted vivid pictures of the glen, its creatures, and the lessons they had taught him. The villagers listened, enraptured, their minds opening to the possibilities of a world where unity and balance reigned. In turn, they shared their own stories, of struggles and triumphs, of dreams and fears. Ember listened, his heart expanding with each tale, understanding that the essence of magic lay not only in the forest, but in the connections forged between souls. As the night wore on, Ember realized that his journey was not just about the destination, but about the bonds he formed along the way. The village, with its warmth and generosity, had become a new chapter in his story, a place where the magic of the glen could flourish and grow. When the time came to continue his journey, Ember departed with the villagers' blessings, their stories woven into the tapestry of his travels. He knew that the world was vast and filled with wonders yet to be discovered, and that the spirit of the forest would guide him through every adventure. With each step, Ember carried the light of the glen within him, a beacon of hope and harmony that shone brightly in the darkest of nights. And as he ventured forth, he knew that the stories of the forest would continue to unfold, a never-ending tale of magic, friendship, and the boundless beauty of a world in balance. Story 5. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush green hills and a shimmering lake that mirrored the sky, lived an old woman named Mira. She was known throughout the village not only for her kind heart and warm smile, but also for her beautiful tapestries, which adorned the walls of nearly every home in the area. Her creations were not just works of art, they were tales woven into fabric, each stitch telling a story from the depths of her imagination, capturing the essence of the village's rich history and vibrant life. Mira's cottage was a cozy haven, with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside, the air was filled with the comforting scent of lavender and beeswax, mingling with the faint aroma of freshly baked bread, which she often shared with neighbors who came by for a visit. The walls were lined with shelves overflowing with colorful spools of thread, each more vibrant than the last, collected over years from distant markets and local fairs. In the corner of her living room stood her beloved loom, its wooden frame polished smooth by years of dedicated use, a testament to her passion and skill. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the breeze outside, Mira sat at her loom, threading a new tapestry with hues of amber and deep emerald. Her fingers moved deftly, guided by a vision that seemed to come from somewhere beyond the ordinary world. The gentle hum of the loom was accompanied by the soft rustling of pages from her journal, where she often jotted down snippets of inspiration. As she worked, she hummed a soft melody, the notes floating through the open window and blending with the song of the wind. The entire village seemed to breathe in harmony with her rhythmic movements, as if even the trees swayed in time with her melody. On this particular day, a young girl named Lila came to visit Mira. Lila was a curious child, with eyes that sparkled like the sunlit lake and a heart full of wonder. Her visits to Mira's cottage were frequent and filled with delight, as she loved spending time with Mira, listening to her stories and learning the secrets of weaving. Lila's own mother had once been a student of Mira's, and she often told Lila of the magic hidden in those threads. As Lila entered the cottage, the warmth enveloped her like a comforting embrace, and she smiled up at Mira, who looked over her spectacles with a twinkle in her eye. "Good morning, dear Lila," Mira greeted her, setting aside her work. "What brings you here on such a fine day?" "I came to see your new tapestry," Lila replied, her voice filled with excitement. "And to hear one of your stories, of course." Mira chuckled softly, gesturing for Lila to sit beside her. "Ah, you have a keen eye for stories, my dear. Let me tell you one about a special thread, a thread that holds the power to weave dreams into reality." Lila's eyes widened with intrigue as she nestled into the soft cushions of Mira's sofa, eager to hear the tale. "Many years ago," Mira began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "there existed a magical thread known as the silver thread. It was said to be spun from the moon's own light, and those who possessed it could weave their deepest wishes into existence. But the thread was hidden away, guarded by the ancient spirits of the forest, for its power was not to be taken lightly." As Mira spoke, Lila's imagination painted vivid pictures of moonlit forests and shimmering threads, drawing her deeper into the story. Lila imagined herself walking through those very woods, the cool night air brushing against her skin, the sounds of nocturnal creatures echoing in the distance. "In the heart of the whispering woods," Mira continued, "there lived a humble weaver named Finn. Finn was a gentle soul, with a heart as pure as the morning dew. He lived a simple life, crafting beautiful cloths and garments for the villagers, but he always yearned for something more, something he could not quite name. Finn's character unfolded in Lila's mind, a man with a quiet strength, always willing to lend a hand to neighbors in need, yet carrying a wistfulness in his eyes that spoke of unfulfilled dreams. The villagers respected him, not just for his craftsmanship, but for his unwavering kindness. One day, as Finn wandered through the forest, seeking inspiration for his latest creation, he stumbled upon a hidden glade. The sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting a dappled glow upon a small pond at its center. As he knelt to drink from the pond, he noticed something peculiar, a single, silvery thread glinting in the water. Lila leaned forward, her breath catching in her throat. "Was it the silver thread?" she whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. Mira nodded, her smile gentle and knowing. Indeed it was. Finn, unaware of its true nature, carefully plucked the thread from the water and tucked it into his satchel. As he returned to his cottage, he felt a strange warmth emanating from the thread, as if it pulsed with a life of its own. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the vast expanse above, Finn sat by his fireside, pondering the thread's mystery. His mind was a whirlwind of possibilities and dreams, each more vivid than the last. That night, under a sky awash with stars, Finn sat at his loom, the silver thread gleaming in his hands. He could not resist its allure, and so he began to weave. With each pass of the shuttle, the thread seemed to glow brighter, illuminating the room with a soft, ethereal light. As Finn wove, he thought of his deepest desire, a wish he had held close to his heart for as long as he could remember. He longed to create something truly extraordinary, a tapestry that would capture the beauty and mystery of the world around him. Mira paused, her gaze distant as if recalling a distant memory. As dawn broke, Finn gazed upon his finished tapestry. It was unlike anything he had ever seen, a breathtaking landscape of stars and moonlight, with scenes of joy and wonder woven into its fabric. But as he looked closer, he realized that the tapestry was more than just a work of art. It was alive. The images shifted and changed, telling stories of their own, and as Finn watched, he felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. He understood that the silver thread had granted his wish, not through magic alone, but by revealing the beauty and potential that had always resided within him. Lila sighed, the story wrapping around her like a soft blanket. "Did Finn share his tapestry with the village?" she asked, her voice full of hope. "Yes," Mira replied, her eyes bright with a gentle wisdom. Finn's tapestry became a source of inspiration and joy for the entire village. People came from far and wide to see it, to experience the magic woven into its threads. But more importantly, Finn learned that true magic lies not in the power of the thread, but in the love and creativity we bring to the world. As Mira concluded the tale, the soft crackle of the fire filled the room, casting a warm glow that mirrored the comfort in their hearts. For a moment, Mira and Lila sat in silence, the rhythm of the world outside, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves and the distant call of a nightingale, serving as a backdrop to their shared reverie. "Thank you, Mira," Lila said softly, her heart full of gratitude. "Your stories always make the world feel a little more magical." Mira smiled, her gaze tender as she tousled Lila's hair affectionately. "And you, my dear, remind me that the real magic lies in the hearts of those who listen and dream." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook, Lila bid Mira farewell, her heart light with the promise of dreams yet to be woven. The story of the silver thread lingered in her mind, a gentle reminder that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered. As Lila walked home, she paused by the shimmering lake, watching as the evening light danced across the water. Her thoughts drifted back to the story, to Finn and his tapestry, and she felt a newfound determination rising within her, a desire to find her own silver thread, whatever form it might take. With a heart full of dreams, she continued on, the whisper of possibility echoing with each step. That night, as Lila lay in her bed, staring at the ceiling with the soft glow of moonlight spilling through the window, she vowed to explore the world with the same curiosity and wonder as Finn had. She closed her eyes, imagining the paths she might take, the stories she might create, and the dreams she would weave into reality. Just before sleep claimed her, she made a silent promise to herself, to always look for the magic in the ordinary, to find beauty in the simple things, and to cherish the tales that connect us all. And so, in the warmth and comfort of her own bed, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, the echoes of Mira's tale carrying her into a realm of dreams where anything was possible. The following morning, as the first light of dawn crept through the window, Lila awoke with a sense of anticipation. She felt a pull towards the Whispering Woods, where she imagined Finn had once walked. Lila dressed quickly, her heart pounding with excitement, and tiptoed out of the house before her family awoke. As she made her way through the village, the cobblestone paths echoed softly beneath her feet. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of the forest. With each step, Lila felt a connection to the stories Mira had shared, as though she were following the footsteps of those who had walked this path before her. The Whispering Woods stood tall and majestic, their ancient branches intertwined like the threads of a tapestry. As Lila entered the forest, she marveled at the canopy above, where sunlight filtered through leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. The woods were alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the rustle of creatures hidden among the underbrush. Lila wandered deeper into the forest, each step guided by an unspoken promise to uncover the secrets it held. She paused by a brook, the water murmuring softly as if sharing its own ancient tale. Kneeling by the edge, she dipped her fingers into the cool water, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over her. It was then that she noticed something glinting beneath the surface, a small, silvery thread caught on a rock. Lila's heart skipped a beat as she gently reached for it, the thread slipping cool and smooth between her fingers. The moment she touched it, a sense of warmth and possibility enveloped her, much like the stories Mira had woven into her tapestries. With the silver thread held delicately in her hand, Lila understood that the journey was not just about finding the thread, but about discovering the magic within herself. As she made her way back through the forest, she felt a newfound confidence, a belief in her ability to weave her own dreams into reality. Returning to the village, Lila knew she had found not just a thread, but a connection to the magic of the world around her. As she grew older, she would carry that lesson with her, sharing stories and creating her own tapestries, each piece a testament to the beauty and wonder of the ordinary made extraordinary. And so the legacy of the silver thread continued, woven into the hearts of those who dared to dream. Years passed, and Lila's life unfolded like a tapestry of its own. She became known in the village for her enchanting stories and the intricate tapestries she crafted, each one echoing the magic she had discovered in the Whispering Woods. Her home, much like Mira's, became a place of warmth and inspiration, where villagers gathered to marvel at her work and share tales of their own. One winter evening, as snowflakes danced gracefully outside her window, Lila sat by the fire with her loom, weaving a new piece. The flickering light cast shadows that seemed to come alive, much like the stories Mira had once told her. Her fingers worked with practiced ease, the threads whispering secrets between them. As she wove, her mind drifted back to the day she found the silver thread. The memory was as vivid as ever, a reminder of the moment she realized the power of dreams. Her heart swelled with gratitude, not only for the thread itself, but for the journey it had inspired. The village of Willowbrook, nestled within the embrace of the hills and lake, thrived on the stories and dreams of those who lived there. Each tapestry, each tale, was a thread in the fabric of their shared history, binding them together in a tapestry of community and wonder. And so the story of the silver thread continued to be told, passed down through generations, a testament to the enduring magic of dreams and the beauty found in the everyday. Lila's legacy, like Mira's before her, was woven into the hearts of those who listened and believed, ensuring that the world remained a place where magic, love, and creativity thrived. Story 6: The Whispering Woods and the Locket of Lumina. Chapter 1: The Peculiar Locket. In the quaint village of Wisteria Hollow, where the air always carried the gentle fragrance of blooming lilacs and roses, there lived a young girl named Clara. The village was nestled in a lush valley surrounded by the Whispering Woods, a forest so serene and mystical that the wind seemed to carry secrets from the very trees themselves. Clara was a curious soul, always finding solace in the company of the forest. Her days were filled with adventures through its winding paths, her imagination painting pictures of the stories she believed the trees whispered. One day, as the sun began to dip beneath the horizon, casting a golden glow over the treetops, Clara stumbled upon something extraordinary. Under the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. The wood was smooth, and it felt warm to the touch, as if it had been waiting for her. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, lay a locket. It was unlike any she had seen before, crafted from silver that shimmered with a faint luminescence, as if holding the light of the moon within. Clara felt an inexplicable connection to the locket. The moment she held it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and she could swear she heard a soft, melodic hum. As she opened it, the locket revealed a tiny, intricately detailed scene of a forest, her forest, with a path that seemed to beckon her. Chapter 2: The Secret Path. The next morning, Clara returned to the forest, the locket tucked safely around her neck. The sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she wandered, she could feel a gentle pull, guiding her deeper into the woods. The path she followed seemed familiar yet different, as if the forest had shifted overnight to reveal a secret only she could see. The air was filled with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that seemed to harmonize with the soft hum of the locket. As Clara walked, she noticed the forest changing around her. The trees grew taller, their trunks wider, and their leaves seemed to shimmer with a silvery sheen. The air was cooler here, carrying a hint of magic that made Clara's heart race with excitement. Soon she came upon a clearing, bathed in sunlight that sparkled like diamonds. In the center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and flowers that seemed to bloom with an ethereal glow. Clara felt an irresistible urge to step through the arch. Chapter 3: The Hidden Realm. As Clara crossed the threshold, she felt a gentle breeze, as if the forest itself was welcoming her. Beyond the arch, the world was different, more vibrant and alive. The trees towered majestically, their leaves whispering secrets in a language Clara could almost understand. In this hidden realm, the light was softer, casting everything in a warm, golden hue. Clara could see creatures she had only heard of in fairy tales, gentle deer with coats that shimmered like stardust, and birds with feathers of the deepest blues and greens, singing songs that filled the air with joy. Clara wandered deeper into this magical world, her heart filled with wonder. She soon discovered a small village nestled within the forest, its cottages quaint and inviting, with smoke curling lazily from their chimneys. The villagers were a kind-hearted folk, welcoming Clara with smiles and open arms. Among them was a wise old woman named Mira, who seemed to know all about the locket and its powers. "It is the locket of Lumina," Mira explained, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "It holds the light of the moon and the wisdom of the forest. It has chosen you, dear Clara, to protect our world and yours." Chapter 4: The Friendship of the Ages. As Clara spent more time in the hidden realm, she formed a deep bond with the villagers, particularly with a young boy named Finn. Finn was adventurous and had a mischievous glint in his eyes that mirrored Clara's own curiosity. Together they explored the wonders of the forest, discovering hidden waterfalls, secret glades, and ancient trees that seemed to have souls of their own. Through their adventures, Clara and Finn grew inseparable, their friendship a testament to the magic of the forest. Finn taught Clara to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the songs of the birds, and to see the beauty in every leaf and petal. Yet even in this idyllic world, a shadow loomed. The Whispering Woods were in danger, threatened by a mysterious blight that spread through the forest, leaving withered leaves and barren branches in its wake. The villagers were worried, for the blight seemed to sap the magic from their world. Chapter 5: The Journey Within. Determined to save the forest, Clara and Finn set out on a journey to find the source of the blight. Guided by the locket, they ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, their path illuminated by the soft, silvery glow. The forest grew denser, the air thicker with the scent of moss and earth. As they traveled, Clara felt a change within herself. The locket seemed to awaken something deep inside her, a connection to the forest that she had never known before. Their journey was not without challenges. They encountered darkened groves where the blight was strongest, and creatures that had been twisted by its malevolent touch. But through it all, Clara and Finn remained steadfast, their friendship a beacon of hope and strength. One evening, as they rested by a bubbling brook, Finn turned to Clara, his eyes filled with admiration. "You have a gift, Clara. The forest trusts you, and so do I. Together, we can save it." Chapter 6: The Heart of the Forest. After days of traveling, Clara and Finn finally reached the heart of the forest, a place of indescribable beauty. Here, the trees were ancient, their trunks wide enough to house entire families. The air was filled with a luminous glow, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that shone like stars. In the center stood a great oak, its branches reaching towards the sky. This was the heart tree, the source of the forest's magic. But it was weakened, its leaves wilting, and its bark marred by the blight. Clara approached the heart tree, her heart aching at the sight. She could feel the locket pulsing with warmth against her chest, urging her to act. With Finn by her side, Clara placed her hands on the tree's trunk, closing her eyes and letting the magic of the locket flow through her. Chapter 7. The Power of Love and Friendship. As Clara focused on the heart tree, she began to feel the forest's pain, its fear, and its hope. The locket glowed brighter, its light spreading through the roots and branches, reaching every corner of the forest. Clara realized that the forest was not just a place, but a living being, connected to every creature within it. She understood that the blight was a manifestation of fear and despair, feeding on the forest's magic. With Finn's hand in hers, Clara poured her love and hope into the heart tree, her heart filled with the memories of their adventures, the laughter and joy they had shared. She felt the forest respond, its magic revitalizing, pushing back the blight. Slowly, the heart tree began to heal, its leaves regaining their vibrant green, its bark smoothing over as the blight receded. The forest came alive with the sound of birdsong and the rustle of leaves, a celebration of life and renewal. Chapter 8. A New Beginning. With the forest restored, Clara and Finn returned to the village, greeted by the cheers and gratitude of the villagers. The Whispering Woods were saved, and with it, the magic that bound their worlds together. Clara knew that her journey was just beginning. The locket had shown her the depth of her connection to the forest, and she was determined to protect it. She had discovered a hidden world within herself, a world of courage, love, and friendship. As the sun set over the Whispering Woods, casting a warm glow over the village, Clara stood with Finn by her side, her heart filled with hope for the future. She had found her place in the world, a place where magic and friendship reigned supreme. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, Clara and Finn began a new adventure, their friendship a testament to the power of love and the magic of the Whispering Woods. The locket rested against Clara's heart, a reminder of the journey they had taken and the world they had saved. As the stars twinkled above, Clara knew that the forest would always be a part of her, its whispers guiding her through whatever challenges lay ahead. And with Finn by her side, she was ready to face them all, for their friendship was a light that would never fade. The Whispering Woods were alive with magic, and in its heart, Clara found her true self, a guardian of the forest and a friend to all who called it home. And so their story continued, a tale of wonder, friendship, and the unbreakable bond between a girl and her forest. Story 7. Once upon a time, deep in the heart of an enchanted forest, there stood a quaint little village called Mossbark Hollow. Here, the townsfolk lived in harmony with nature, their homes carved from the twisted boughs of ancient willows and roofs thatched with vibrant green moss. On a crisp autumn evening, little Willow was tucked cozily into bed by her mother, Linden. Willow adored falling asleep to the gentle patter of raindrops on their willow roof and the whispers of the forest breeze through the branches. However, on this particular night, strange noises disrupted the peaceful lullaby. "Mama, did you hear that?" Willow asked, sitting upright with eyes wide. "It sounded like tiny footsteps." Linden chuckled softly. "Oh, sweetheart, it was probably just the squirrels scampering about before bedtime." But Willow couldn't shake the feeling that something peculiar was afoot. Over the next few nights, the mysterious pitter-pattering continued, occasionally accompanied by muffled giggles or the clinking of small objects. One misty morning, Willow bounded out of bed and gasped. Her room was in disarray. Wildflowers were strewn across the floor, chairs were askew, and her treasured acorn collection had been upended, the nuts rolling everywhere. "Oh dear, we seem to have had some mischievous visitors," Linden remarked with a twinkle in her eye. Enlisting Willow's help, she carefully gathered every acorn, placing them in a small pouch embroidered with toadstools. That night, after Linden had bid Willow sweet dreams, the little girl lay awake, clutching her pouch of acorns. Surely this would entice the mysterious prowlers to reveal themselves. As the moon peeked through the willow branches, Willow heard it, the telltale pitter-patter of tiny feet. Hardly daring to breathe, she peeped over the edge of her bed. To her utter amazement, 3 minuscule figures materialized in the soft glow, no bigger than her thumb. "Ooh, pretty acorns. Can we take them?" asked one, reaching out a tiny hand. Before Willow could respond, a familiar, raspy chuckle rang out. "I don't think so, my mischievous friends. You've had quite enough nighttime adventures for now." Emerging from the shadows was Willow's dear friend, Oakmoss, the woodland sprite. With a warm smile, he turned to Willow. "Allow me to introduce the troublemakers, Alden, Barrow, and Sillin of the Bramblebrook fairy clan." The three fairies froze, having been caught red-handed, but Oakmoss simply laughed again. "No need to fret, little ones. Willow here has been most curious about your antics." Over a sprawling root that served as a cozy seat, the fairies recounted their nightly escapades of exploring Willow's room, admiring her acorn treasures, and playing harmless tricks. Though startled at first, Willow couldn't help but giggle at their tales. "You see, Willow," Oakmoss explained, "fairies are naturally drawn to the magic of childhood. It's what fuels their mischief and merriment, but they mean no harm." From that night onward, Willow forged a special bond with the fairy trio, leaving them whimsical crafts and treats to discover on their whimsical forays. In return, the fairies delighted her with wondrous fairy dust trails and soft fairy song snippets. And whenever the pitter-pattering would begin again, Willow simply nestled back into her mossy bed, comforted by the knowledge that friendship and understanding could unravel any mystery, strange though it may seem. Story 8. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, whispering forest, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of quaint cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone paths, and gardens blooming with every color under the sun. At the center of Willowbrook stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms, providing shade to the villagers on warm, sunny days. The people of Willowbrook were known for their cheerfulness and generosity, living harmoniously with the magical creatures that inhabited the forest. These creatures, from shimmering fireflies that danced in the night to gentle deer with eyes like liquid amber, brought a touch of enchantment to the everyday lives of the villagers. One bright autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. The villagers awoke to find that their beloved trinkets and keepsakes had vanished overnight. These were not merely objects of value, but items of sentimental worth. A locket passed down through generations, a pocket watch that ticked with the rhythm of time, and a small carved wooden bird that sang when held close. The villagers were puzzled. Who or what could be taking these treasures, and why? In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise grandmother named Matilda. Her eyes twinkled with the wisdom of years, and her heart held the stories of countless seasons. Matilda was known for her understanding of the magical world and her gentle counsel. When news of the missing trinkets reached her, she invited the villagers to her home to discuss the mystery. As the villagers gathered in her snug sitting room, warmed by the glow of the fireplace, Matilda listened intently. She sipped her herbal tea, the steam curling upwards in fragrant tendrils, and pondered the strange occurrences. "I have a notion," Matilda began, her voice soft and melodic. "There are creatures in our forest who may hold the key to this mystery. The spritlings, tiny beings with hearts as light as feathers, are known to be curious. They often collect objects that catch their fancy. But fear not, they mean no harm." The villagers nodded thoughtfully. They knew of the spritlings, for their presence was often felt in the rustling leaves and the gentle breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers. Matilda proposed a plan. "Let us visit the spritlings and seek their wisdom. They dwell in the glimmering glen, where the sun and moonlight play among the ferns. Perhaps they can help us understand." And so, with baskets of sweet treats and warm woolen shawls to ward off the chill, the villagers made their way through the forest, guided by Matilda. The path was soft beneath their feet, blanketed with leaves that crunched like whispers. As they walked, the forest seemed to hum with anticipation, as if it too were part of the unfolding story. When they reached the glimmering glen, they were greeted by a sight of wonder. The spritlings, tiny as dewdrops, flitted about like sparks of light, their laughter chiming like bells. They paused in their dance to listen to Matilda's gentle voice. "We seek your help, dear spritlings," Matilda said, her tone respectful and kind. "Our treasures have gone missing, and we wonder if you have seen them." The leader of the spritlings, a delicate being named Lyra, fluttered forward. Her wings shimmered with hues of sunrise and twilight. "Ah, the keepsakes," she replied, her voice like a breeze through the reeds. We found them scattered, as if forgotten, and brought them here for safekeeping. We meant no harm, only to cherish their beauty. Understanding dawned upon the villagers. The spritlings had seen the trinkets as treasures abandoned, not realizing their deep sentimental value. With Matilda's guidance, the villagers shared their stories with the spritlings. Each item, a thread woven into the tapestry of their lives. The spritlings listened with wide-eyed wonder, their hearts touched by the tales of love, hope, and memory. Moved by the villagers' stories, the spritlings gathered the trinkets and returned them, one by one, to their rightful owners. In gratitude, the villagers offered their sweet treats to the spritlings, who accepted them with delight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a warm golden glow, the villagers made their way back to Willowbrook. Their hearts were light, for they had not only found their treasures, but had also forged a deeper bond with the magical creatures of the forest. That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, the villagers of Willowbrook slept soundly, comforted by the knowledge that sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved not by suspicion, but by understanding and friendship. And in the heart of the forest, the spritlings danced beneath the moon, their laughter a lullaby that drifted gently through the trees, a reminder that harmony and kindness can light the way even in the darkest of times. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, peace and enchantment reigned once more, as the villagers and magical creatures lived together in joyous harmony, their hearts forever intertwined by the simple magic of understanding. Story 9. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled in a valley of whispering pines and gentle hills, there lived a young girl named Clara. The village was known for its cobblestone streets that wound like ancient rivers through rows of cottages with thatched roofs, where the scent of baking bread and sweet pastries filled the air. It was a place where the sun painted golden hues on the rolling fields and the moonlight bathed the world in a silvery glow. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes the color of honey and hair that danced with the wind. She spent her days exploring the meadows and woods surrounding the village, always on the lookout for something extraordinary hidden in the ordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched under her feet and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, Clara stumbled upon something peculiar. Beneath an ancient oak tree, whose branches stretched like an old man's arms reaching for the sky, she found a small, rusted key lying amongst the roots. Its metal was cold to the touch, yet it seemed to hum with a gentle warmth that beckoned Clara to take it. As she held the key in her palm, Clara felt a tingling sensation, as if the key was whispering secrets of old. Intrigued, she decided to visit the village's wise elder, Miss Hazel, who lived in a cottage surrounded by fragrant herbs and blooming flowers. Miss Hazel was known for her wisdom and her ability to see beyond the ordinary. Her cottage was a haven of warmth, with a fireplace crackling merrily and shelves filled with books and jars of mysterious concoctions. "Ah, Clara," Miss Hazel greeted with a soft smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine day?" Clara showed her the key, explaining how she found it beneath the oak tree. Miss Hazel examined the key, her fingers tracing its intricate engravings. "This is no ordinary key, my dear. It is said to belong to the hidden garden, a place of wonder and magic that exists beyond the veil of our world." Clara's heart fluttered with excitement, yet she felt a pang of uncertainty. "How do I find this hidden garden?" Miss Hazel chuckled softly, the sound like wind rustling through leaves. "The journey to the hidden garden is not one of distance, but of understanding. You must seek the wisdom of the forest, and let your heart guide you." With this cryptic advice in mind, Clara set off into the woods, the key tucked safely in her pocket. The forest was alive with sounds, the chirping of birds, the rustle of leaves, and the gentle babble of a nearby brook. As she walked, Clara encountered a friendly robin perched on a branch, its bright eyes watching her curiously. "Hello, little one," the robin chirped in a voice that was both musical and kind. "Are you lost?" "Not lost," Clara replied, "but searching for the hidden garden. Do you know the way?" The robin fluffed its feathers thoughtfully. "The path to the garden is hidden in the whispers of the wind. Listen closely, and you may hear the way." Clara thanked the robin and continued her journey, her ears attuned to the gentle murmurs of the forest. As she walked deeper into the woods, she came across a wise old turtle basking in a patch of sunlight, its shell a mosaic of greens and browns. "Greetings, young traveler," the turtle said in a slow, deliberate tone. "What brings you to these parts of the forest?" Clara explained her quest for the hidden garden, and the turtle nodded sagely. "Patience is the key, dear child. Sometimes the answers we seek come when we least expect them." With the turtle's words echoing in her mind, Clara continued her journey, feeling a newfound sense of calm. She wandered through the forest until she reached a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. Here, she found a circle of stones, worn smooth by time, and in the center, a small wooden door nestled against a mound of earth. Clara's heart skipped a beat as she pulled the key from her pocket. It fit perfectly into the lock, turning with a satisfying click. As the door swung open, a gentle breeze carried the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain. Stepping through the doorway, Clara entered the hidden garden, a place of breathtaking beauty where colors danced and shimmered in the air. Flowers of every hue bloomed in abundance, their petals soft as silk. A gentle stream meandered through the garden, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches adorned with glowing lanterns that swayed gently in the breeze. Beneath the tree sat a figure with a warm smile and eyes that held centuries of wisdom, the guardian of the garden. "Welcome, Clara," the guardian said, their voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found your way here through wisdom and kindness." Clara felt a sense of peace wash over her, the garden's magic filling her with joy. "Thank you for allowing me into this wondrous place," she said softly. The guardian nodded. "Remember, the magic of this garden is not just in its beauty, but in the love and understanding you carry with you. Share it with your world, and the magic will never fade." As Clara bid farewell to the guardian and stepped back through the door, she felt a gentle warmth in her heart, a reminder of the journey she had taken. She returned to Willowbrook, her eyes alight with wonder, ready to share the magic of the hidden garden with all who would listen. And so, the village of Willowbrook was forever touched by the magic of one girl's journey, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the extraordinary wonders hidden in the world around us. And as the stars twinkled in the night sky, Clara drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the soft glow of lanterns and the gentle whispers of the garden's secrets. The end. Story 10. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where shimmering stars danced like sequins on the velvet fabric of the cosmos, there existed a planet known as Luminara. It was a serene world, bathed in gentle pastel hues, where the air was sweet with the scent of lumaflowers, and the soft glow of twin moons cradled the nights in a silvery embrace. Here, among the crystal-clear streams and lush, whispering forests, lived a species known as the Alari. They were gentle, ethereal beings with delicate wings that sparkled like morning dew in the sunlight, and voices that sang like the softest of breezes. One such Alari was named Lyra. She was known for her curiosity about the stars beyond her home, always dreaming of distant worlds and the secrets they held. Her heart was filled with a longing for adventure, a desire to know what lay beyond the comforting embrace of Luminara's tranquil skies. Meanwhile, a great distance away on a planet called Mechanus, which was a stark contrast to the tranquil beauty of Luminara, there lived the Tinkers. Mechanus was a world of metal and machinery, where the skies were often a brilliant orange from the glow of the many inventions that powered their cities. The Tinkers were industrious, with bodies of shining metal and gears, their eyes glowing softly with the light of their inner workings. Among them was a tinker named Zed, whose heart was as warm as the golden glow of his eyes, although he was often misunderstood due to his quiet nature and preference for solitude. As fate would have it, a cosmic storm swept through the galaxy one starlit night, its tendrils reaching out to touch both Luminara and Mechanus. Lyra, in her endless pursuit of the stars, found herself caught in the storm while exploring the edges of her world. At the same time, Zed, who had been adjusting an astrolabe atop Mechanus's tallest spire, was whisked away on the storm's fierce winds. When the storm finally subsided, Lyra and Zed found themselves on an unfamiliar planet, a place where the sky was a blend of their worlds. a kaleidoscope of soft pastels and vibrant oranges. The air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers and the hum of distant machinery, a place that seemed to hold pieces of both their homes. Bewildered but unhurt, they cautiously approached one another, each filled with wonder and a hint of apprehension. Lyra's wings fluttered nervously as she spoke first, her voice like a gentle lullaby. "Hello, I am Lyra of the Alari. Are you from this world?" Zed's eyes flickered with the light of curiosity and a touch of shyness. His voice was soft but resonant, like the hum of a finely tuned engine. "I am Zed, from Mechanus. I am not from here either. It seems the storm has brought us both to this place." Though their languages were different, the universal tones of kindness and curiosity bridged the gap between them. Yet, despite their initial civility, misunderstandings soon arose. Lyra, used to the gentleness of her world, was startled by Zed's mechanical precision and occasional clanking movements. Conversely, Zed, who valued efficiency and structure, found Lyra's whimsical nature baffling. One day, as they explored the new world, Lyra suggested they take a path through a dense forest of luminescent trees. Zed hesitated, worried about the unknown dangers and the potential inefficiency of wandering without a clear purpose. "We should gather data first, plan a route," he insisted. Lyra, however, was drawn to the beauty and mystery of the forest. "Sometimes the journey itself is the adventure," she replied softly, her eyes filled with wonder. Their difference in approach led to a brief argument, leaving both feeling misunderstood and alone. Lyra flew off in a swirl of hurt feelings, while Zed stayed behind, his circuits buzzing with confusion. However, as the suns began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lyra found herself missing Zed's steady presence, just as Zed realized the emptiness of his solitude without Lyra's joyous spirit. They both returned to their camp, where the fireflies danced in the twilight, casting a warm, flickering glow. "I didn't mean to dismiss your ways," Zed said, his voice quieter than usual. I've always needed plans and order." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering gently. "And I didn't mean to ignore your concerns. I just get so caught up in the beauty of things." In that moment of mutual vulnerability, they both understood that their differences could be a strength rather than a barrier. They decided to combine their approaches. Zed's careful planning would ensure their safety, while Lyra's spontaneity would bring joy and discovery to their journey. As days turned into weeks, Lyra and Zed faced many challenges together. They navigated through dense forests, crossed sparkling rivers, and climbed to the tops of misty mountains. Each obstacle they overcame brought them closer, their friendship growing stronger with every shared experience. One chilly evening, as they sat beside a crackling fire under the twinkling canopy of stars, Lyra spoke softly. "I've learned so much from you, Zed. You've shown me the beauty in structure and planning." Zed, warming his metal hands by the fire, replied with a gentle glow in his eyes, "And you've taught me to see the world's wonders, to find joy in the unexpected." Their journey eventually led them to a discovery that would allow them to return to their respective homes, a portal woven from the fabric of the cosmos itself, shimmering with all the colors of their shared world. But as they stood before it, ready to part ways, a bittersweet feeling filled the air. "We'll find each other again," Lyra said with a smile, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zed nodded, the light in his eyes steady and warm. "We will, and when we do, we'll have more stories to share." With one last embrace, Lyra flew through the portal, her wings leaving a trail of sparkles in the air. Zed followed, his heart full and bright, knowing that their friendship had changed him forever. Back on their home planets, they each shared tales of their adventures with their people, speaking of the unlikely friendship that taught them the true meaning of understanding and acceptance. And so, across the stars, Lyra and Zed remained connected by the bonds of a friendship forged in the heart of a cosmic storm, a friendship that transcended worlds and differences, shining brightly like the stars that had brought them together. Story 11? In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees danced with the murmurs of the wind, and the ground was carpeted with a lush tapestry of emerald moss, there lay a small village named Lydendale. Lydendale was a quaint settlement, known for its charming cottages, with thatched roofs and gardens filled with vibrant flowers that seemed to bloom in every color of the rainbow. The village was surrounded by a gentle stream that giggled as it flowed over stones, and at night, the air was filled with the soothing song of crickets and the glow of fireflies flitting like tiny lanterns in the dark. In this serene setting, there lived a young girl named Arya. Arya was a curious soul, her heart brimming with dreams and her mind ever eager to explore the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths of her village. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with the light of the stars. Arya had a special affinity for the forest, feeling as though it spoke to her in a language only she could understand. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began to turn shades of gold and crimson, Arya set out on one of her many adventures into the whispering woods. The air was cool and carried the scent of pine and earth, a comforting aroma that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. She walked along the winding path, her feet crunching softly on the fallen leaves, when she stumbled upon something unusual. Nestled between the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued. Arya knelt down and carefully lifted the lid. Inside, she found a small, luminescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, ethereal glow. As she picked up the stone, a warm sensation spread through her fingers, and she felt a strange but comforting connection to it. The stone seemed to whisper to her, not with words, but with feelings and images that danced in her mind. Holding it close, she knew this was no ordinary find. Intrigued by the stone's mysterious nature, Arya decided to seek the wisdom of her dear friend, an old man named Eamon, who lived at the edge of the village. Eamon was known for his knowledge of the forest and its secrets, and though he was often seen as a recluse, Arya had always found him to be kind and wise. As she approached Eamon's cozy cottage, the scent of herbs and spices greeted her, mingling with the smoke from the chimney that curled up into the sky. She knocked gently on the wooden door, which creaked open to reveal Eamon's welcoming smile. His eyes, twinkling behind round spectacles, were as blue as the summer sky. "Ah, Arya," he said in a voice as warm as the hearth fire, "what brings you to this old man's door on such a fine morning?" Arya held out the glowing stone. "I found this in the woods, Eamon. It feels special." Eamon took the stone in his hand, his expression thoughtful. "Ah, you have found the heart stone," he murmured softly. "It is said to be a gift from the forest itself, a source of ancient magic and wisdom. With it you can see beyond the ordinary and into the realm of possibilities." Arya's eyes widened with wonder. What should I do with it? Eamon handed the stone back to her with a gentle nod. "The Heartstone chooses its bearer for a reason. Listen to it, and it will guide you. But remember, true strength lies not in the magic it holds, but in the kindness and courage in your own heart." With Eamon's words echoing in her mind, Arya returned home, pondering the significance of her discovery. She placed the Heartstone on her nightstand, watching its gentle light fill her room with a soft glow. That night, she dreamed of a hidden world within the forest, a place where the trees whispered secrets and the streams sang ancient songs. The next day, driven by a newfound sense of purpose, Arya ventured deeper into the whispering woods, guided by the Heartstone's gentle light. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the leaves rustling with a melody that only she could hear. As she walked, she felt a connection to the forest, as if it was welcoming her into its embrace. After hours of wandering, she found herself in a part of the forest she had never seen before. The trees here were taller, their trunks thick and gnarled, and the air was filled with a sense of magic that made her skin tingle. In the center of this hidden grove stood a majestic tree, its branches reaching towards the sky like arms in prayer. As Arya approached, she noticed a small door carved into the tree's trunk. Without hesitation, she pushed it open and stepped inside. To her amazement, she found herself in a vast underground chamber, its walls lined with luminescent crystals that bathed the room in a soft, calming light. At the far end of the chamber, a figure sat cross-legged on a stone platform, shrouded in a cloak of leaves. The figure looked up as Arya entered, revealing eyes that glowed with the same light as the Heartstone. "Welcome, Arya," the figure said in a voice like the rustle of leaves. "I am the guardian of the forest, and you have been chosen by the Heartstone to help restore balance to our world." Arya listened intently as the guardian explained that the forest was in danger. A shadow had begun to creep into the woods, threatening to consume its magic and life. The Heartstone had chosen Arya because of her deep connection to the forest and her pure heart. "Will you accept this task, to save our home and protect the magic that sustains us?" the guardian asked, extending a hand towards her. Arya nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help." With the guardian's guidance, Arya learned to harness the Heartstone's power. It allowed her to see the hidden threads of magic that wove through the forest, and she used this ability to seek out the source of the shadow. Along her journey, she was joined by a motley crew of forest creatures, a wise old owl named Fergus, a playful fox called Lumen, and a gentle deer named Seraphina, each lending their unique skills and support. Together, they faced many challenges, from treacherous paths to the cunning tricks of the shadow itself. But through it all, Arya's courage and the bond between her and her newfound friends grew stronger. They learned to trust one another, each using their strengths to overcome the obstacles in their path. As they delved deeper into the heart of the forest, Arya discovered that the shadow was not an external force, but a manifestation of fear and despair that had taken root in the hearts of those who had forgotten the magic of the world around them. It was a reminder of how important it was to nurture hope and kindness, not just in the forest, but in their own hearts as well. With this newfound understanding, Arya and her companions devised a plan to dispel the shadow. They would use the Heartstone's light to reignite the spark of magic in the forest and in the hearts of the people of Lydendale. Gathering around the ancient tree, they combined their strengths, channeling their hopes and dreams into the Heartstone. As the Heartstone glowed brighter, the chamber filled with a radiant light that spread through the forest, driving back the shadow and restoring life to the woods. The trees and creatures rejoiced, their songs of gratitude echoing through the air, and the forest was once again a place of wonder and magic. Arya returned to Lydendale a hero, but she knew that the true victory lay not in the Heartstone's power, but in the bonds of friendship and the courage she had found within herself. Her adventures had taught her the importance of believing in the magic of the world and the strength of a kind heart. In the days that followed, the people of Lydendale began to see the forest with new eyes, rediscovering the wonders that lay just beyond their doorstep. Arya continued to visit the Whispering Woods, her heart forever tied to the magic that had become a part of her life. And so, as the sun set over the village, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Arya sat by the riverbank, the Heartstone resting in her palm. Its gentle light flickered in harmony with the stars above, a reminder that magic was real, and it lived within each and every one of them. The forest, with its rustling leaves and whispering winds, cradled her in its embrace, a timeless reminder that home was not just a place, but a feeling, one of love, friendship, and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 12. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest where the canopy of trees reached the clouds and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, there lived a community of creatures who thrived beneath the watchful gaze of the sun and moon. This was a place where the whisper of the wind carried secrets and the babbling brooks sang melodies of yesteryears. This forest was not just a collection of trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity, harmonious and whole. Each inhabitant, from the smallest ant to the grandest stag, played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of this enchanted realm. Among these creatures was a wise old turtle named Turlin, with a shell as ancient and storied as the forest itself. Turlin was known far and wide for his stories and wisdom, which he shared under the great oak, whose branches stretched wide like welcoming arms. The oak itself was a marvel, its bark etched with the tales of the forest, its leaves rustling like soft laughter in the gentle breeze. As the seasons changed, the forest transformed in a dance of colors and scents. Spring brought a riot of blossoms, each petal a brushstroke in nature's masterpiece. The air was alive with the buzz of bees and the chirping of birds, their songs a symphony of renewal and hope. Summer followed, with its golden light filtering through the leaves, warming the earth and drawing the creatures out to bask in its glow. It was during the transition from summer to autumn that the forest experienced its most magical phenomenon. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, a gentle mist would descend upon the forest floor, weaving among the trees in a slow, deliberate dance. This was the breath of the ancients, a mystical haze said to carry the wisdom of generations past. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost of the season sparkled on the leaves like tiny diamonds, Turlin gathered the creatures beneath the oak. The breath of the ancients had arrived early that year, swirling around the clearing in shimmering tendrils of silver and gray. It was a time for old stories and new lessons, a time for reflection and understanding. As Turlin spoke, his voice was a soft rumble like distant thunder, calming and reassuring. Long ago, he began, when the world was young and the stars were bright in the sky, the forest was much like it is today, alive and full of magic. But there was a time when balance was threatened, when greed and discord threatened to unravel the very fabric of our home. The creatures leaned in closer, their eyes wide with curiosity and anticipation. Even the wind seemed to pause, listening intently to the tale unfolding. Turlin continued, "It was during a summer, much like the one we've just had. The sun blazed fiercely, and the streams ran dry. Food was scarce, and tempers ran high. It was then that a young fox, clever and quick, decided he would hoard what little food he could find, thinking only of himself." The foxes in the crowd shifted uncomfortably, but Turlin gave them a reassuring nod. But this young fox soon learned that his actions carried consequences. The other creatures struggled to survive, and the forest began to wither. It was then that the breath of the ancients appeared, guiding the fox to an understanding that true strength comes not from hoarding, but from sharing, not from isolation, but from community. A gentle murmur of agreement rippled through the gathering. And so, Turlin concluded, the fox shared what he had, and in doing so, restored balance to the forest. The streams flowed once more, the trees bore fruit, and harmony was restored. The forest thrived, as it continues to thrive, because of the wisdom passed down and the friendships cherished. As he finished, the mist of the breath of the ancients seemed to swirl more brightly, a gentle glow that wrapped around each creature like a warm embrace. The lesson of the story lingered in the air, as palpable as the scent of pine and the chill of the approaching winter. The creatures dispersed, each carrying with them a piece of the wisdom shared, a promise to nurture the balance of their beloved forest. Turlin watched them go, his heart full of hope and contentment, knowing that the future of the forest was secure in the hands of those who understood the power of unity and the beauty of sharing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. The breath of the ancients retreated into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a world in harmony, a world where the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hoot of an owl were the only sounds to accompany the night. And so, under the watchful eyes of the sun and moon, the forest continued its timeless cycle, a sanctuary of magic and wisdom, where each season brought new lessons, and every creature played its part in the grand tapestry of life. Story 13. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young boy named Oliver. Oliver was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart as open as the summer sky. He often wandered the village, captivated by the stories whispered by the breeze and the secrets held by the ancient stones of the cobblestone paths. One crisp autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, Oliver stumbled upon an old, forgotten attic above the village's library. The attic was filled with the scent of aged paper and the quiet rustle of history. Dust motes danced in the slivers of sunlight that peeked through the tiny window. Among the stacks of books and forgotten relics, Oliver's gaze fell upon a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box with delicate patterns that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. Curiosity piqued, Oliver gently lifted the box, feeling a warmth emanate from it. As he opened it, a soft glow illuminated the attic, revealing a tiny, delicate hourglass filled with glittering golden sand. The hourglass was unlike any he had seen before, for its sand flowed neither up nor down, but seemed to hover in a gentle dance within its glass prison. The sight filled Oliver with a sense of wonder and a tingle of magic in the air. That evening, as the village settled into the quiet embrace of night, Oliver shared his discovery with his two closest friends, Mia and Finn. Mia, with her quick wit and a laugh like tinkling bells, was always ready for an adventure. Finn, thoughtful and wise beyond his years, had a way of seeing the world that often revealed truths hidden to others. Together, they examined the hourglass, marveling at its beauty and mystery. Finn, with his love for old tales, recalled a legend about an hourglass that could pause time, allowing the holder a moment to reflect and find clarity in the midst of chaos. However, such a gift came with a challenge. It could only be used wisely and in times of true need. The three friends pondered the significance of the hourglass. Mia, ever the dreamer, imagined all the wondrous possibilities it held. Finn, more cautious, reminded them of the importance of wisdom and restraint. As they discussed, a gentle bond of understanding and friendship grew, as warm and comforting as the glow from the village's hearths. Days turned into weeks, and the hourglass remained a cherished secret among the trio. It wasn't until the first snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the village in a soft, white hush, that they found themselves faced with a challenge that required more than just youthful bravery. The village had been experiencing an unusual drought, causing the lake's waters to recede and the crops to wither. The villagers, though resilient and resourceful, began to worry about the harsh winter ahead. It was during a village meeting held in the great hall with its crackling fire and the scent of pine logs that Oliver, Mia, and Finn realized their opportunity to help. Drawing wisdom from Finn's stories, courage from Mia's dreams, and a sense of purpose from his own heart, Oliver gently suggested using the hourglass to seek guidance. The trio retreated to the attic, where they placed the hourglass on the floor and circled it, holding hands. Oliver closed his eyes and, with a heart full of hope, turned the hourglass over. At once the world around them seemed to pause. The air shimmered with a golden glow, and the gentle hum of magic filled the attic. In that suspended moment, each friend was gifted with a vision, a glimpse of how to heal the land. Mia saw the importance of nurturing the soil with care and attention. Finn envisioned using the village's resources wisely, sharing and collaborating to sustain the community. Oliver realized the power of bringing people together, united in purpose and hope. When the sands began to settle, time resumed its gentle flow. Filled with newfound clarity and determination, the three friends shared their insights with the villagers. Inspired, the community came together, working hand in hand to restore the land. They tilled the soil, shared their harvests, and built ingenious systems to capture and preserve water. As the seasons turned, the village flourished once more, with the lake's waters shimmering under the spring sun and the fields rich with life. The hourglass, now a symbol of wisdom and unity, was placed in the center of the village square, a reminder of the power of friendship and thoughtful action. Oliver, Mia, and Finn grew into wise and kind-hearted leaders, their bond strong and enduring. And though the hourglass no longer glowed with magic, its true gift remained, the lessons of patience, understanding, and the strength found in unity. As the village thrived, the trio often gathered under the stars, their hearts filled with gratitude and the warmth of shared memories. And so, under the gentle gaze of the moon, they would whisper to the night, reminding it of the time when a simple hourglass and the bonds of friendship had changed their world. And thus, soothed by these tales of wonder and warmth, the village would drift into a peaceful slumber, cradled in a world where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the true magic lay in the hearts of those who believed in the power of kindness and wisdom. Story 14. In the quaint village of Willowmere, where the misty mornings painted the cobblestone streets with dew, and the air always carried the fragrance of blooming heather, there lived a young woman named Leora. She was known for her gentle heart and her love for the serene life the village offered. Her days were spent tending to her small patch of garden, where lavender, thyme, and rosemary grew in an aromatic tangle, and her evenings were spent by the fireside with a book or a knitting project. Yet, Leora felt a restlessness within her, a fluttering like a bird that longed to take flight. The villagers often spoke of the Enchanted Grove, a mysterious woodland on the outskirts of Willowmere, said to be filled with magical creatures and ancient secrets. Leora had always been curious about it, but the thought of venturing into the unknown filled her with both excitement and apprehension. One brisk autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Leora decided she could wait no longer. She wrapped herself in a warm cloak, her heart pounding with anticipation and a little fear, and made her way to the edge of the village where the enchanted grove awaited. The grove was unlike anything she had imagined. Tall trees with trunks like ancient sentinels stood guard, their branches woven together to form a verdant canopy. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. Leora felt a tingling in her fingertips, as if the very air was charged with magic. As she wandered deeper into the grove, she came upon a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. At its center stood a tree that seemed to glow with an inner luminescence. Its bark shimmered like silver, and its leaves were a vibrant green tipped with gold. Entranced, Leora approached the tree, feeling a connection with it that she could not explain. From behind the tree emerged a small creature, a sprite with wings that sparkled like dew in the morning sun. "Welcome, Leora," the sprite said in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of this grove. I have been waiting for you." Leora's eyes widened in surprise. "You know my name?" she asked. Her voice barely above a whisper. Sylvie nodded, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "Of course, the grove speaks to those who seek its wisdom. You have come because you feel a change within you, have you not?" Leora nodded, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Yes, I feel unsettled, like I am meant to become something more, but I don't know how." The sprite fluttered closer, her wings beating softly. "Change is a journey, Leora, much like the changing seasons. It requires patience and courage. But fear not, for you are not alone. This grove will guide you, and you will discover your true self." Over the next few days, Leora returned to the grove, each time feeling a little more at ease. Sylvie taught her to listen to the whispers of the forest, to feel the rhythms of nature, and to understand the magic that lay within herself. Leora learned to trust in her own intuition, to embrace the unknown rather than fear it. She met other creatures of the grove, wise old owls that shared stories of the past, mischievous foxes that taught her the joy of play, and gentle deer that showed her the strength in gentleness. Each encounter enriched Leora's understanding, nurturing the seeds of confidence and wisdom within her. One chilly evening, as the first stars appeared in the sky, Leora sat beneath the glowing tree and reflected on her journey. She realized that she had changed. Her heart felt lighter, her mind clearer. She had discovered not only the magic of the grove, but also the magic within herself. As she prepared to leave the grove, Sylvie appeared once more, a serene smile on her face. "You have grown, Leora," she said. "The grove will always be here for you, but now you carry its magic within you. Remember, true transformation comes from within." Leora thanked Sylvie and the grove for their guidance. As she walked back to Willowmere, the path seemed brighter, the village more vibrant. She knew that change was not something to be feared but embraced, for it was through change that she had found herself. And so, with every step she took, Leora felt the gentle hum of the grove's magic within her, a reminder that she was capable of wonderful things. She returned to her garden, her heart full of gratitude and peace, knowing that she had discovered the beauty of personal growth and the enchanting transformation that came with it. Story 15. In a quaint village nestled between gentle hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Leora. The village, known for its vibrant tapestry of traditions, was a place where stories of yore were as common as the sweet scent of blooming chamomile that drifted through the air. Leora, with her curious eyes and a heart full of wonder, loved listening to these tales, especially those that spoke of her ancestors and the mysterious artifacts they left behind. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves pirouetted down from the trees, Leora's grandmother beckoned her to the attic of their cozy cottage. The attic was a treasure trove of memories, filled with old trunks and dust-kissed heirlooms. "Today, my dear," her grandmother began, her voice like a soft melody, "I will show you something very special, something that ties you to our past." With delicate hands, her grandmother opened a weathered chest. Inside, nestled among layers of silk and velvet, lay a beautifully crafted amulet. It was a piece of astonishing detail, with intricate carvings of swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the flickering candlelight. At its center, a gem glowed with a soft, ethereal light, reminiscent of the stars that twinkled in the night sky. This amulet, her grandmother explained, belonged to your great-great-grandmother, a wise woman known for her deep connection to the world around her. She believed that this amulet held the whispers of our ancestors, guiding those who wore it with wisdom and clarity. Leora's fingers brushed the amulet, and a gentle warmth spread through her, as if the whispers of her ancestors were indeed reaching out to her. Her heart fluttered with a sense of belonging, a connection to something much greater than herself. Inspired by her discovery, Leora decided to learn more about her heritage. She visited the village elders, who shared tales of courage and kindness, of the land and its bounty, and of the harmonious balance her ancestors maintained with nature. Each story was a thread in the rich tapestry of her legacy, weaving a profound understanding of who she was and the values that had been passed down through generations. One elder, a man with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest, told her of a sacred grove hidden within the woods. "It is said," he whispered, "that our ancestors gathered there to commune with the earth and seek guidance from the spirits that dwell in the trees." With the amulet safely around her neck, Leora embarked on her journey to the grove. The path wound through the forest, where dappled sunlight painted the ground with shadows and light. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant murmur of a brook. Upon reaching the grove, Leora was greeted by the serene symphony of nature, the gentle rustle of leaves, the cheerful song of birds, and the soft babble of the brook. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. Leora sat beneath its mighty boughs, closed her eyes, and listened. In the quiet embrace of the grove, she felt the presence of her ancestors, their wisdom flowing through her like a gentle stream. She understood that their legacy was one of harmony and respect for all living things, a reminder that true strength lay in unity and compassion. As she returned to the village, Leora carried with her not just the amulet, but the lessons of her heritage, a deep appreciation for the interconnectedness of life and the enduring power of love and understanding. She shared these lessons with her friends and family, breathing new life into the traditions of her village. Under the soft glow of the moon, as the village settled into the peaceful slumber of night, Leora sat by her window. The amulet shimmered in the moonlight, a steadfast reminder of her journey and the ancient legacy that had guided her to a place of belonging and peace. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a dream where the whispers of her ancestors continued to sing their gentle lullaby. Story 16. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sun's golden rays danced through a canopy of emerald leaves, lay a clearing that held the secrets of time itself. Here the air was filled with the gentle hum of life, a symphony conducted by the rustling branches and the whispering wind. It was a place where the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical were as thin as a spider's silk thread. This forest was home to the hidden lives of creatures both great and small, each playing their part in the delicate balance of nature. Among them, a wise old turtle named Thistle made his home by the edge of a serene pond, its waters shimmering with the hues of the sky. Thistle's shell was etched with the stories of the ages, each groove and ridge a testament to the wisdom he had gathered. As the seasons turned, the forest brimmed with life and magic. In spring, the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming flowers, and the soft rustle of new leaves was accompanied by the joyful song of birds returning from their winter sojourn. The creatures of the forest, from the tiniest ant to the majestic deer, awoke from their slumber to greet the warmth and promise of the sun. One particular spring morning, a gentle rain began to fall, each droplet sparkling like a diamond as it kissed the earth. The rain was no ordinary rain, but a magical phenomenon that heralded the arrival of a new season. With it came the ethereal mist of rebirth, a silvery veil that shimmered through the trees, bestowing renewal upon all it touched. Thistle knew the time had come to share the ancient wisdom passed down through generations. Gathering the creatures of the forest beneath the shelter of a great oak, he began to weave the tale of harmony and balance. Long ago, Thistle's voice was as soothing as the lull of the pond waters. The forest was young and wild, filled with the chaos of untamed life. The seasons clashed, and the weather was unpredictable, for there was no balance to guide them. The creatures listened intently, their eyes reflecting the flickering light of the rain-dappled forest. It was then that the great spirits of nature came together, Thistle continued, to weave a tapestry of harmony. Each spirit took a thread, spring with its promise of new beginnings, summer with its abundance, autumn with its harvest, and winter with its rest. The gentle rain seemed to echo Thistle's words, its rhythm a soft heartbeat that pulsed through the forest. By working together, the spirits taught us that every creature, no matter how small, has a role to play in maintaining this balance, Thistle explained. The bees that pollinate the flowers, the roots that hold the soil, the rain that nourishes all, they are interconnected, and their harmony is our survival. Among the listeners was a young fox named Ember, whose bright eyes shimmered with curiosity. Ember had always been eager to learn the ways of the forest, and Thistle's tale filled her with a sense of purpose. As the mist of rebirth faded, leaving the forest rejuvenated and vibrant, Ember approached Thistle. "Wise Thistle," she said, her voice a soft rustle among the leaves, "how can I help keep the balance in our forest?" Thistle smiled, his eyes twinkling with the light of ages. "Dear Ember, every action, however small, contributes to the whole. Seek out those who need help, and share the wisdom of kindness and cooperation. In doing so, you will become a guardian of harmony." Ember nodded, understanding that wisdom was not just knowledge, but action. She set off through the forest, her heart light with the promise of spring. As the days turned into weeks, Ember found herself weaving her own stories of balance and cooperation. She helped the beavers build their dam, which provided a home for fish and a watering hole for deer. She guided lost birds back to their nests and showed young owls how to hunt under the silvery light of the moon. With each act of kindness, the forest thrived, its harmony a living melody. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and gold, Ember returned to the clearing by the pond. There, she found Thistle resting by the water's edge, his shell gleaming with the last light of day. "Wise Thistle," Ember began, her voice filled with gratitude, "I have seen the magic of balance and the strength of friendship. Our forest is more beautiful than ever, thanks to your guidance." Thistle nodded, a gentle smile gracing his ancient features. "You have done well, dear Ember. Remember, harmony is not a destination but a journey. As long as you walk this path, our forest will flourish." With those words, the forest seemed to sigh in contentment, its creatures settling into the peaceful embrace of twilight. The stars began to twinkle, their reflection dancing upon the pond's surface like 1,000 tiny lanterns. As night enveloped the ancient forest, the air was filled with a deep, abiding peace. Thistle and Ember watched the world slip into slumber, the crackling leaves and gentle rustle of the night creatures a soothing lullaby. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the forest continued to thrive, its secrets safe in the hearts of those who cherished its beauty and balance. Harmony reigned, a testament to the wisdom of the ages and the gentle power of friendship. The ancient forest stood as a reminder that in the delicate dance of life, every creature, every drop of rain, and every whispering breeze played its part, weaving the ever-unfolding story of nature's eternal cycle. And with each new dawn, the forest awakened anew, a living symphony of harmony and wonder. Story 17, The Lantern and the Whispers of the Wind. In a village cradled between gentle hills and a sprawling forest, there lived a girl named Mira. Her dwelling was a quaint cottage with a thatched roof, nestled at the edge of the village where the whispers of the forest began. Each day, Mira found herself drawn to the woods, a place where sunlight danced through the leaves, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. The villagers often spoke of the woods as a place of mystery, where the ordinary world blended seamlessly with the extraordinary. Mira, with her heart full of curiosity, was neither frightened nor deterred by these tales. Instead, they filled her with a yearning to explore, to understand the secrets that lay hidden beneath the canopy of trees. On one such day, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Mira ventured deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before. With each step, the air grew cooler, and the sounds of the village faded into a serene silence, broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird. As dusk settled, Mira noticed something unusual, a soft glow emanating from a cluster of old oak trees. Curiosity piqued, she approached cautiously, her feet barely making a sound on the carpet of fallen leaves. There, nestled between the roots of the largest oak, lay an ancient lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change in the dim light. Mira reached out, her fingers brushing against its cool surface. As she did, a warm golden light blossomed from within, as if the lantern had been waiting for her touch. Startled yet mesmerized, Mira picked up the lantern. Its light, though gentle, seemed to illuminate more than just the path ahead. It revealed a world that shimmered with unseen energies. The forest around her transformed, as if waking from a long slumber. Colors deepened, shadows softened, and the air was filled with a soft, melodious hum. Holding the lantern aloft, Mira felt an unfamiliar yet comforting presence, like a tender embrace of the wind. She realized this was no ordinary lantern. It was a magical object, alive with its own stories and secrets. As she walked, the light guided her, revealing hidden paths that twisted and turned deeper into the heart of the forest. Her journey soon led her to a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a circle of stones, ancient and weathered, covered in moss and small blue flowers that glowed softly in the lantern's light. As Mira stepped into the circle, she felt a gentle breeze wrap around her, carrying with it a whisper that spoke in a language she did not know, yet somehow understood. The voice was soft and kind, telling tales of the forest, of creatures both small and grand, of times long past and those yet to come. It spoke of a hidden world within this world, a realm where nature lived in harmony with magic, and where those with pure hearts could find friendship and wisdom. Mira listened intently, her heart swelling with wonder and a deep sense of belonging. She realized that this was a place where she could learn and grow, where her dreams could take root and blossom. The voice spoke of a journey she must undertake, a journey that would lead not only through the forest but into herself, challenging her in ways she could not yet imagine. With the lantern as her guide, Mira accepted the call. She knew that this quest would change her, would awaken strengths and wisdom she had yet to discover. And so, with the whispering wind as her companion, she set forth, her heart alight with the promise of adventure and the warmth of newfound friendship with the forest and its ancient magic. The next day, the forest was alive with anticipation. Mira could feel it in the way the trees swayed gently, as if nodding in encouragement, and in the way the path seemed to clear before her, inviting her to venture deeper. As she walked, the lantern's glow revealed more of the forest's hidden wonders. Tiny creatures with iridescent wings flitted between flowers, and the leaves whispered secrets that only those who listened with their hearts could hear. Her journey was not without challenges, yet each obstacle taught her something new. When she encountered a tangled thicket blocking her path, she realized the importance of patience and perseverance. With gentle determination, she found a way through, understanding that sometimes the only way forward is to take things slowly and carefully. On another day, she came across a bubbling stream that seemed too wide to cross. The lantern's light revealed stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, teaching her to trust in the unseen and to have faith in her own abilities. Each step she took was a testament to her growing confidence and the wisdom she was gaining from the forest and its whispering winds. Along the way, Mira met others who shared the forest as their home. A wise old owl, with eyes like polished amber, offered her guidance when the path seemed unclear. A playful squirrel, with fur as soft as the morning light, reminded her of the importance of joy and seeing the world through a lens of curiosity and wonder. But perhaps the most unexpected friendship came in the form of a small, timid fox. At first, it watched her from a distance, its eyes wary yet intrigued by the lantern's glow. Mira, sensing the creature's hesitance, sat quietly, allowing the fox to approach on its own terms. Over time, their bond grew, built on trust and understanding. The fox became a steadfast companion, its presence a reminder of the power of friendship that defies expectations. As days turned into weeks, Mira felt herself changing. She was no longer just a girl from the village, but a part of the forest, a guardian of its secrets, and a friend to its inhabitants. The lantern, once a mysterious object, had become an extension of her own heart, its light a reflection of her growing wisdom and compassion. One evening, as Mira rested in the circle of stones, the whispering wind carried a message that filled her with both anticipation and resolve. It was time to return to the village, to share the knowledge and experiences she had gained. The forest, with all its magic and mystery, would always be a part of her, but her journey was not meant to be solitary. With a heart full of gratitude, Mira began her journey back. The forest, now a dear friend, seemed to bid her farewell with every step. The trees swayed gently, the birds sang a lullaby, and the whispering wind wrapped around her like a warm embrace, assuring her that she was never truly alone. As she emerged from the woods, the village welcomed her with open arms. The lantern's glow illuminated not just the path, but also the faces of those who had missed her. Mira shared her stories, her eyes shining with the light of the lantern and her heart full of the wisdom she had gathered. She spoke of the hidden world within the forest, of the friendships she had made, and the lessons she had learned. The villagers listened, their hearts touched by her tale and the gentle glow of the lantern. Mira's journey had not only transformed her, but it had also enriched the lives of those around her, reminding them of the magic that exists in the world and within themselves. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into the embrace of night, Mira placed the lantern by her window. Its light, steady and warm, was a beacon of hope and friendship, a symbol of the journey she had undertaken and the love that had guided her home. In the quiet of the night, as the village drifted into dreams, the lantern continued to glow, its light a gentle reminder of the stories and secrets whispered by the wind, of the bonds formed through kindness and understanding, and of the magic that resides in every heart, willing to listen and learn. As time flowed on, Mira's tale became a cherished part of the village's lore, a story passed from one generation to the next. It was told by the fire on cold winter nights, shared in the soft glow of candlelight, and whispered among friends beneath the summer stars. Each retelling wove a thread of connection through the community, binding them with shared wonder and the warmth of shared experience. Mira, now older and wiser, watched as the village thrived, her heart full of pride and joy. She saw the lantern's light reflected in the eyes of children as they listened wide-eyed to the stories of the forest and its secrets. She saw the bonds of friendship grow stronger, forged in the fires of shared adventures and the gentle glow of understanding. The fox, a constant companion through the years, remained by Mira's side, its eyes still bright with intelligence and warmth. Together, they would venture into the forest, visiting the circle of stones, where the whispering wind continued to weave its tales. Each visit was a reminder of the journey that had shaped Mira's life and the friendships that had enriched it. One day, as the sun dipped low in the sky, Mira found herself in the clearing once more. The stones, weathered by time, stood steadfast, guardians of the forest's secrets. The lantern, as if sensing the significance of the moment, glowed with a gentle brilliance, casting patterns of light and shadow that danced across the ground. As she sat within the circle, Mira felt the familiar embrace of the whispering wind. It spoke to her of new adventures, of paths yet to be traveled, and of the eternal bond between the forest and those who cherished its magic. The wind, carrying its message of wisdom and love, was a reminder that her journey was but one of many, a single thread in the vast tapestry of life. With a heart full of gratitude and a soul enriched by her experiences, Mira left the circle, knowing that the forest would always be a part of her. The lantern, its light unwavering, would remain a symbol of the journey she had undertaken and the friendships she had formed. As she returned to the village, the lantern's glow illuminated her path, guiding her steps and warming her heart. It was a light that transcended time and distance, a beacon of hope and love that would continue to shine long after Mira's journey had ended. Years passed, and Mira's story became a cherished legend, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the magic of the natural world. The village, nestled between the hills and the forest, thrived, its heart forever touched by the light of the lantern and the whispering wind. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, the lantern's light continued to shine, a symbol of the enduring magic of life, the warmth of friendship, and the wisdom that comes from listening to the whispers of the wind. Story 18. In the sleepy village of Willowbrook, where the rooftops glistened with morning dew and the air was perfumed with the scent of wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with the simple joys of life, tending to the chickens, helping her grandmother bake honey cakes, and wandering through the whispering woods that bordered their quaint cottage. But what Lila loved most was listening to her grandmother's stories, tales spun from the gossamer threads of dreams and whispers of the past. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped towards the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lila stumbled upon an object that would change her life forever. Hidden beneath the roots of an ancient oak, she discovered a small, unassuming stone. It was smooth to the touch, yet it glowed with a soft, inner light, as though 1,000 tiny stars were trapped within its depths. Curious, she slipped it into her pocket, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips. That evening, as the fire crackled merrily in the hearth and the soothing scent of chamomile tea filled the air, Lila showed the stone to her grandmother. The old woman's eyes widened with a knowing sparkle. "Ah, my dear," she murmured, "you have found the Stone of Echoes. It is said to carry the whispers of the world, allowing its bearer to hear the secrets of the earth." Intrigued by her grandmother's words, Lila held the stone close to her heart that night, wondering what secrets it might unveil. As she drifted into slumber, she heard a soft, melodious voice, like the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. "Seek the heart of the forest," it whispered. "There you will find your answers." The next morning, guided by the stone's gentle hum, Lila set off into the woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the chirping of birds and the faint aroma of pine. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she met her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. "Who, who?" the owl hooted, its eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. "Why do you wander so far from home, young one?" Lila explained her quest, and the owl nodded sagely. "To find the heart of the forest, you must first open your heart," it advised. "Listen not only with your ears, but with your soul." Thanking the owl, Lila continued her journey, pondering its words. Soon she encountered a gentle brook, its waters babbling over smooth stones. Beside it sat a fox with fur as russet as autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled with mischief. "Where are you headed, little traveler?" the fox inquired, its voice as soft as a whisper. Lila shared her story, and the fox grinned. "The forest holds many secrets," it said, "but true wisdom comes from understanding. Remember, not all answers are meant to be found. Some are meant to be felt." With the fox's words echoing in her mind, Lila pressed on, the whispers of the stone guiding her steps. As dusk settled over the forest, she reached a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk twisting skyward, its branches spreading like arms embracing the heavens. Lila approached the tree and placed the stone at its roots. Instantly, the clearing was filled with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the calls of distant birds, the gentle sigh of the wind. It was as if the forest itself was speaking, sharing its secrets with her. Closing her eyes, Lila listened with her heart, just as the owl had taught her. She felt the warmth of the sun, the cool kiss of the breeze, and the steady rhythm of the earth beneath her feet. In that moment, she understood the true gift of the Stone of Echoes. It was not about hearing the secrets of the world, but about connecting with the world in a deeper, more meaningful way. With newfound wisdom, Lila thanked the forest and began her journey home. Along the way, she met the owl and the fox once more, sharing with them the lessons she had learned. Together, they walked back to the village, the moon guiding their path. When Lila returned home, her heart was lighter, filled with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. Her grandmother welcomed her with open arms, her eyes shining with pride. That night, as Lila lay in bed, the stone resting on her bedside table, she felt a profound sense of peace. The world was filled with mysteries, she knew, But she also understood that sometimes the greatest discoveries were those made within ourselves. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, Lila drifted into a gentle sleep, her dreams woven with echoes of the forest and the promise of new adventures yet to come. The Stone of Echoes remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the journey that had taught her the true magic of listening, understanding, and the unbreakable bond between all living things. Story 19, title, The Whispering Grove. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a sprawling forest, there existed a place of both mystery and wonder, known as the Whispering Grove. The grove was a sprawling thicket of ancient trees, their branches weaving a canopy so dense that sunlight only trickled through in soft, golden beams. The villagers spoke of the grove in hushed tones, for it was said to guard secrets from the world of men, and only those pure of heart could unravel its mysteries. Among the villagers lived a young girl named Leora. With her gentle spirit and a heart as vast as the sky, she was beloved by all who knew her. Her days were spent exploring the meadows and streams, where she befriended every creature she encountered, from the smallest sparrow to the shyest deer. Despite her love for the world around her, Leora felt a pull towards the Whispering Grove, a longing she could never quite explain. One crisp autumn morning, with the leaves painting the world in hues of amber and gold, Leora set out towards the grove. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a soothing symphony. As she walked, the path beneath her feet changed from the familiar dirt road to a carpet of soft moss, sprinkled with acorns and twigs, leading her deeper into the heart of the grove. The trees here were unlike any she had seen. Their bark was smooth, like polished stone, and their leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, as if kissed by moonlight. Leora paused, listening to the forest's whispers, a gentle murmur that seemed to hum a melody known only to the wind. She felt a presence, a sensation of being watched, but it was not unsettling. Instead, it filled her with warmth and a sense of belonging. As she ventured further, she stumbled upon a small clearing bathed in soft light. At its center stood a peculiar object, a stone pedestal, upon which lay a curious orb. It gleamed with an otherworldly light, its surface swirling with colors that danced like the northern lights. Drawn to it, Leora approached cautiously, feeling the air thrum with energy with each step she took. Leora reached out, her fingers brushing against the orb's cool surface. Instantly, a gentle warmth spread through her, and the grove around her seemed to come alive. The whispers grew louder, clearer, forming a chorus that spoke directly to her heart. "Welcome, Leora," they sang, guardian of the grove. Startled but not frightened, Leora looked around, seeking the source of the voice. It was then she noticed a figure emerging from the shadows of the trees, a creature both beautiful and strange. It was a fox, its fur a brilliant shade of crimson, with eyes that shimmered like emeralds. The fox approached with a graceful, fluid motion, its presence as natural as the wind. "Fear not, child," the fox spoke, its voice gentle and melodic. "I am Phelan, the keeper of this grove. You have been chosen, for your heart is true, and your spirit kind. The grove has long awaited your arrival." Leora knelt to meet Phelan's gaze, her eyes wide with wonder. "Chosen for what?" she asked softly, feeling a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. "The Whispering Grove holds the essence of nature's harmony," Phelan explained. "It is a place where the balance of the world is nurtured and protected. You, dear Leora, are the one who will help maintain this balance. The orb has granted you the ability to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of the trees and the songs of the earth." Leora's heart swelled with awe and a sense of purpose. She realized this was the journey she had been yearning for, a path that would lead her to discover not only the secrets of the grove, but also the depths of her own soul. As days turned to weeks, Leora returned to the grove each morning, guided by Phelan and the wisdom of the forest. She learned to communicate with the trees, their stories unfurling like ancient scrolls, and she began to understand the delicate threads that wove the tapestry of life. She discovered hidden nooks where wildflowers bloomed in kaleidoscopic bursts, and ponds that mirrored the sky with crystalline clarity. The grove became her sanctuary, a place where time seemed to slow, and the worries of the world melted away. Yet, Leora knew that her journey was not merely one of discovery, but also of responsibility. The grove was not immune to the world's troubles, and its harmony depended on the balance between humanity and nature. One day, as winter's chill kissed the air, Leora noticed a change in the grove's whispers. They were tinged with unease, a discordant note that echoed through the trees. Concerned, she sought Phelan's counsel, her heart heavy with worry. "The grove is troubled," Phelan admitted, his voice solemn. "A shadow has crept into its heart, a darkness born of imbalance. The village is expanding, and the forest is being encroached upon. We must find a way to restore the harmony before it is too late." Leora felt a pang of sadness at the thought of her beloved grove being threatened. She knew she had to act, to bridge the gap between her world and the grove's, ensuring that both could coexist in peace. With determination burning bright within her, Leora returned to the village, seeking out those she trusted most. She spoke with the elders, her voice carrying the wisdom of the grove and the urgency of its plight. Her passion and sincerity touched their hearts, and they agreed to listen, to reconsider the expansion plans that threatened the forest. Together, they devised a plan that respected both the village's needs and the grove's sanctity. They mapped a new path for growth, one that would preserve the forest's ancient boundaries while allowing the village to thrive. The villagers, inspired by Leora's courage and vision, pledged to honor the grove, to live in harmony with the world around them. With the village's support, Leora returned to the grove, her heart alight with hope. She shared the news with Phelan, who gazed at her with pride and gratitude. "You have done well, Leora. Your kindness and wisdom have forged a bridge between our worlds, and the grove sings once more." The grove's whispers returned to their gentle melody, a symphony of life and renewal. The trees swayed in a dance of gratitude, and the creatures of the forest rejoiced, their voices joining in a chorus of harmony. As the seasons turned, Leora continued her visits to the grove, her bond with Phelan and the forest deepening with each passing day. She knew her journey was far from over, that there were still mysteries to uncover and lessons to learn. Yet, she also knew she was not alone, for the grove would forever be her guiding light, and Phelan her steadfast companion. In the warmth of the grove's embrace, Leora found her purpose, a calling that resonated with every beat of her heart. She had become the guardian of the Whispering Grove, a protector of the balance between humanity and nature, and a beacon of hope for all who dared to dream. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle whispers of the wind, Leora's story unfolded, a tale of friendship, wisdom, and the power of a kind heart. As the stars twinkled overhead, the grove whispered its secrets to those who listened, a reminder that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered, if only one dared to seek them out. And with this knowledge cradled in her soul, Leora drifted into dreams, wrapped in the comfort of the grove's eternal embrace. The end. Story 20. In the heart of a land where the whisper of the wind carried secrets of old, nestled a quaint village known as Everwood. This village was unlike any other, cradled within a valley where the sun kissed the treetops with golden light each morning and set the sky ablaze with hues of pink and orange every evening. The villagers of Everwood were a kind-hearted folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of the forest that surrounded them. Yet within this serene realm, there lay a secret, a hidden world that promised magic and mystery to those who dared to seek it. In the village, there lived a young girl named Lila. With eyes the color of the sky after a summer rain and hair that flowed like a cascade of autumn leaves, Lila was known for her boundless curiosity and an imagination as vivid as the stars scattered across the night sky. She often wandered the edges of Everwood, her heart yearning for the stories her grandmother used to tell about the enchanted forest and the wonders hidden within. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn painted the leaves silver, Lila set out on one of her explorations. The forest seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as if it were alive with anticipation. As she ventured deeper among the towering oaks and whispering pines, she stumbled upon an ancient path she had never noticed before, its stones worn smooth by the passage of time. Drawn by a sense of wonder, Lila followed the path into the heart of the forest, where the light danced through the canopy above, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves was like nature's own symphony. As she walked, Lila noticed a peculiar glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Kneeling down, she brushed away the leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved box. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, with patterns that seemed to shimmer and shift like sunlight on water. Her fingers tingled as she touched it, and with a soft click, the box opened, revealing a velvet-lined interior holding a pendant, a delicate silver charm shaped like a crescent moon. The moment Lila held the pendant, a warm sensation spread through her, as if she were enveloped in a comforting embrace. A soft voice whispered in her mind, gentle and melodious, telling her of a world hidden beyond the veil of the ordinary, a world waiting to be discovered. With the pendant in her hand, Lila continued along the path, which now seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The trees whispered secrets to her, and the forest unfolded its mysteries, revealing a hidden doorway woven into the vines and leaves. With a deep breath, she stepped through, entering a realm where reality and imagination intertwined. The hidden world was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the air shimmered with magic and the colors were more vibrant than any Lila had ever seen. The sky was a tapestry of swirling blues and purples, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that glowed softly in the twilight. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, their eyes reflecting the wonder of this enchanted land. As Lila wandered, she came upon a group of creatures gathered around a crystal-clear pond. They were unlike any animals she had ever encountered. Graceful deer with antlers crowned with blossoms, foxes with tails that sparkled like moonbeams, and birds that sang melodies that tugged at the heartstrings. They welcomed her with warm gazes and friendly nods, as if they had been expecting her arrival. Among them was a wise old owl named Eldrin, whose feathers were the color of midnight and whose eyes held the wisdom of ages. Eldrin perched on a low branch, his voice a soothing lullaby as he spoke to Lila. "Welcome, young traveler. You have found the key to our world, a place where dreams take flight and the impossible becomes possible." Lila listened with rapt attention as Eldrin explained the pendant's power. It was a symbol of unity and balance, capable of revealing the hidden wonders of the world. But with its power came a responsibility to protect the harmony of both realms and to nurture the bond between them. Intrigued and inspired, Lila spent her days exploring the hidden world, learning from its inhabitants and discovering new wonders at every turn. She formed a special friendship with a sprightly fox named Finn, whose laughter was like the tinkling of bells, and a gentle deer named Amara, whose presence was as calming as a gentle breeze. Together, they shared stories, reveled in the beauty of their surroundings, and forged a bond that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As time passed, Lila began to understand the delicate balance that sustained the hidden world. She noticed the way the creatures cared for the land and each other, how they worked in harmony to ensure that the magic continued to thrive. She learned the importance of kindness, patience, and the strength that came from unity. But as much as Lila loved the hidden world, she knew she could not stay forever. The forest had many stories yet to tell, and her own journey was only just beginning. With a heart full of gratitude, she bid farewell to her newfound friends, promising to return and share the magic with others. As she retraced her steps back to Everwood, Lila felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. The hidden world had changed her, opening her eyes to the wonders that lay just beyond the surface of the everyday. She carried the pendant close to her heart, a reminder of the magic that existed within and around her. Upon her return to the village, Leela shared her stories with the children, her tales weaving a tapestry of wonder and possibility. Her adventures inspired others to look beyond the ordinary, to seek the magic in their own lives, and to cherish the connections they shared with the world around them. And so the village of Everwood thrived, its people united by the magic of the hidden world and the lessons it imparted. The forest, with its ancient trees and whispering winds, became a sanctuary of dreams and discovery, a place where the heart could wander and the soul could soar. In time, Lila grew older, her hair now a crown of silver, her eyes still bright with the light of adventure. She continued to explore, to dream, and to share her stories, ensuring that the magic of the hidden world would never be forgotten. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still and the stars glimmered like diamonds in the sky, she would hold the pendant close and listen to the gentle whispers of the forest, reminding her that magic was always near, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. Story 21. Once upon a dreamy eve, when the forest awoke to the first breath of spring, the wise old oak tree stirred from its deep slumber. Its creaking branches unfurled like gentle arms, embracing the warm zephyrs that carried the scent of rain-kissed earth and budding wildflowers. This was a time of renewal, of miracles great and small unfolding beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient oak. Deep within the hollow of the oak's sturdy trunk dwelled a family of field mice, keepers of ancient woodland lore. The eldest mouse, a weazened creature with fur the color of fallen leaves, gathered her young ones close. "Listen well, little ones," she whispered, her voice a gentle rustle. "For tonight we bear witness to the awakening of the forest sprites." As if on cue, a shimmering mist began to rise from the forest floor, coalescing into tiny glowing forms that danced among the newly unfurled ferns. These were the sprites, guardians of nature's delicate balance, ushering in the season of rebirth with their ethereal revelry. The young mice gazed in wonder, their bright eyes wide with awe. The eldest mouse continued her tale. Long ago, when the world was new, the sprites struck a sacred pact with the trees, the rivers, and all living things. They vowed to nurture and protect the forest, ensuring that life's intricate tapestry remained ever in harmony. As the night deepened, the sprite-set luminous forms swirled and merged, their dance crescendoing into a symphony of creation. Wherever their radiant trails touched the earth, vibrant blooms burst forth, unfurling their petals in a riot of color. Tender saplings pushed through the loamy soil, reaching towards the watchful moon with emerald shoots. The young mice gasped in delight, their whiskers twitching with excitement. Yet the eldest remained calm, her words carrying the weight of ages. "We, the forest dwellers, are bound to these sprites by an ancient covenant. Just as they breathe life into our woodlands, so too must we honor and safeguard their sacred work." Throughout the night, the sprites wove their magic, coaxing new life from the sleeping earth. Dewdrops glistened like diamonds upon the fresh foliage, and the air was thick with the heady scent of renewal. As the first rays of dawn crept over the horizon, the sprites gradually faded, their work complete for another season. The eldest mouse turned to her kin, her eyes shining with reverence. "Remember well, little ones, the sprite's gift is fragile, a delicate balance that we must cherish and protect, for in doing so we ensure that the cycle of life continues unbroken from one generation to the next." And so, as the forest awoke to a new season of growth and abundance, the family of field mice huddled together, their hearts filled with wonder and a deep, abiding respect for the magic that flourished all around them. They were the guardians of this sacred knowledge, entrusted with preserving the eternal dance of nature's harmony. Story 22. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the leaves rustled like a lullaby and the soft glow of twilight lingered long after the sun's departure, there lay a quaint little village named Bramble Hollow. The village was nestled amidst ancient oaks and gentle streams, where every path seemed to beckon with the promise of adventure, and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers. In Bramble Hollow, the days were usually simple and serene. The villagers went about their daily tasks with contentment, weaving baskets, tending to gardens, and sharing stories by the fireside as the evening shadows stretched across the cobblestone paths. But recently, something peculiar had started to unsettle this tranquil routine. It began with small things at first. Mrs. Tumble, the village baker, found her bread rising to unexpected heights, as if each loaf had been kissed by a mischievous breeze. Mr. Thistle, the beekeeper, discovered that his hives were producing lavender honey, though his bees had never ventured near a lavender field. And then there was young Finn, who swore that his flute played a tune of its own choosing, a melody that lingered on the wind long after he set it down. The villagers, curious and a little bemused, gathered in the village square beneath the old, wise oak. Its branches spread wide, offering a canopy of rustling leaves that seemed to whisper secrets of ages past. It was here that the villagers often sought counsel from Elder Moss, a kindly old man with eyes as bright as a summer sky and a beard as white as winter snow. Elder Moss had lived in Bramble Hollow longer than anyone could remember, his wisdom a beacon for those seeking answers. With a gentle smile, Elder Moss listened as the villagers recounted their strange tales. "It seems," he mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully, "that magic is afoot in our dear village." "But why now?" asked Lila, a bright-eyed girl who loved to explore the woods and knew every bird's song by heart. "And why these odd happenings?" Elder Moss nodded, understanding the curiosity in her voice. "Perhaps the forest holds the answer. Sometimes the land needs a little extra care or attention, and it finds ways to speak to us, if we are willing to listen." And so it was decided. Lila, with her keen sense of adventure, would seek the guidance of the forest. Accompanied by her best friend, Oliver, a gentle boy with a knack for solving puzzles, they set off the next morning as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops. The path through the whispering wood was soft beneath their feet, carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched lightly with each step. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the distant song of a babbling brook. Lila and Oliver walked in companionable silence, their senses attuned to the symphony of whispers that surrounded them. As they ventured deeper into the wood, they met a peculiar creature perched upon a mossy stone. It was a wispkin, a tiny being with wings like spun silver and eyes that gleamed with playful curiosity. "Greetings, young ones," chirped the wispkin, its voice as light as a breeze. "What brings you to the heart of the forest?" "We seek answers," Lila replied, her voice steady with purpose. "Strange things are happening in Bramble Hollow, and we hope to understand why." The wispkin fluttered its wings thoughtfully. "Ah, the forest has been restless of late. Perhaps you should seek the counsel of the grand oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest. It knows the secrets of the earth and the sky." With the wispkin's guidance, Lila and Oliver continued their journey. They soon found themselves before the grand oak, a magnificent tree whose trunk was thick and gnarled, its branches reaching high into the heavens. The tree's bark was covered in lichen, and its roots spread wide, anchoring it firmly to the land. As they approached, a gentle voice seemed to emanate from the very heart of the tree, resonating with a deep, soothing timbre. "Welcome, children of the wood. What wisdom do you seek?" Lila stepped forward, her heart filled with both awe and determination. "We wish to understand the magic that has come to our village. Can you tell us why it is here?" The grand oak's leaves rustled softly, as if considering the question. "The forest and the village are connected, like the roots and branches of a tree. When one thrives, so does the other. The magic you see is the forest's way of reaching out, a reminder of our bond. It seeks balance and harmony, a gentle nudge to remind you to cherish the gifts of nature." Oliver, ever perceptive, nodded in understanding. "So the magic is a message, a call to appreciate and care for the land and all its wonders." "Indeed," the grand oak replied, its voice warm with approval. "Share this wisdom with your village, and the magic will find its place, bringing joy and prosperity to all." With hearts full of gratitude, and Lila and Oliver thanked the grand oak and made their way back to Bramble Hollow. As they walked, they spoke of the beauty and mystery of the forest, their spirits lifted by the understanding they had gained. Upon their return, the villagers gathered once more beneath the old oak in the square. Lila and Oliver shared the grand oak's message, their words a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. The villagers listened intently, their hearts open to the wisdom of the forest. In the days that followed, the village embraced the magic with newfound appreciation. Mrs. Tumble's bread, now infused with the essence of the forest, brought smiles to all who tasted it. Mr. Thistle's lavender honey became a cherished treat, its sweetness a reminder of nature's bounty, and Finn's flute, guided by the forest's melody, played tunes that uplifted the hearts of all who heard. As the stars twinkled above and the moon cast its gentle glow upon Bramble Hollow, the village thrived in harmony with the whispering wood. The strange occurrences became cherished wonders, a testament to the magic that dwelled within and around them. And so, nestled in the embrace of the forest, Bramble Hollow remained a place of peace and enchantment, where the whispers of the wood and the laughter of its people wove a tapestry of joy and wonder. And every night, as the villagers drifted into slumber, the forest sang them a lullaby, a gentle reminder that magic is ever present, waiting to be embraced by those who choose to listen. Story 23. In the heart of a quaint village, surrounded by rolling emerald hills and fields awash with wildflowers, there lived a gentle young boy named Finn. Finn was known for his insatiable curiosity and a heart as warm as the summer sun. His days were filled with wonder, exploring the nooks and crannies of his small world, yet he often gazed beyond the horizon, dreaming of what lay beyond. One morning, as the first blush of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn awoke with a peculiar feeling in his heart, a whisper, almost, that called him to adventure. He dressed quickly, packing a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of his mother's warm, crusty bread, a flask of sweet berry juice, and his favorite, a well-loved book of tales. With a farewell kiss to his slumbering parents, he slipped out of the door and into the fresh morning air. The path he chose was one less traveled, winding through the village and out toward the distant hills. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of dew-kissed grass, while birds chirped merry tunes that seemed to guide him on his way. Finn walked with purpose, his heart light and his mind open to the possibilities of the unknown. As the sun climbed higher, he arrived at the edge of a forest he had never dared to explore. The trees were ancient and towering, their leaves whispering secrets in the gentle breeze. Finn hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the unknown press upon him. But courage, like the steady beat of a drum, urged him forward. With each step into the forest, Finn marveled at the world around him. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant trickle of a hidden stream. As he ventured deeper, the world began to reveal its secrets. He encountered a brook that sang a lilting melody, its waters as clear as crystal. Curious, Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink. The water was cool and refreshing, invigorating him with each sip. Nearby, a family of rabbits peeked out from amidst the ferns, their noses twitching in curiosity. Finn offered them a piece of bread, and they accepted it with timid delight, their eyes sparkling with gratitude. Further along, the forest opened into a small glade bathed in sunlight, where wildflowers in every color of the rainbow danced in the gentle wind. In the center of the glade, a peculiar sight caught Finn's eye, a circle of mushrooms, their caps glistening like polished gems. He approached cautiously, for he had heard tales of fairy rings and the magic they held. As Finn admired the mushrooms, he noticed a tiny figure standing atop one of the caps. It was a sprite, no taller than his hand, with wings that shimmered like gossamer in the light. The sprite regarded him with eyes full of mischief and wisdom, a smile playing on its tiny lips. "Welcome, brave traveler," the sprite said in a voice as soft as a breeze. "Few dare to enter the heart of our forest. What seeks you here?" Finn, feeling a swell of courage, replied, "I seek the wonders of the world, the stories untold. I wish to learn and to see with my own eyes the magic that lies beyond." The sprite nodded, its wings fluttering delicately. "You possess the heart of an explorer, young Finn. But remember, true adventure requires not only courage, but kindness and wisdom." With that, the sprite beckoned Finn to follow, leading him deeper into the forest. They passed beneath arches of entwined branches and over bridges made of mossy logs. Along their journey, Finn encountered many wonders. A grove where the trees glowed with an inner light, a meadow where butterflies danced like living jewels, and a pool where the stars themselves seemed to have fallen and taken residence in the water. Each sight filled Finn with awe, and each creature he met shared a lesson or a tale. A wise old owl spoke of patience and the importance of listening. A playful fox taught him the value of joy and laughter. With each encounter, Finn's heart grew, and so did his understanding of the world. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows through the forest, Finn knew it was time to return home. The sprite accompanied him to the edge of the forest, where the trees parted to reveal the rolling hills and the village beyond. "Thank you for your guidance," Finn said, his heart full of gratitude. "I will cherish these memories always." The sprite smiled, a twinkle in its eyes. "Remember, Finn, the world is full of magic for those who seek it with an open heart. Your journey has only just begun." With a final wave, Finn turned and made his way back to the village. The path now seemed familiar, yet somehow new, as if seen through different eyes. As he walked, the evening air wrapped around him like a comforting blanket, and the stars began to peek out one by one, twinkling with promise. When Finn finally reached home, he found his parents waiting with open arms. He shared his tales of the day, the wonders he had seen, and the friends he had made. As he spoke, his parents listened with smiles, their hearts warmed by his excitement and growth. That night, as Finn lay in bed, the weight of sleep gentle upon him, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. His dreams were filled with the adventures of the day, the gentle creatures, and the wise sprite. And as the moon cast its silver glow over the village, Finn slept soundly, knowing that the world was vast and full of wonder, and that he was never truly alone in his journey. For Finn had discovered that courage was not the absence of fear, but the strength to embrace the unknown with an open heart. And with each new day, he was ready to explore further, to seek out the magic that lay just beyond the horizon. Story 24, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Echoes. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and the gentle curves of a sparkling river, lay the village of Willowbrook. It was a place where whispers of magic danced on the breeze, and the townsfolk were known for their kindness and hospitality. At the edge of this quaint village, where the cobblestone path gave way to a carpet of emerald moss, there stood the ancient Whispering Woods. These woods were not just any forest. They were said to house secrets that only the most attentive of hearts could hear. The trees, tall and majestic, swayed gently in the wind, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. Among them, hidden from plain sight, was a world of wonders waiting to be discovered. In Willowbrook lived a young girl named Leora. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart brimmed with a sense of adventure. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she would sit by her window, listening to the soft rustle of the trees, as if they were telling stories of old. Leora often dreamed of exploring the Whispering Woods, but her parents warned her of the mysterious happenings that legend spoke of. One crisp autumn morning, the air filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of something new, Leora decided it was time to embark on her own adventure. Clad in her warmest cloak, she set off toward the forest, her heart beating with excitement and trepidation. As Leora stepped into the woods, she was enveloped by a soothing tranquility. The forest was alive with the gentle chirps of birds, and the soft gurgle of a nearby stream provided a melodic backdrop to her journey. The path was lined with delicate ferns and wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earthy tones of the forest floor. Leora wandered deeper into the woods, her footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of leaves. Soon she came across a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. In the center stood a towering oak with a trunk so wide it seemed to touch the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, she found an object that glimmered faintly. A lantern, unlike any she had seen before. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change in the light. As Leora picked it up, a soft, melodic chime resonated from within. The lantern felt warm in her hands, and she knew at once it was something special. This was the Lantern of Echoes, an object of legend said to reveal the truths of the heart and guide the worthy to hidden realms. Curiosity piqued, Leora decided to explore further, guided by the gentle glow of the lantern. As she walked, the forest began to change. The trees whispered secrets long forgotten, and the air shimmered with a kind of magic that made her skin tingle. Eventually she reached a glade where the trees arched overhead, their branches intertwined to form a natural cathedral. In the center of this sacred space stood a shimmering pool. The water was so clear, it seemed to be made of liquid crystal, and its surface reflected the lantern's light, casting gentle ripples of color across the leaves. Beside the pool sat a small creature, unlike any Leora had ever seen. It was a fox, but its fur was a deep shade of midnight blue, and its eyes sparkled with a wisdom beyond its years. When it saw Leora, it bowed its head respectfully. "Welcome, traveler," the fox spoke, its voice as soft as the whispering wind. "I am Finn, guardian of the Whispering Woods. You carry the Lantern of Echoes, a gift only bestowed upon those with pure intentions." Leora's heart leaped with excitement and a little fear. She had never spoken to an animal before, much less one that seemed to understand so much. "Hello, Finn," she replied, her voice a mixture of awe and wonder. "I found this lantern by the great oak. It felt special." Finn nodded, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern. The Lantern of Echoes reveals paths hidden to the ordinary eye. It is a guide to those who seek truth and wisdom. But be warned, young one, the journey it offers is not without its challenges. Leora's heart fluttered at the prospect of an adventure that could change her life. "What kind of challenges?" she asked, her voice a whisper. "The kind that test your heart and your resolve," Finn replied. "But fear not, for you will not be alone. In these woods, friends are found in the most unexpected places." With that, the fox stood and began to walk toward the pool, gesturing for Leora to follow. As they approached, the water began to swirl and shimmer, revealing images within its depths, a world beyond the forest, full of vibrant colors and mysterious creatures. "This is the hidden world of Lumina," Finn explained. "It exists parallel to our own, a place where the light of the heart guides the way." Leora gazed into the pool, mesmerized by the vision of Lumina. She felt a pull, a longing to explore this new world. "Can I go there?" she asked, her voice tinged with excitement. Finn nodded. "The lantern will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and the friends you will meet along the way." With a deep breath, Leora stepped into the pool, the water cool against her skin. As she submerged, the world around her transformed. The forest faded away, replaced by a landscape of rolling hills and vibrant meadows. The sky above was a brilliant azure, dotted with fluffy clouds that seemed to dance in the breeze. Leora found herself standing at the edge of a meadow filled with flowers of every imaginable hue. The air was sweet with their scent, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a blur of color. In the distance, she saw a figure approaching, a young boy with hair like spun gold and eyes the color of the sea. He walked with a carefree gait, and when he reached Leora, he greeted her with a warm smile. "Hello, traveler," he said, his voice as bright as the sun. "I am Orion. Welcome to Lumina." Leora returned his smile, feeling an immediate connection with the boy. "I'm Leora," she replied. "I've come from Willowbrook, guided by the Lantern of Echoes." Orion's eyes widened with interest. "The Lantern of Echoes? That's a rare and precious gift. It means you have a special journey ahead of you." Together, the two set off across the meadow, the lantern casting a warm glow around them. As they walked, Orion shared stories of Lumina, a place where dreams took flight and the impossible became reality. They soon arrived at a village nestled in the heart of the valley. The houses were made of shimmering stone, and their roofs were covered in vibrant moss that glowed softly in the twilight. The streets were alive with activity, filled with creatures of all shapes and sizes, each one more fascinating than the last. Leora and Orion wandered through the village, marveling at the wonders around them. They stopped at a market where stalls overflowed with fruits that sparkled like jewels and fabrics that shimmered like moonlight. Everywhere they went, they were greeted with smiles and nods of friendship. As night fell, the village came alive with the sound of music and laughter. Leora and Orion joined a gathering in the village square, where the townsfolk danced beneath the stars. The air was filled with joy and the warmth of companionship, and Leora felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. But as the night wore on, a shadow fell over the village. A hush descended as the townsfolk looked toward the forest, their faces etched with worry. "What is it?" Leora asked, sensing the change in the air. Orion's expression grew serious. "There's a darkness in the woods, a force that threatens the balance of Lumina. It has been growing stronger, and we fear it will soon reach the village." Leora felt a chill run down her spine. "What can we do to stop it?" "The Lantern of Echoes can help," Orion replied, "but it will require great courage and the strength of friendship to overcome the darkness." Determined to help, Leora agreed to venture into the woods with Orion by her side. Together they set off into the night, the lantern's glow guiding their way. The forest was different now, its once welcoming embrace replaced by a sense of foreboding. The trees loomed like sentinels, their branches casting long shadows in the moonlight. But Leora held the lantern high, its light cutting through the darkness. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, they encountered creatures who had been touched by the shadow. They were lost and afraid. their once bright eyes clouded with despair. Leora and Orion approached each one with kindness and understanding, offering words of comfort and hope. With each encounter, the lantern's light grew stronger, its warmth spreading through the forest like a beacon of courage. Finally, they reached the heart of the woods, where the darkness was strongest. It swirled like a storm, angry and chaotic, but Leora stood firm, the lantern clutched in her hand. "Together," she whispered to Orion, and he nodded, his hand joining hers on the lantern. With their combined strength, they focused on the light, willing it to push back the darkness. Slowly, the shadows began to recede, their power diminished by the strength of friendship and the light of hope. As the last of the darkness faded away, the forest was transformed. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves shimmering with renewed life. The air was filled with the scent of blossoms and the sound of birdsong, a melody of joy and renewal. The villagers, who had followed Leora and Orion into the woods, cheered as the darkness lifted, their faces filled with gratitude and relief. Leora felt a warmth spread through her heart, knowing she had made a difference in this magical world. With the village safe once more, Leora and Orion returned to the meadow, where the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. They sat together, watching as the sun rose over the hills, a new day full of promise and possibility. "Thank you, Leora," Orion said softly, his eyes filled with admiration. "You have shown us the true power of friendship and the light of the heart." Leora smiled, feeling a sense of peace and fulfillment. "I couldn't have done it without you," she replied, her voice warm with gratitude. As the sun climbed higher, Leora knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. With a final hug, she bid farewell to Orion and the magical world of Lumina, her heart full of memories and the promise of new adventures. Stepping back through the pool, Leora emerged in the whispering woods, the lantern still warm in her hands. Finn awaited her, his eyes twinkling with approval. "You have done well, young one," he said, his voice a gentle caress. "The Lantern of Echoes has shown you the power within, a light that will always guide you." Leora nodded, feeling a profound sense of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, the forest seemed to hum with life, its whispers a soothing melody that filled her heart with peace. From that day on, Leora carried the lessons of Lumina with her, a reminder of the strength found in friendship, the courage born of kindness, and the light that shines from within. Her adventures in the Whispering Woods became the stories she shared with the villagers, tales of wonder and hope that echoed through the generations. And so, the village of Willowbrook remained a place where magic lingered on the breeze, where the heart's whispers could be heard by those who listened, and where the light of the Lantern of Echoes shone brightly, a beacon of wisdom and friendship for all. Story 25. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Windmere, nestled between rolling hills and dense, whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, shimmering auburn in the sun, and her eyes were the deep green of the forest canopy. Lila had an insatiable curiosity and a heart as wide as the horizons she dreamed of exploring. But Windmere, with its cobblestone streets and moss-covered cottages, was the only world she knew. Lila spent her days wandering through the village, her imagination painting vivid tales in the air. She loved the gentle hum of bees in the blooming meadows and the soft rustle of leaves that seemed to tell secrets in the wind. Her evenings were filled with stories spun by her grandmother, a wise woman with a voice as soothing as the coo of a dove. It was from her grandmother that Lila first heard of the enchanted glade, a hidden world said to lie deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods. The tale of the enchanted glade was one that few in Windmere believed. It spoke of a place where the flowers sang with colors unseen and the streams danced in laughter. It was a realm where time tickled the edges of eternity, and the air itself was woven with magic. Most dismissed it as a bedtime story, a fanciful yarn to entertain children. But Lila's heart held on to the story with the tenacity of ivy clinging to a stone wall. One misty morning, as the world was draped in the soft glow of dawn, Lila set out to find the enchanted glade. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a notebook to record her journey. Her only companions were a sense of wonder and a determined spirit. The path through the whispering woods was dappled with sunlight, creating a mosaic of light and shadow that guided her steps. As she ventured deeper, the woods seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds. The trill of birds, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, and the gentle creak of ancient trees swaying in the breeze. Hours turned into a timeless passage as Lila wandered, her heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the forest. Just as she began to wonder if the glade was merely a figment of her grandmother's tales, she stumbled upon something extraordinary, a small, iridescent feather lying on the forest floor. It shimmered with hues of blue and green, as if a fragment of the sky had fallen to earth. Intrigued, Lila picked up the feather, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers. A soft, melodious hum resonated in the air, guiding her deeper into the woods. She followed the sound, her heart both anxious and excited. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Lila finally found herself in a clearing, unlike any other. It was as if she had stepped into another world. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of blooming flowers that glowed with an ethereal light. A gentle stream wound its way through the glade, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal under the fading sunlight. The trees that bordered the clearing were tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets to the stars. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its bark a rich, deep gold, and its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. At the base of the tree lay a small, intricately carved box. Lila approached it with a mixture of awe and reverence. As her fingers traced the delicate patterns on the box, it opened with a soft click, revealing a key that shimmered with the same iridescence as the feather. Just then, a gentle voice filled the glade, echoing in Lila's mind rather than her ears. "Welcome, seeker of the unseen. You have found the key to the hidden heart of the forest. With it, you hold the power to unlock the wonders of this world and your own." Lila looked around, trying to find the source of the voice, but saw only the serene beauty of the glade. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a whisper in the twilight. "I am the spirit of the forest," the voice replied, "the guardian of this enchanted realm and the keeper of its secrets." Lila felt a warmth blossom in her chest, a feeling of belonging and purpose. "What do I do with the key?" she asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "The key will guide you to your heart's true desires," the voice explained. "It will open doors to possibilities, but remember, with great power comes the need for wisdom and kindness. Use it to help those around you, to bring light where there is shadow." With the forest's blessing, Lila felt a newfound sense of confidence. She tucked the key safely into her satchel and spent the night in the glade, lulled to sleep by the gentle lullaby of the forest. When she awoke, the glade was bathed in the soft light of dawn, and the world felt renewed. Lila knew it was time to return to Windmere, but she carried with her the magic of the glade and the promise of the key's potential. As Lila made her way back through the whispering woods, she noticed something she hadn't before, a subtle shimmer in the air, a sense of connection with the world around her. The journey back felt shorter, as if the woods themselves were guiding her steps. Upon returning to Windmere, Lila found her village unchanged yet different in her eyes. The cobblestones seemed to hum with life, and the familiar faces of her neighbors now shone with stories waiting to be discovered. In the days that followed, Lila used the key in small, thoughtful ways. She helped a lost child find their way home, her presence bringing comfort and reassurance. She listened to the stories of the elderly, unlocking memories that had long been forgotten. She planted seeds of kindness and watched as they blossomed into acts of goodwill throughout the village. Lila's adventures soon became the heart of Windmere, a source of inspiration and hope. The villagers began to see her as a beacon of light, her gentle spirit weaving a tapestry of unity and friendship. She shared the tale of the enchanted glade with those who were open to its magic, her words painting the secret world with colors vivid and true. As seasons changed and years flowed like the gentle stream in the glade, Lila grew into a wise and beloved figure in Windmere. The key, now worn and warm from her touch, remained a cherished symbol of her journey and the magic she carried within. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Lila found herself once again drawn to the whispering woods. This time, she was not alone. her friends and family accompanied her, their hearts open and eager to witness the magic she had spoken of for so long. Together, they stepped into the heart of the forest, where the enchanted glade awaited. The flowers sang their colorful songs, and the stream laughed in joy at their arrival. The spirit of the forest welcomed them, its voice a gentle breeze that caressed their souls. In that moment, the villagers of Windmere understood the true power of the key and the magic it unlocked, not in the opening of hidden worlds, but in the opening of hearts. They saw that the greatest wonders lay not in distant realms, but in the bonds of friendship, the strength of community, and the beauty of a kind heart. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lila knew that the enchanted glade would always be a part of her. It was a place of dreams and possibilities, a reminder that magic was everywhere if one had the eyes to see and the heart to believe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the forest and the shimmering light of the moon, Lila and her friends shared stories and laughter, their hearts woven together like the tapestry of stars above. In the gentle embrace of the enchanted glade, they found not only magic, but the true meaning of home. And as the night deepened, the spirit of the forest whispered a final blessing, like a gentle lullaby carried on the wind. May you always carry the light of this place within you, and may your journey be filled with love and wonder. In the warmth of the glade and the comfort of each other's presence, they knew that no matter where their paths might lead, the heart of Windmere would always be a place of magic and belonging. And so, with hearts full of joy and dreams yet to unfold, they drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the enchanted world around them. Thus, the story of Lila and the enchanted glade became a cherished tale in Windmere, passed down through generations as a reminder that the greatest adventures are often found within, and the most profound magic is the love we share with others. Story 26. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Lila. Lila had eyes like two deep pools of clear water, and a smile that could light up even the gloomiest of days. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage covered in climbing roses, where the scent of freshly baked bread often mingled with the fragrance of the flowers. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lila set out to explore the woods behind her home. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, and the sun cast a warm glow on the forest floor. Lila loved these woods, with their rustling secrets and hidden wonders. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Lila came across an old gnarled tree that she had never noticed before. Its branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and at its base lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box with a latch made of shimmering silver. The box seemed to beckon her with an unspoken promise of mystery and magic. With a gentle touch, Lila lifted the box and opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, was a delicate silver key that sparkled in the dappled sunlight. As she held the key in her hand, Lila felt a tingling warmth spread through her fingers. She realized that this was no ordinary key. It was a key that could unlock the secrets of the forest. Eager to discover its purpose, Lila set off on a journey through the woods, guided by a sense of adventure and the gentle whispers of the trees. Along her path, she encountered a wise old owl named Orion, whose eyes gleamed with ancient knowledge. Orion perched on a low branch and regarded her with curiosity. "Ah, young Lila," Orion hooted softly, "I see you have found the key of whispers. It is a rare and wondrous gift, and it has chosen you for a reason." "What does it unlock?" Lila asked, her voice filled with wonder. "The key," Orion replied, "opens the way to hidden places and forgotten stories. It will lead you to those who need your help and reveal the wisdom that lies within your heart." With Orion's guidance, Lila continued her journey, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. As she walked, she met other creatures of the forest, a playful squirrel named Pip, who chattered excitedly about acorns and adventures, and a gentle deer named Luna, who moved with grace and quiet strength. Each offered their companionship and wisdom, teaching Lila about the importance of kindness and patience. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila found herself at the edge of a small, shimmering pond. The water was as clear as a mirror, and in its depths she saw the reflection of a hidden door beneath the surface. With a deep breath, Lila used the silver key to unlock the door. As it swung open, a soft, melodious hum filled the air, and the world around her seemed to shimmer with magic. The door revealed a hidden grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine. In the center of the grove stood an ancient stone pedestal, upon which rested a book bound in leather as soft as velvet. Lila approached it reverently, feeling the weight of its history and the promise of its stories. As she opened the book, the pages fluttered to life, revealing tales of courage, love, and the enduring power of friendship. Through these stories, Lila learned that true magic lies not in spells or enchantments, but in the simple acts of kindness and understanding that weave the fabric of our lives. She realized that the key had unlocked not just a hidden grove, but also the door to her own heart, where the wisdom of the stories now lived. With the book tucked safely under her arm, Lila returned to the village, her heart filled with warmth and wonder. She shared the stories with her grandmother and the villagers, bringing joy and comfort to all who listened. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, Lila knew that her journey had only just begun. With the Key of Whispers by her side, she would continue to explore the world, guided by the wisdom of the stories and the gentle light of friendship. In the quiet of the night, as the village slept and dreams took flight, Lila whispered a promise to the forest and the creatures within. I will always listen to the whispers of the trees and share the magic of their stories. And with that promise, the village and its enchanted woods settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the night. Story 27. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees were known to hum gentle lullabies and the streams sang in harmony with the wind, lay the quaint little village of Willowbrook. The village was nestled softly among the emerald hills and blanketed by a sky often dappled with twinkling stars that seemed to nod off to sleep themselves. The villagers of Willowbrook were as cozy as their surroundings, living in snug cottages with thatched roofs and windows aglow with warm, golden light. Their days were filled with the sweet aroma of blossoming flowers and the chirping of birds, while their nights were serenaded by the rustle of leaves and the occasional hoot of a friendly owl. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of amber and violet, something peculiar began to unfold in Willowbrook. The gentle folk of the village noticed that the soft glow of their lanterns seemed to flicker more than usual, casting dancing shadows that whispered across the cobblestone paths. Amidst these curious happenings was a kind-hearted young girl named Lyra. Lyra had a heart as big as the moon, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Her auburn hair caught the autumn breeze as she wandered the village, her mind swirling with thoughts about the flickering lights. There's something magical afoot, Lyra mused to her best friend, a fluffy feline named Whiskers, who padded silently by her side. Whiskers purred in agreement, his emerald eyes reflecting the starlight like tiny mirrors. As Lyra strolled through the village, she observed the gentle chaos around her. The baker's bread seemed to rise higher than ever, each loaf looking like a fluffy cloud. In the garden, the sunflowers followed the moon instead of the sun, their golden faces tilted towards the night sky. Even the village clock, known for its punctual chimes, had decided to skip a beat, its ticking slightly out of tune. Determined to unravel the mystery, Lyra decided to visit Elder Thistle, the wisest and most gentle soul in Willowbrook. Elder Thistle lived in a cottage perched at the edge of the forest, where the trees bowed respectfully as she passed. Her home was an enchanting mosaic of ivy and moss, with a door that creaked a cheerful greeting whenever anyone approached. Lyra knocked gently, and the door swung open with a soft sigh. Inside, the room was filled with the scent of dried lavender and the sound of a crackling fire. Elder Thistle sat in her rocking chair, wrapped in a quilt adorned with patterns of leaves and stars. "Ah, Lyra, my dear," she smiled, her eyes twinkling like the night sky. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine evening?" Lyra explained the strange occurrences in the village, her voice a blend of wonder and concern. Elder Thistle listened intently, her head nodding gently as if in tune with an invisible melody. After a moment of thoughtful silence, Elder Thistle spoke. The world is full of mysteries, dear Lyra. Sometimes the answers are hidden in the most unexpected places, much like the seeds of a dandelion carried by the wind. Lyra pondered this, her mind alight with possibilities. Do you think there's something magical happening, Elder Thistle? The wise elder chuckled softly, a sound like tinkling chimes. Perhaps, but magic often seeks balance, and where there's imbalance, there's usually a reason. Why not seek the help of our woodland friends? They often see what we cannot. With newfound determination, Lyra thanked Elder Thistle and set off towards the heart of the Whispering Woods. The path was lined with soft moss that cushioned her steps and illuminated by fireflies that danced like tiny stars. In the clearing, where the moonlight spilled like silver onto the forest floor, Lyra found a gathering of magical creatures. There were the gentle-hearted fairies, their wings shimmering like dew-kissed petals, and the wise old owl who blinked solemnly from his perch. Even the mischievous fox, known for his playful antics, watched with curious eyes. Dear friends, Lyra began, her voice carrying the warmth of friendship, I seek your wisdom. Our village is experiencing a strange magic, and we are in need of your guidance. The creatures listened attentively, and after a moment, the wise owl spoke. The forest has been whispering of a change, a shift in the winds. Perhaps it is the work of the wind sprites, playful beings who sometimes forget their strength. The fairies nodded in agreement, their wings fluttering softly. Yes, the wind sprites are known to frolic among the clouds, weaving patterns in the sky. They mean no harm, but their games can sometimes cause a stir. Lyra's eyes widened with understanding. Then perhaps we can find a way to communicate with them, to help them see the effects of their playfulness. The fox, with a twinkle in his eye, suggested, Wind sprites love music and laughter. Perhaps a gentle song could reach them, one that speaks of harmony and balance. With a plan forming in her mind, Lyra thanked her woodland friends and returned to the village, her heart light with hope. She gathered the villagers, and together they crafted a song, a melody woven with kindness and the spirit of togetherness. As they sang under the starlit sky, their voices mingled with the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. The air seemed to shimmer, and soon the wind sprites appeared, their forms translucent and ethereal, like the breath of the night itself. The sprites listened, their eyes wide with wonder, and as the song drew to a close, they nodded in understanding. With a gentle gust, they promised to be more mindful, their presence a reminder of the delicate balance of nature. From that night on, the village of Willowbrook returned to its tranquil rhythm. The lanterns burned steadily, the bread rose just right, and the clock chimed in perfect harmony. Lyra, with Whiskers by her side, often thought of their magical adventure, grateful for the wisdom of the forest and the power of friendship. And so, as the stars twinkled above, Lyra drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle hum of the whispering woods, knowing that all was well in her cozy corner of the world. Story 28. In the heart of a vast and whispering wood, where the trees stretched their branches toward the sky like ancient fingers, there lay a small village named Evergrove. The village was nestled in a hollow where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dapples of gold upon the cobblestones. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees could often be heard as they danced from bloom to bloom. In this village lived a young girl named Lyra. She was known for her kind heart and curious spirit, often wandering beyond the village boundaries to explore the mysteries of the forest. Lyra's hair was the color of chestnuts, and her eyes mirrored the deep green of the forest canopy. She was beloved by all in Evergrove, for her laughter was as infectious as the merry song of a brook. One crisp morning, as the sun warmed the earth and the air was filled with the scent of dew-kissed moss, Lyra set out on an adventure. She wore a cloak woven from the wool of her village's sheep, dyed in the vibrant hues of autumn leaves. Her small satchel was packed with a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of sweet berry juice. But more than food, her satchel held her most prized possession, a small, intricately carved wooden box given to her by her grandmother. The box was always with her, though she had never managed to open it. Its carvings depicted scenes of mysterious lands and creatures, inviting her imagination to roam. As Lyra ventured deeper into the forest, the familiar path gave way to a carpet of fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot. The forest seemed to whisper secrets as she walked, and the sunlight glittered like scattered coins upon the forest floor. Birds flitted through the branches, their songs a symphony of joy. Lyra felt a sense of belonging in the forest, as if it were a part of her, and she a part of it. She wandered until she reached a clearing she had never seen before. At its center stood a tree unlike any other, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, and its branches stretching high, adorned with leaves of shimmering silver. The air around the tree felt different, charged with a gentle energy that made the hairs on her arms stand on end. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Lyra approached the tree. As she stood beneath its canopy, she noticed a small door set into the trunk, almost hidden among the ridges of bark. Her heart leaped with excitement and curiosity. She reached out, tracing the outline of the door with her fingertips, feeling the cool, rough texture of the wood. With a soft creak, the door swung open at her touch, revealing a staircase spiraling downward into the depths of the earth. Lyra hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the sunlight-dappled clearing. But her sense of adventure overpowered her caution, and she stepped through the door, descending into the unknown. The staircase was lit by a gentle luminescence that seemed to come from the walls themselves, casting a soothing glow that guided her steps. The air grew cooler as she descended, carrying the faint scent of earth and something else, sweet and elusive, like the fragrance of a distant, forgotten meadow. At the bottom of the stairs, Lyra found herself in a cavernous chamber. The walls were lined with shelves, each filled with ancient books and scrolls. In the center of the room stood a table, and upon it lay an array of peculiar objects, crystals that pulsed with light, feathers of impossible hues, and a small, round mirror that seemed to ripple like water. Lyra's eyes fell upon an object that seemed to call to her, a small silver key, delicate and intricately wrought. She reached out and picked it up, feeling its cool weight in her palm. It was then that she noticed an inscription etched into the table's surface. The key opens what the heart knows. Her thoughts turned to the wooden box in her satchel. Could this be the key to its mysteries? Her heart raced with anticipation. She took the box from her bag and inserted the key into the lock. With a click, the lid sprang open, revealing a soft glow that bathed her face in golden light. Inside the box lay a single, perfect seed, no larger than a pebble, yet radiant with a warmth that she could feel pulsing in her hand. As she held it, visions began to dance before her eyes. Visions of towering trees, lush and green, of streams sparkling under the sun, and creatures of the forest thriving in harmony. The seed was alive with potential, a promise of growth and renewal. Understanding blossomed within her like a flower in spring. The seed was not just a seed. It was a gift of life, a connection to the very heart of the forest. It was a beacon of hope, a reminder that even the smallest of things could hold the greatest of wonders. With newfound purpose, Lyra returned to the surface, the seed cradled in her hand. She hurried back to Evergrove, her mind alight with possibilities. She knew what she must do. The village had been suffering from a dry spell, the crops withering and the well running low. The seed could restore life to the land, bringing sustenance and abundance to her people. The villagers gathered as she planted the seed in the village square, their eyes filled with curiosity and hope. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lyra knelt and whispered a silent prayer, her heart full of faith and love. To the amazement of all, the ground began to tremble softly, and from the earth, a sapling emerged, growing before their eyes. It reached toward the sky, its leaves unfurling like wings, shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within. The villagers watched in awe as the sapling grew into a magnificent tree, its branches heavy with fruit and its roots reaching deep into the soil, drawing forth water and life. The village of Evergrove flourished, the land rich and fertile once more. The villagers celebrated with feasts and laughter, their hearts full of gratitude for the miracle that had brought them prosperity. And in the center of it all stood Lyra, her spirit as vibrant as the tree that now graced their home. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, the tree became a symbol of hope and community. Its fruit nourished the villagers, and its shade offered a place of rest and reflection. Lyra often sat beneath its branches, her heart at peace, knowing that she had been a part of something greater than herself. The forest, too, seemed to embrace her with a newfound warmth, its trees whispering songs of gratitude and joy. Lyra had discovered not just a hidden world within the natural environment, but a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. She had learned that the greatest treasures were not those that could be held or possessed, but those that were shared and nurtured. And so, as the seasons changed and the years passed, Lyra's legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers and in the life-giving tree that stood at the heart of Evergrove. Her story was told and retold, a tale of friendship, wisdom, and the power of a single seed to transform the world. In the quiet moments as dusk settled and the stars twinkled in the sky, the villagers would gather beneath the tree, sharing stories and dreams, their voices weaving a tapestry of love and unity. And in those moments, they knew that they were truly home. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and drift into slumber, remember that the greatest adventures often begin with a single step, and the smallest of seeds can grow into the mightiest of trees. Let your heart be your guide, and may your dreams be as boundless as the forest that whispers your name. Story 29. In a galaxy not too far from our own, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across an endless velvet sky, there existed a small planet named Luminara. Its surface glimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, and its air carried the scent of sweet lavender, mixed with the crispness of morning dew. Among its verdant forests and crystalline rivers lived a gentle species known as the lumens, known for their iridescent wings and the soft glow that radiated from their skin, illuminating even the darkest nights. One evening, as the twin moons of Luminara began their slow ascent, casting a soft silver sheen over the land, a peculiar event unfolded. From the sky, a streak of fiery orange appeared, descending rapidly towards the planet. It was an escape pod, its metal surface scorched from its journey through the atmosphere. With a gentle thud, it landed in the heart of a lush meadow, its presence both foreign and intriguing. Curiosity piqued. A brave lumen named Eliana fluttered towards the pod. Her wings, shimmering like a cascade of rainbows, carried her gracefully above the rustling grass. As she approached, the pod's door creaked open, revealing a figure unlike any she had seen before. It was a creature with scales that shimmered like polished silver and eyes that glowed a deep, calming blue. This was Orin, a traveler from the distant planet of Aqualor, known for its vast oceans and the ethereal beauty of its inhabitants. Orin emerged slowly, his eyes filled with both wonder and trepidation. His world was one of water and fluid grace, and the solidity of Luminara's land was unfamiliar beneath his feet. Observing him, Eliana felt a mix of caution and intrigue, her innate kindness urging her to help. She fluttered closer, her voice gentle and melodic. "Welcome to Luminara. I am Eliana. Do you require assistance?" Orin blinked, his initial apprehension giving way to relief at the sound of her warm greeting. "Thank you," he replied, his voice a soothing murmur, reminiscent of waves lapping gently against the shore. "I am Orin. My vessel was caught in a cosmic storm. I seek refuge and a way to return home." Eliana nodded, understanding the plight of a stranger in a strange land. "Come," she offered, extending a hand that glowed softly in the moonlight. "Our village is not far, and we will help you find your way." As they journeyed through the forest, the air was filled with the sounds of nocturnal creatures singing their lullabies, and the ground was softened by a carpet of fallen leaves. Eliana and Orin exchanged stories of their worlds, each marveling at the other's descriptions. Orin spoke of the ocean depths, where colors danced in the waters like living rainbows, while Eliana described the beauty of Luminara's skies, painted with the colors of dawn and dusk. Despite their growing camaraderie, misunderstandings occasionally arose. Orin, accustomed to navigating by the ebb and flow of tides, found it difficult to grasp the concept of a land-bound horizon. Meanwhile, Eliana, who thrived in the open air, struggled to comprehend the vastness of Orin's underwater realm. Yet, each misunderstanding became a seed of growth, nurturing their understanding and respect for one another's differences. One crisp morning, as mist clung to the forest like a gossamer veil, a challenge presented itself. A sudden disturbance in the village, a tremor that shook the ground and sent ripples through the air, heralded the arrival of a rogue meteorite. It hurtled towards the village, threatening to bring chaos and destruction. Without hesitation, Eliana and Orin sprang into action, their bond already forged through shared stories and gentle understanding. Eliana took to the skies, her wings creating a shimmering barrier of light to deflect the meteor's path, while Orin used his innate control over water to call forth a protective wave from the nearby river, cushioning the impact. Together, they managed to guide the meteor safely away from the village, their combined efforts a testament to the strength of their friendship. As the danger passed, the villagers gathered in awe, their gratitude shining in their eyes. Eliana and Orin stood side by side, their hearts swelling with a sense of purpose and unity. In the days that followed, preparations began to send Orin back to Aqualore. The Lumens worked tirelessly to repair Orin's pod, their efforts a reflection of the deep respect and friendship that had blossomed between him and Eliana. As the time for departure drew near, a gentle sadness crept into their hearts, tempered by the warmth of their shared experiences. On the eve of Orin's departure, Eliana and Orin sat by the river's edge, the water reflecting the myriad stars above. "I will miss this place," Orin confessed, his voice tinged with a bittersweet note. "And I will miss you, dear Eliana." Eliana smiled, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Our paths may part, but the bond we share will remain," she said, her voice steady and full of hope. "And perhaps, one day, our paths will cross again." With those words, they embraced, their friendship a beacon of light in the vastness of the universe. As Orin's pod lifted into the sky, Eliana watched until it was but a distant star, her heart filled with gratitude for the friendship they had forged. And so, in the quiet of the night, beneath the watchful gaze of Luminara's twin moons, a lesson was learned, that true friendship knows no boundaries, transcending worlds and differences, and that through understanding and kindness, even the most unlikely companions can illuminate the path to peace and harmony. Story 30. Once upon a starlit night, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, a young girl named Luna discovered a most extraordinary treasure. Nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak tree lay a peculiar crystal, its facets glimmering with ethereal light. As Luna's tiny fingers brushed against its surface, a warmth radiated through her body, and a whisper as soft as falling petals echoed in her mind. "Seek the hidden realm, little one, for there your destiny awaits." Luna clasped the crystal close, her heart fluttering with curiosity and trepidation. She had often ventured into the forest's depths, forging an unbreakable bond with its inhabitants, but never had she encountered such a wondrous artifact. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, Luna set forth on a journey that would forever alter her perception of the world she thought she knew. Guided by the crystal's gentle glow, she traversed winding paths and crossed babbling streams, her steps as light as the woodland creatures that scurried at her feet. Along the way, she encountered a most unlikely companion, a mischievous rabbit named Thumper, whose boundless energy and insatiable curiosity mirrored her own. Despite initial misgivings, a bond of friendship blossomed between the two, their laughter echoing through the dappled glades. As the sun reached its zenith, Luna and Thumper stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a moss-covered archway, its intricate carvings depicting scenes of a world beyond their wildest imaginings. Driven by the crystal's insistent pulse, they stepped through the portal, their eyes widening in wonder. Suddenly they found themselves amidst a realm where trees shimmered with 1,000 hues, and crystalline streams flowed with liquid starlight. Peculiar creatures frolicked amidst the splendor, their forms shifting and melding in a kaleidoscope of life. Luna marveled at the beauty that surrounded her, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging she had never known. But their journey had only just begun, for a dark cloud loomed over this ethereal paradise. A sinister force, fueled by greed and envy, threatened to extinguish the very essence of the hidden realm. Luna and Thumper soon found themselves embroiled in a quest to unravel an ancient mystery and restore balance to this wondrous world. Along the way, they encountered a motley crew of allies, a wise old owl named Minerva, whose vast knowledge proved invaluable, a playful pixie named Zephyr, whose mischievous antics often lightened their hearts, and a mighty griffon named Arcanus, whose fierce loyalty and unwavering courage steeled their resolve. Together, they ventured into forbidden glades and explored long-forgotten ruins, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the mystery. Luna's bond with the crystal deepened, its power resonating within her very soul, granting her extraordinary abilities she had never fathomed. As they delved deeper into the hidden realm's secrets, Luna discovered that her destiny was intertwined with its very existence. She was the chosen one, destined to wield the crystal's power and vanquish the darkness that threatened to consume all she held dear. With her newfound friends by her side, Luna embarked on a perilous journey that tested her courage, her wit, and her unwavering belief in the power of friendship. Through harrowing challenges and heart-pounding adventures, she learned invaluable lessons about sacrifice, perseverance, and the true meaning of strength. In a climactic showdown against the forces of darkness, Luna tapped into the crystal's ancient magic, its radiance amplifying her own inner light. With a blinding flash, she unleashed a torrent of energy that shattered the veil of darkness, restoring balance and harmony to the hidden realm. As the dust settled, Luna stood humbled by the transformative power of her journey. She had grown from a wide-eyed girl into a courageous young woman, her heart overflowing with wisdom and compassion. The bonds of friendship she had forged were unbreakable, transcending the boundaries of the hidden realm itself. And though her physical journey had come to an end, Luna knew that the magic she had discovered would forever illuminate her path. With the crystal's guidance and the unwavering support of her cherished companions, she embraced her newfound role as a guardian of the hidden realm, vowing to protect its wonders for generations to come. As Luna bid farewell to her friends and stepped back into the world she once knew, she carried with her the memories of her extraordinary adventure, a tale of friendship, courage, and the boundless power of belief that would forever echo in the whispers of the ancient forest. Story 31. Once upon a time, in a universe where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet canvas, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Luminara. Its sky was perpetually painted in soft hues of lavender and gold, and the air hummed with a gentle melody created by the fluttering wings of luminescent creatures known as glowbirds. On the outskirts of Luminara's bustling capital, a young botanist named Lyra tended to her garden of bioluminescent flora, each plant a symphony of colors that danced in the twilight. Lyra was a Luminaran, a species known for their luminous skin that mirrored the emotions within their hearts. Her days were spent nurturing the plants that provided life-sustaining light to her people, yet she often found herself yearning for companionship beyond her garden. One day, as the twin moons began their ascent into the sky, a peculiar object streaked across the heavens, leaving a trail of sparkling dust in its wake. It landed with a gentle thud in the meadow behind Lyra's home. Curious, she ventured out to discover what had arrived from the stars. There, amidst the tall grass that swayed like waves in the ocean, Lyra found a small, spherical spacecraft. Its surface shimmered with 1,000 colors, reflecting the surrounding beauty of Luminara. As she approached, a hatch opened with a soft hiss, and a figure emerged. The creature was unlike anything Lyra had ever seen. Small and round, with skin that glistened like polished silver, it was an Ulanian, a species known for their wisdom and intricate, crystalline eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the cosmos. This particular Ulanian, who went by the name of Orin, had crash-landed while exploring the galaxy in search of rare celestial phenomena. Orin, disoriented yet intrigued by this new world, gazed at Lyra with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. The two beings stood in silence, separated by their differences, yet drawn together by the mystery of their encounter. Lyra's skin glowed a soft blue, reflecting her cautious curiosity, while Orin's crystalline eyes sparkled with an array of colors. Their initial interactions were fraught with misunderstandings. The Ulanian language was a series of melodic chimes, and Lyra struggled to comprehend its nuances. Likewise, Orin found the Luminaran gestures and expressions to be perplexing. Yet, despite the barriers, they sensed a potential for understanding. As the days passed, Lyra and Orin worked together to repair the damaged spacecraft. In doing so, they learned to communicate through a blend of gestures, shared drawings, and laughter. Lyra showed Orin the wonders of her bioluminescent garden, while Orin shared tales of the galaxies, painting vivid pictures of distant stars and nebulae. One evening, as they sat beneath the tranquil night sky, a sudden tempest swept over Luminara. Fierce winds howled through the trees, and the gentle glow of the glowbirds dimmed as they sought shelter. The storm threatened to destroy the garden Lyra cherished so deeply. In that moment of crisis, Orin sprang into action. Using the knowledge gathered from countless worlds, Orin devised a protective barrier from materials found in the ship. Together, they shielded the garden from the storm's fury, working side by side with a shared sense of purpose. When the tempest subsided, the garden stood untouched, its light as vibrant as ever. Lyra's skin glowed a warm, radiant gold, a Luminaran sign of deep gratitude and joy. Orin's eyes shimmered with a newfound understanding, realizing that despite their differences, they had forged a bond stronger than the fiercest storm. Through their shared challenges, Lyra and Orin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned that kindness, empathy, and a willingness to embrace the unknown could bridge even the most distant worlds. As the time came for Orin to continue the journey across the stars, Lyra presented a small, glowing flower from her garden, a symbol of their friendship and the light they had brought into each other's lives. In return, Orin gifted Lyra a crystal from Ulan, which sparkled with the colors of 1,000 sunsets, a reminder of the wisdom and beauty found in the vastness of the cosmos. With hearts full of warmth and memories of their time together, they bid farewell, knowing that the universe had gifted them with a friendship as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, Lyra and Orin parted ways, forever connected by the luminous thread of friendship that spanned the galaxies. And as the moons of Luminara shone brightly in the sky, Lyra returned to her garden, her heart aglow with the comfort of knowing that even in the vastness of the universe, true companionship could be found in the most unlikely of places. Story 32. On the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies with the rustle of their leaves, nestled a charming little village named Willowmere. The village was known for its quaint cottages with thatched roofs, gardens bursting with moonlit blossoms, and a peaceful brook that giggled merrily as it wound through the heart of the town. In Willowmere, mysteries were as rare as cloudy nights, which made the recent peculiar happenings all the more intriguing. Every morning, as the sun began its gentle climb over the horizon, the villagers would wake to find their beloved gardens seemingly untouched, save for one peculiar change. All the flowers would be in full bloom, no matter the season, and their colors would shimmer with a faint, magical glow. At first, the villagers were delighted by this unexpected beauty. The vibrant hues and enchanting glow made their gardens the talk of neighboring towns. But as the phenomenon persisted, curiosity began to overshadow wonder, and whispers of finding the source of this enchantment spread amongst the villagers. In a cozy cottage with ivy-wrapped walls and a door painted the color of the sky, lived a perceptive young woman named Mira. Mira had a gentle spirit and a mind as sharp as the edge of a new quill. She adored the whispering woods and spent her days learning from its ancient trees and playful creatures. When the flowers first began to bloom in this mysterious manner, Mira felt a gentle tug of intrigue. One cool evening, as the stars blinked awake in the velvet sky, Mira sat by the fireplace, her chair rocking gently. The warmth of the fire and the soft crackle of the logs filled the room, creating a cozy cocoon of comfort. She pondered the strange occurrences, her mind weaving through possibilities like a needle through fabric. Determined to unravel the mystery, Mira decided to seek counsel from the wisest inhabitant of the Whispering Woods, the great owl. The owl resided in the oldest oak tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, as if they wished to brush the clouds. It was said that the great owl had seen more seasons than any other creature in the woods and knew the secrets of the land like no other. The following morning, with dawn's first light peeking through her window, Mira set off into the woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she walked, the soft chatter of woodland creatures accompanied her, and the path beneath her feet seemed to guide her with gentle nudges. Upon reaching the ancient oak, Mira looked up into its vast canopy and called softly, "Great owl, I seek your wisdom." From high above, the great owl descended with a silent grace, its feathers a tapestry of soft browns and whites. It landed on a low branch, its wise eyes gleaming with the light of 1,000 stories. "Greetings, Mira," the owl hooted, its voice a deep, soothing melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine morning?" Mira explained the mystery of the ever-blooming flowers and their magical glow. The great owl listened intently, its head tilting slightly as it considered her words. "This is indeed curious," the owl replied thoughtfully. "But fear not, for the woods hold many secrets, and not all are meant to remain hidden." With a gentle nod, the great owl suggested, "In the heart of the whispering woods, there dwells a creature who may hold the key to your mystery. The moonlit hare is a gentle soul, known to weave magic into the earth with its twilight dances. Seek it out, and you may find the answers you seek." Thanking the great owl, Mira continued her journey deeper into the woods. The path grew softer, lined with moss that whispered beneath her steps. She followed the silver threads of moonlight that filtered through the canopy, guiding her like a beacon. As the sun set and the woods were bathed in the glow of the rising moon, Mira heard a soft, rhythmic thumping that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth. She followed the sound to a clearing where moonbeams danced like silver ribbons, and there she saw the moonlit hare. The hare was a graceful creature, its fur shimmering with the hues of twilight. It moved with elegant precision, leaping and twirling, leaving trails of glowing light in its wake. Mira watched in awe, understanding now that the hare's dance was the source of the enchanting blooms in the village. With quiet reverence, Mira approached the hare. "Moonlit hare," she called gently, "I am Mira, a friend of the forest. I seek to understand the magic you bring to our village." The hare paused its dance, its luminous eyes meeting Mira's with a knowing glimmer. "Ah, Mira," it spoke, its voice as soft as the rustle of fallen leaves. "I weave my magic to remind the world of beauty and wonder, to show that even in the quietest corners, magic can thrive." Mira nodded, her heart full of understanding. The moonlit hare's dance was not a mystery to solve, but a gift to cherish. She realized that sometimes the world offered moments of magic simply to bring joy and wonder, with no explanation required. With a grateful heart, Mira returned to Willowmere, carrying with her the gentle wisdom of the woods. She shared her tale with the villagers, who listened with wide eyes and warm smiles. From that day on, they embraced the magical blooms as a reminder to appreciate the beauty around them and the unexpected joys life could bring. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Willowmere remained a place of wonder and warmth, where the flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, and the air was always tinged with the scent of magic. And every so often, when the moon was high and the night was still, the villagers would glimpse the moonlit hare dancing at the edge of the woods, weaving its luminous magic into the earth, reminding them of the beauty in the mysteries of life. Story 33. Once upon a time, in a quaint village, nestled between rolling green hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted young boy named Oliver. Oliver had an insatiable curiosity and a heart full of dreams, often spending his days wandering the edges of the forest that bordered his village. The forest was filled with towering trees whose leaves sang in the wind, and streams that giggled over stones. But most magical of all was an old, gnarled tree known as the Whispering Oak. The villagers spoke of the Whispering Oak in hushed tones, believing it held secrets of the world. One crisp autumn afternoon, Oliver, driven by a feeling he couldn't quite explain, approached the ancient tree. Its bark was cool and rough under his fingertips, and as he leaned closer, he could hear the softest murmurs, as if the tree was speaking directly to him. "Seek the hidden light, young seeker," the tree seemed to whisper, its voice rustling through the golden leaves. At first, Oliver thought he was imagining things, but the words lingered in his heart, guiding him home with a lightness in his step. That evening, as the sky turned a deep indigo and stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds, Oliver sat by the hearth in his cozy cottage. The fire crackled warmly, casting a gentle glow over the room. He thought about the tree's words, their mystery wrapping around his thoughts like a comforting blanket. The next day, with the sun spilling golden light over the village, Oliver returned to the Whispering Oak. This time he noticed a peculiar object nestled among its roots, a small wooden box, worn and weathered by time. It was no ordinary box. Intricate carvings danced along its edges, depicting swirling vines and curious creatures. With a gentle touch, Oliver opened it and found inside a smooth, round stone that shimmered with an internal light, like a miniature moon captured in his palm. As he held the stone, a warmth spread through Oliver, and he felt a connection to the world around him. Suddenly the forest seemed to breathe with him, each leaf and twig alive with a gentle energy. The stone's glow was soft and comforting, like the embrace of an old friend. Realizing the stone was the hidden light the tree had spoken of, Oliver knew he had to understand its purpose, and so began his journey, a journey not of distance, but of discovery. He sought the wisdom of the village elder, Granny Willow, who was as old as the hills and as wise as the stars. Her small cottage was filled with the scent of herbs and the sound of her rocking chair creaking softly against the wooden floor. Granny Willow peered at the stone through her spectacles, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, young Oliver," she said in her soothing voice, "this is a stone of listening. It allows the holder to hear the whispers of nature, to understand its ancient music." Oliver listened intently, his heart swelling with excitement and gratitude. "But what should I do with it?" he asked, eager to learn. "The world is full of voices, dear boy," Granny Willow replied, "voices that can guide us if we only listen. Use the stone to hear the truths that are often hidden beneath the noise of everyday life." With this newfound knowledge, Oliver set out to explore the world with fresh ears. The village, once familiar, now sang with unseen melodies. He heard the brook's laughter, the sigh of the wind through the wheat fields, and the quiet courage of the tiny flowers that bloomed between the cobblestones. As days passed, Oliver began to notice the smallest of things, a bird's call, a leaf's flutter, and discovered that everything was connected in a harmonious symphony. The stone had given him not just the ability to listen, but to truly hear. One day, as he wandered near the village square, he noticed a group of children arguing over a game. Their voices were loud and harsh, like a storm brewing in the sky. Remembering the stone, Oliver approached with a gentle smile, holding the stone in his hand. He listened, really listened, to the fears and hopes behind their words. "Friends, let's pause for a moment," Oliver said softly. "What if we find a way where everyone can play and enjoy together?" Guided by the whispers of understanding, the children found a way to share their game, laughter blooming where conflict had been. Word of Oliver's gentle wisdom spread through the village, and soon people came to him, seeking advice and solace. With each interaction, Oliver felt the stone's magic deepen, becoming a part of him, guiding him to bring peace and understanding. As the seasons turned, Oliver grew into a young man, his heart as warm as the summer sun. The stone remained his steadfast companion, its light a reminder of the journey he had taken. He had learned that true strength lay not in force, but in the wisdom to listen, to understand, and to gently guide. One evening, as Oliver sat beneath the whispering oak, he felt a deep sense of fulfillment. The tree's leaves rustled softly, as if in approval, and Oliver knew he had fulfilled the tree's whisper. He had become a beacon of light, guiding others with kindness and wisdom. And so, under a sky dusted with stars and the gentle glow of the moon, Oliver closed his eyes, the stone warm in his hand. He drifted into a peaceful sleep, surrounded by the soothing symphony of the world, his heart forever attuned to its gentle whispers. The village continued to thrive, its people living in harmony, inspired by the quiet strength of a young boy who had listened to the world and, in doing so, found his place within it. And the whispering oak stood tall, its secrets safe in the hands of those who dared to listen. And so, dear listener, may you too find the courage to listen to the whispers around you, for they hold the keys to understanding and peace. As you drift into slumber, let the gentle music of the world lull you into dreams filled with wonder and warmth. Story 4. In the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the soft rustle of leaves created a gentle symphony, there lived a community of creatures hidden from the eyes of most. This was a place where the morning mist braided itself through the towering trees like a silver ribbon, and the sun threaded golden paths on the forest floor. Here the creatures lived in harmony with the world around them, each playing a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of their enchanted home. Among the dwellers of this mystical forest was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the patterns of countless years. Thistle was known for her deep understanding of the forest's cycles and the secrets of the natural world. Her eyes, like pools of amber, had seen the changing of many seasons, and her heart beat in time with the rhythm of the earth. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the spicy scent of falling leaves, and the sky was a tapestry of soft pastels, Thistle felt a stirring deep within her spirit. It was a gentle, yet insistent nudge that something was amiss. She sensed the imbalance in the forest, a subtle discord that rippled through the normally harmonious song of nature. Gathering the creatures of the forest, Thistle called upon the birds, who fluttered down in a flurry of colors, the rabbits who hopped silently from their burrows, and the squirrels who paused in their nut gathering to listen. Even the trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches creaking softly in the gentle breeze. "My dear friends," Thistle began, her voice as soft and steady as the forest itself, "our home is whispering to us of a change, a shift that could unsettle the harmony we cherish. We must seek the source of this imbalance and restore the balance that sustains us all." The creatures murmured amongst themselves, their voices a gentle hum of concern and curiosity. It was then that a young fox named Rowan, with fur as red as the autumn leaves, stepped forward. Rowan was known for his keen sense of adventure and his sharp mind, always eager to learn from those older and wiser. "Thistle," Rowan said, his voice bright with determination, "let me help. I will seek out the source of this change, and together we can find a way to set things right." With a nod of approval from Thistle, Rowan set off into the heart of the forest, guided by the soft calls of the birds and the rustling of leaves beneath his paws. As he ventured deeper, the forest seemed to hold its breath, watching and waiting. Rowan soon found himself at the edge of a glimmering stream, its waters as clear as crystal and cool to the touch. Here he encountered Luna, a wise and gentle owl whose feathers glimmered silver in the dappled sunlight. Luna was perched upon a low-hanging branch, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Dear Rowan," Luna hooted softly, her voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge, "the change you seek lies in the heart of the forest, where the seasons converge and the balance of nature is woven." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with gratitude for Luna's guidance. He followed the stream, its gentle babbling a soothing melody that led him to a hidden glade. There, in a circle of ancient stones, stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches reaching high into the sky. This was the heart of the forest, a place where the magic of the seasons intertwined. As Rowan approached, he noticed a soft glow emanating from the base of the oak. Curled around the tree's roots was a small, luminescent creature, its body shimmering with the colors of the rainbow. It was a spirit of the seasons, a rare and mystical being that held the power to influence the natural world. The spirit's glow flickered weakly, and Rowan's heart ached at the sight. He knew that the imbalance in the forest was affecting this delicate creature, and through it, the entire forest. Kneeling down, Rowan spoke gently, his voice barely above a whisper. "Little one," he said, "how can we help you regain your strength and restore the balance to our home?" The spirit, though weak, lifted its head and looked at Rowan with eyes as deep and clear as the sky. "I am connected to the cycles of nature," it murmured, its voice a soft, echoing chime. "When one season holds too tightly, the others cannot flourish. The autumn winds have lingered too long, and the winter's breath must come to bring the balance anew." Understanding dawned on Rowan, and he realized that he must find a way to invite the next season to take its rightful place. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and focused on the cold, crisp air of winter, envisioning the gentle fall of snowflakes and the serene quiet of a winter's night. As he did so, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves around him, growing colder and carrying with it the scent of frost. The spirit's glow began to steady, its colors brightening as the air filled with the promise of winter. Rowan opened his eyes to see the spirit standing, its strength restored. The forest around them seemed to sigh in relief, the balance slowly returning as the first flakes of snow began to drift down from the sky. Returning to the gathering of creatures, Rowan shared the news of his journey and the wisdom he had gained. The forest rejoiced, the animals chattering happily and the trees swaying in gratitude. Thistle, with a glint of pride in her eyes, addressed the creatures once more. Let us remember, dear friends, that the harmony of our home depends on the balance of all things. We must honor each season and the gifts it brings, for it is only through respect and understanding that we can coexist peacefully. As the first snows blanketed the ancient forest, the creatures nestled into their cozy homes, warmed by the fire of friendship and the gentle glow of harmony restored. And so, beneath the watchful branches of the heart of the forest, they dreamed of the seasons yet to come, knowing that together they would always find a way to keep the balance. And as the night deepened, the forest whispered its ancient lullaby, cradling all its inhabitants in a blanket of peace and promise. Story 35. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 36. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow, She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped. "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Story 37. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lila lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lila set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lila stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lila, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lila returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lila decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lila faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lila ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends. Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser. Shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lila felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lila approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then she saw it, the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lila. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lila and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lila's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lila, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lila sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lila, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. Story 38. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his wind-swept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Story 39. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye. A small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the Teapot of Whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" the voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world. Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. Story 40. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Story 41. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Story 42. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 43. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Story 44. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Story 45. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul, named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 46. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding. Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 47. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus, the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. But, Fendrel cautioned, this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond. Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance? Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. By understanding our place and helping one another, when you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble the rabbit nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Story 48. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you? She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel, Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues. Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies. Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel. With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Story 49. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the enchanted glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight, and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 50. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at widder with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. Why have the objects begun to move only recently? Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue? Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise. The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective. With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Leela returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Leela explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 51. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued. "You must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the enchanted grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the enchanted grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Story 52. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebirds sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Story 53. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic. With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 54. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the enchanted acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. Story 55. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lucerian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Feronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lucerian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned. That true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so, in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Story 56. Title: The Whispering Grove. Underneath the pale glow of the moon, nestled in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there was a grove known only to a few. Cloaked in mystery and enchantment, this grove was said to hold the secrets of the forest, whispered by the tall, ancient trees that stood like guardians around its periphery. It was here that the story of a young girl named Leora began, a tale spun with magic, friendship, and self-discovery. Leora was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of a clear summer sky, and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of golden leaves. She lived on the outskirts of the woods, in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who often spoke of the wonders hidden in the forest. Though Leora had heard these tales countless times, she had never ventured beyond the familiar paths, until one fateful night when the winds carried a peculiar melody to her ears. It was a soft, haunting tune that seemed to call her name, weaving through the branches and rustling the leaves. Curiosity ignited within her, a flame that refused to be extinguished. So she wrapped herself in her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the forest, and set out under the starlit sky, guided by the moonlight that danced across her path. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air around her began to change, filled with the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and elusive. The trees stood taller here, their bark rough and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets she could almost understand. Her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation, Leora followed the melody until she found herself standing at the edge of the Whispering Grove. Bathed in the moon's gentle glow, the grove was a sight to behold. Flowers of every hue blossomed in wild abundance, their petals glistening with dew like tiny jewels. A narrow stream wound its way through the clearing, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, and in the center of it all stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, as if embracing the sky. As Leora stepped into the grove, the melody grew stronger, resonating through her very being. She felt a warmth spread from her heart, as if the grove itself welcomed her presence. It was then she noticed a small, curious object resting at the base of the oak tree, a locket, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Drawn to it, Leora knelt beside the locket, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she felt a connection, as if the locket knew her. With a soft click, the locket opened, revealing a tiny glowing ember inside. The light was mesmerizing, a soft, golden glow that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The grove was no longer just a clearing in the woods. It was alive with magic. The trees whispered in a language she could almost grasp. The flowers swayed in rhythm with an unseen breeze, and the stream sang a tune of its own. Leora felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a hidden part of herself in this enchanted place. But as she marveled at the wonders around her, she noticed she was not alone. From behind the oak emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a deep, lustrous red with a tail tipped in gold and eyes that gleamed with intelligence and warmth. The fox regarded her with a gentle curiosity, as if assessing her worth. "Welcome, Leora," the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic, echoing the grove's whispers. "I am Ari, guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have found the heart of the forest." Leora blinked in surprise. "The heart of the forest?" she repeated, her voice a hushed whisper. Ari nodded, stepping closer. "The locket you hold is the source of the grove's magic. It connects all things within the forest. It chose you, Leora, for you have a heart as kind and pure as the grove itself." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose she had never known before. "But why me?" she asked, her voice laced with wonder and doubt. "Because you listen," Ori replied with a gentle smile. Few hear the forest's whispers, but you do. You have a gift, Leora, and with it, you can help the forest and those who dwell within it. As the night wore on, Ori shared tales of the grove and its magic, of the balance that must be maintained, and the creatures that depended on it. Leora listened, her heart swelling with a sense of duty and determination. She understood now that the journey she had embarked upon was more than she had ever imagined. It was a calling. From that night forward, Leora visited the grove often, learning from Ori and the forest itself. She discovered hidden paths that led to secret glades, befriended creatures both great and small, and grew in wisdom and strength. The locket around her neck became a symbol of her bond with the forest, its glow a constant reminder of the magic she held within. But as with all tales, challenges arose. The forest, though vibrant and alive, was not without its shadows. One day, while exploring a distant part of the woods, Leora encountered a darkness she had never felt before, a creeping shadow that sought to consume the light of the grove. It was a presence that chilled her to the bone, a void that drained the warmth from her heart. She knew then that her true test had arrived. With Ori by her side, she delved into the heart of the darkness, guided by the whispers of the grove and the light of the locket. Through trials and tribulations, Leora faced her fears and doubts, drawing strength from the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained. She learned that true power lay not in magic alone, but in the courage to stand for what was right, the compassion to heal, and the love that bound all creatures together. In the end, it was not a battle of force, but of heart. Leora reached out to the darkness, offering it the warmth of her spirit and the light of the grove. With a final, resounding whisper, the darkness relented, its anger and pain soothed by the love that surrounded it. As the shadows lifted and the light returned, the forest sang a song of renewal and hope. Leora stood at the center of the grove, the locket glowing with a radiant light, her heart full of peace. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the Whispering Grove, that even in the darkest of times, love and friendship could light the way. And so, with the forest thriving and the bond between them stronger than ever, Leora's journey of discovery came to a gentle, fulfilling end. The Whispering Grove, with its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her soul, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. And as she returned to her cottage, the moonlight guiding her path, Leora knew that she was truly home. Story 57. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the Pendant of Verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The Pendant of Verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the Pendant of Verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the story keeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the glade of whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. "This locket," her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where is this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. "Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it." That night, as Lila lay in bed, The story of the whispering locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the whispering locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the whispering woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the whispering locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket. but more importantly, I found myself. Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. Story 59. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way. With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Story 60. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 61. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The grandfather oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Story 62. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, the creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. "In those days," continued Elder Mossback, "there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter," Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places." The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the season's circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. "We did not realize our dance had faltered," Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. "We have become lost in our own rhythms." Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. "Perhaps," she suggested, "if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance." The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. Story 63, The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Lantern. In the quiet hamlet of Elderglen, where the stars seemed to hang a little lower and the moonlight painted silver paths on cobblestone streets, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as bright as the sun and an imagination as vast as the night sky. Her favorite pastime was to wander into the Whispering Woods, a forest that bordered the village and held secrets as old as time itself. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the forest, spinning tales of enchantments and ancient spirits that roamed its shadowed paths. Despite these whispered warnings, Lila felt an irresistible pull towards the woods, a curiosity that bubbled within her like a brook in spring. One crisp autumn evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Lila set out towards the woods, her steps light with anticipation. The air was cool, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of rustling leaves, their colors a medley of gold, crimson, and amber. As she entered the forest, a gentle breeze greeted her, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, whispering secrets that only the trees could know. Lila walked deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and their branches intertwined like old friends sharing stories. She marveled at the way the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Every rustle of leaves seemed to be a greeting, every chirp of a bird a song just for her. It was here, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, that Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak was a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from silver and adorned with delicate filigree, its glass panels shimmering with an iridescent glow. As Lila approached, the lantern flickered to life, casting a warm, golden light that filled the clearing. Curious and unafraid, Lila reached out and touched the lantern. To her astonishment, it felt warm and pulsed gently beneath her fingertips, as if it were alive with some kind of magic. Her heart skipped a beat, and a shiver of excitement ran through her. She lifted the lantern from its resting place, feeling its weight settle comfortably in her hands. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the clearing as if carried on the breeze. "Welcome, Keeper of the Light," it said, its tone gentle and ancient. Lila looked around, wide-eyed but strangely calm. She saw no one, yet the voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the Whispering Woods," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have found the Lantern of Kindling. It holds the power to reveal the unseen and to guide the lost." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "What must I do with it?" she inquired, her heart alight with curiosity. "Follow the lantern's glow, and it will lead you on a journey beyond your wildest dreams," the voice answered. "But remember, true magic lies not in the lantern itself, but in the heart of its bearer." With that, the voice faded away, leaving Leela alone in the clearing, the lantern's glow casting a circle of warmth around her. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of purpose settle within her. The whispering woods beckoned her onward, and she knew instinctively that her adventure was just beginning. As she walked, the lantern lit her path, its glow illuminating the hidden wonders of the forest. She saw flowers that bloomed with an ethereal light, their petals whispering ancient songs. She marveled at the way the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming arches that guided her like silent guardians. The forest was alive with magic, and Lila felt a profound sense of connection to it all. She realized that the Whispering Woods were not a place of fear, but of wonder and discovery. And as she ventured deeper, she knew that the lantern was more than just a guide. It was a key to unlocking the mysteries that lay hidden within her own heart. As twilight deepened into night, Lila found herself standing before a great oak, its trunk wide enough to house a family of foxes. The lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. She paused, feeling a sense of anticipation in the air. It was then that she noticed a small door set into the base of the oak, almost hidden among the gnarled roots. The door was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change under the lantern's glow. With a steadying breath, Lila reached out and turned the handle, the door creaking open to reveal a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. Without hesitation, Lila stepped inside, the lantern's light guiding her descent. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of moss and earth. Her footsteps echoed softly as she made her way down the stairs, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the hidden world. At last, she reached the bottom, emerging into a cavern bathed in the soft glow of luminescent crystals. The walls shimmered with hues of blue and green, casting a serene light that filled the space. In the center of the cavern stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the light like 1,000 tiny stars. Lila approached the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes wide with wonder. She knelt beside the water, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. The lantern rested beside her, its light mingling with the glow of the crystals. It was then that she noticed something remarkable. Floating just beneath the surface of the pool was a small, shimmering orb of light. It pulsed gently, its glow resonating with the lantern's own. Lila reached out, her fingers brushing the water's surface as she touched the orb. In that moment, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw the Whispering Woods as they once were, vibrant and alive with magic. She saw creatures of all kinds, their forms shifting and changing, living in harmony with the land. She saw the lantern, a beacon of hope and guidance, passed down through generations of guardians. And then she saw herself, standing at the center of it all, the lantern in her hands, her heart filled with the light of understanding. She realized that the lantern was not just a tool, but a symbol of her connection to the world around her, to the magic that flowed through the woods, and to the spirit that watched over it all. As the vision faded, Lila felt a profound sense of clarity and purpose. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the Whispering Woods, but about discovering her own strength and wisdom. The lantern had shown her the way, but it was her heart that would guide her. With renewed resolve, Lila stood, the orb of light rising from the pool to rest in the palm of her hand. It felt warm and alive, a piece of the forest's magic that she carried within her. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she made her way back up the staircase, the lantern's glow lighting her path, she felt a sense of gratitude for the adventure that had brought her to this moment. The Whispering Woods were a place of wonder and magic, but they were also a place of growth and transformation, a place where hearts could be kindled and spirits could soar. When she emerged once more into the forest, the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. The woods were waking, their voices a gentle chorus that welcomed the new day. Lila stood for a moment, the lantern in one hand and the orb of light in the other, feeling a sense of peace and belonging. With a smile, she began her journey home, the path ahead bright with possibility. The Whispering Woods had taught her that magic was not just something to be found in the world around her, but something that lived within her heart. And as she walked, the lantern's light guiding her steps, she knew that she would always be a keeper of that light, a guardian of the magic that connected them all. And so Lila's adventure in the Whispering Woods came to an end, but her story was just beginning. For in her heart, she carried a light that would never fade, a light that would guide her through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days. And with each step she took, the world seemed a little brighter, a little more magical, because of the light she carried within. 64. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. 65. The Whispering Leaf. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the houses seemed to tiptoe around a crystal-clear stream, there lay a secret that only the most observant of souls could discover. The village was nestled between rolling hills that wore mantles of wildflowers in spring and donned cloaks of snow in winter. The air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and fresh earth, a comforting aroma that enveloped the villagers like a warm embrace. It was here that young Maya, a curious girl with twinkling eyes and a heart as vast as the sky, spent her days exploring the world around her. She was the kind of child who believed that every rock, every tree, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of toasted almonds, and who followed Maya wherever her adventures led. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Maya and Pip stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the whispering woods, a place where the trees were so ancient and towering that they seemed to touch the heavens, Maya found a leaf unlike any she had seen before. It was not the vibrant orange or fiery red of the season, but a shimmering silver, glistening as if kissed by moonlight. Maya gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its cool, silky texture. As she held it, she could feel a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a gentle vibration that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. Intrigued, Maya and Pip decided to bring the leaf back to the village, eager to share their discovery. As they walked, Maya noticed that the leaf seemed to respond to her thoughts, glowing ever so slightly brighter when she was happy, and dimming when she felt uncertain. She realized that the leaf was not just a curious object, but a magical one, capable of communicating in its own silent language. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Maya showed the leaf to her grandmother, the village's wise elder. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, and she pulled Maya close, her voice a soft murmur. "This is a whispering leaf," she explained. "It holds the wisdom of the forest and can guide those who listen with their hearts." Maya was fascinated. She spent her days learning to understand the leaf's subtle cues, its gentle glow guiding her through the complexities of life. It taught her patience as she waited for its light to respond, and empathy as she learned to feel the emotions it reflected. One evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a shadow fell over Willowbrook. A thick fog descended, obscuring the familiar paths and casting an eerie silence over the village. The villagers, usually bustling with laughter and warmth, retreated into their homes, unease settling like a heavy blanket. Maya, however, felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the whispering leaf. She knew that something was amiss, and that the leaf was guiding her towards a mystery that needed unraveling. With Pip by her side, she ventured back into the whispering woods, the silver leaf casting a soft glow to light their way. The forest was different in the fog, the trees looming like silent sentinels and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Yet Maya felt no fear, only a sense of purpose. The leaf's glow brightened, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a giant. It was here that Maya noticed something peculiar, a faint, rhythmic pulsing emanating from the base of the tree, as if the very earth beneath it was breathing. Maya approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. As she neared the oak, she saw a small, hidden door nestled within its roots. almost invisible under the thick carpet of moss. The pulsing seemed to grow stronger, resonating in time with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Maya reached out and touched the door, the whispering leaf glowing with encouragement. The door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Maya hesitated for a moment, feeling Pip's reassuring presence beside her, before descending into the depths below. The staircase led to a hidden cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering crystals that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of clear, still water, reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As Maya stepped closer to the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not her reflection alone. In the water, she saw images of the villagers, each one captured in a moment of joy, kindness, or courage. She realized that the pool was a mirror of their best selves, a testament to the goodness that lived within each of them. The whispering leaf pulsed gently in her hand, and Maya understood that the pool was a source of magic for Willowbrook, a wellspring of the love and light that bound the village together. But the fog had disrupted its harmony, casting a shadow over the village. Determined to restore the balance, Maya turned to the whispering leaf for guidance. It glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the cavern and filling Maya with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the pool, Maya dipped the whispering leaf into the water, watching as the silver shimmer spread across the surface. The pool seemed to come alive, ripples of light dancing across its surface, and the air filled with a gentle hum that resonated deep within Maya's soul. Slowly, the fog that had enveloped Willowbrook began to dissipate, the heavy silence lifting as the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The villagers emerged from their homes, their laughter and chatter returning as the shadow that had clouded their hearts vanished. Maya, her heart filled with joy, returned to the village with Pip, the whispering leaf still glowing softly in her hand. The villagers gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. From that day on, the whispering leaf became a cherished symbol of hope and harmony in Willowbrook. Maya learned that the true magic lay not in the leaf itself, but in the love and kindness it inspired. She and Pip continued their adventures, exploring the world with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people united by the magic of the whispering leaf and the wisdom it imparted. Maya grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons she had learned on her journey. As the years passed, the story of the whispering leaf became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and love. And though the leaf eventually faded, its legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of light that would never dim. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees still whispered their ancient secrets, Maya and Pip found their place, forever part of the magic that made Willowbrook a haven of peace and happiness. And in the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, the whisper of a leaf could still be heard, a gentle reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. 66. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The whispering woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the whispering woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the Whispering Woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the whispering woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. 67. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep, rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Teros. And on Teros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 68. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Lila, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Lila set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, thistle, fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Story 69. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the rhythm of her daily routine. Her days were spent tending to her garden, a patchwork of vibrant colors that danced beneath the sun, and her evenings were reserved for quiet moments by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow over her cozy cottage. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a stirring, a whisper of something new and unfamiliar. It was as if the wind carried a secret just for her, one that promised adventure beyond the horizon of her known world. Despite this yearning, the thought of change filled her with trepidation. She clung to her familiar patterns like a child to a cherished blanket, fearful of what might lie beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Marin set out for her daily walk through the woods. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with a luminescent glow. She had heard stories of such rings, whispered tales of magic and transformation. Curiosity mingled with her apprehension, but something in the air urged her forward. As she stepped into the circle, a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with possibility. The world around her shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though inviting her to embrace the change she had so long resisted. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe with her, its ancient magic awakening. From the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a silver fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The fox approached with graceful steps and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not the winds of change, dear Marin," the fox said, its eyes kind and knowing, "for within them lies the seed of your growth. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength that has always dwelled within you." Though her heart still fluttered with uncertainty, Marin felt a newfound courage stirring. She realized that the fox was right. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the safety of her routine and discover what lay beyond. With a nod of gratitude, she followed the fox deeper into the forest, where the path was lit by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. Along their journey, they were joined by other creatures of the woods, a wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the peace found in stillness. Each companion offered Marin a lesson in embracing the unknown, and with every step she felt her heart grow lighter. As the days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the beauty of transformation. She learned to dance with the wind, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to find wonder in the smallest of things. The forest became her teacher, and with each lesson she felt herself blossoming, much like her beloved garden back home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin stood at the edge of a glistening lake. The fox, who had become a dear friend, stood beside her. The reflection on the water was that of a woman transformed, not by magic alone, but by the courage to embrace her own potential. "You have grown, dear Marin," said the fox, its voice filled with pride. "You have found your way through the forest of your fears, and now the world is yours to explore." Marin smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the companions who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gentle nudge from the universe, inviting her to become her truest self. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and an adventurous spirit, Marin returned to her village. Her garden seemed even more vibrant, as if reflecting the transformation within her. And though her routine had shifted, she found joy in the balance of old comforts and new discoveries. As the seasons turned, Marin continued to nurture her garden and her heart, always remembering the lessons of the forest. And on quiet evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would tell tales of her journey to those who sought her wisdom, sharing the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the whispers of the forest, Marin lived her days with a heart open to the wonders of the world, knowing that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. Story 70. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the Luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young Luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Kor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. "Your kindness is a beacon in this storm." "You've been a wonderful friend, Kor," Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. "Together, we can weather any storm." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Kor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Kor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Kor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "You'll always have a place in my heart, Kor," Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. "And you in mine," Kor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. "Though I must return to Terracor, our friendship will span the stars." With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Kor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Kor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Kor. Story 71. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the mountains themselves, a world of wonder unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, revealing secrets known only to those who walked the ancient paths with open eyes and open hearts. As winter's icy grip loosened and the first tender buds emerged, a hush fell over the woodland. Deep within the hollow of a gnarled oak, a family of dormice stirred from their slumber, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in this sacred time of rebirth that the forest's most cherished rite took place. On the first night of the vernal equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, the dormice elders would gather the young ones close and share the ancient tales. Tales of the Great Spirit who breathed life into the forest, weaving its intricate tapestry of flora and fauna into a harmonious whole. As the elders spoke, their words carried the weight of generations past, echoing through the trees like whispers on the wind. They told of the delicate dance between all living things, each playing its part in maintaining the balance that sustained the forest's vibrant beauty. The young dormice listened raptly, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described the magic that flowed through the woodland's veins. How the first spring rain carried the rejuvenating essence of renewal, nourishing the earth and coaxing forth a symphony of new life. They learned of the dryads, graceful tree spirits who tended the ancient boughs, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the budding leaves, and of the sprites who rode the gentle breezes, trailing stardust in their wake, whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. As the seasons turned, each brought its own enchantments. In summer, when the forest basked in the golden warmth of endless days, the elders told of the playful nymphs who frolicked in sun-dappled glades, their joyous laughter echoing through the canopy. They spoke of the wise old oak who stood as a guardian, its roots delving deep into the earth, drawing strength from the ancient stones below, and of the hidden groves where otherworldly creatures gathered on moonlit nights to dance and sing, their voices weaving intricate melodies that stirred the very soul. When autumn's vibrant cloak adorned the trees, the elders wove tales of the mighty stag who led his herd through the rustling leaves, his antlers a crown of majesty. They told of the crones who tended the sacred fires, their gnarled hands deftly coaxing forth the glowing embers that would nurture the forest through the long, cold nights ahead. And as winter's crystalline embrace descended once more, the elders would speak of the great bear who slumbered in his den, dreaming of the spring to come, of the silent sentinels who kept vigil over the frozen landscape, their boughs laden with pristine snow, awaiting the cycle's renewal. Through it all, the young dormice learned that the forest's true magic lay not in any singular wonder, but in the intricate tapestry that bound all life together. They understood that each creature, kata plant, kata stone and stream played its part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that had endured for eons. And so, as the ancient tales concluded and the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the Dormus elders would smile knowingly. For they knew that the wisdom they had imparted would echo through the generations to come, ensuring that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, and its magic would endure forever. Story: in the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, The villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways. The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night, they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Story 73. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and her deep love for the woods that surrounded her home. Every morning, she would wander through the forest, her senses alive with the whispering leaves and the song of the brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. Yet, despite her love for the world around her, Clara felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncertainty about the changes that life seemed to be whispering on the breeze. She cherished the familiar patterns of her days, the way the morning sun painted golden streaks on her kitchen floor, the comforting chatter of her neighbors, and the steady rhythm of village life. The thought of anything disrupting this brought a shiver of apprehension. One late afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly, unlike any she had seen before, fluttered down to rest on her hand. Its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors like the sky at dusk. Clara watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly fanned its wings, casting a soft, magical light around them. "Hello," came a gentle voice, startling Clara slightly. She looked around, but the woods were empty, save for the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. "Down here," the voice said. Clara blinked in surprise, realizing the voice was coming from the butterfly itself. "Oh my," she whispered, her heart fluttering with the unexpected magic of it all. "I am Lumi," the butterfly introduced, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I've come to help you see the beauty in change." Clara hesitated, unsure. "Change frightens me," she confessed, her voice barely above a murmur. "Everything seems so uncertain and vast." Lumi nodded understandingly, its wings glinting in the fading light. "Change can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which new beginnings are painted. Would you allow me to guide you?" Though hesitant, something in Lumi's presence soothed Clara's fears, and she nodded. "Yes, I'd like that." With a gentle flutter, Lumi led Clara deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and inviting. Clara felt a quiet strength in the ancient trees, their branches forming a cathedral of green above her. As they walked, Lumi spoke softly of the magic woven into the fabric of the world, a magic that thrived on change and growth. Clara listened, her heart opening to the possibilities she had never dared to consider. In a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lumi paused and gestured with its delicate wings to a cluster of wildflowers. "Look closely, Clara," it encouraged. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the petals that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. "What is it?" she asked, sensing something wondrous just beyond her understanding. These flowers, Lumi explained, are like moments of change. They bloom with the promise of transformation, revealing colors and patterns unseen before. Each one is unique, yet all are part of the same cycle. Clara watched in awe as the flowers began to shift, their hues blending and changing before her eyes. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle acceptance of the changes she had feared. As the colors danced, she realized that change was not something to be fought against but embraced, for it was through change that beauty and wisdom unfolded. Feeling lighter, Clara rose to her feet, a newfound calm settling within her. "Thank you, Lumi," she said softly. "I think I'm beginning to understand." Lumi alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. "Remember, Clara, you are never alone. Friends and loved ones are like stars in the night sky, guiding you through the darkness." With Lumi's words echoing in her heart, Clara returned to the village, her steps sure and steady. She found her friends waiting, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns as they gathered to share stories and laughter. As the evening wore on, Clara felt the gentle support of her friends, each one a beacon of kindness and understanding. She realized that her own growth was mirrored in their companionship, each moment of change a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. In the days that followed, Clara embraced the changes that came her way, her heart open to the magic of possibility. She discovered that within her was a strength she had never known, a resilience born of the gentle guidance of a tiny butterfly and the love of those who surrounded her. And so, in the quiet of the forest and the warmth of her village, Clara found her peace. She learned that the beauty of personal discovery was not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with an open heart, trusting in the magic of transformation and the friends who walked the journey beside her. Under the starlit sky, as the village drifted into slumber, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves whispering through her window. She smiled, her heart full and content, knowing that the beauty of life lay in its ever-changing dance, a dance she was now a willing part of. And as she closed her eyes, she felt the gentle flutter of Lumi's wings, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Story 74. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Story 75. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Story 76. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Story 77. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night.